What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea, a new world order.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
What does that mean for America? The conspiracy theorists are going to go wild.
I'm sure they are. I don't know. I haven't seen the web.
Number 322?
We're members of Skull and Bones, a secret society at Yale. What does that tell us? Not much, because it's a secret. Is there a secret handshake? Is there a secret code? I wish there were something secret I could manifest. 322, a secret number? There are all kinds of secrets.
Welcome to Are You Aware? A mostly visual presentation on the Illuminati. 4,000 images in 4 hours for the rest of your life. This is version 3, and it represents over 3 years of research into the subjects that you're going to witness here during this presentation. I began my study into government corruption, global corruption in about 1999. And about 2009, I finally realized that the underlying aspect of all of this was a religious system underlying this power-hungry, greed, corrupted society, especially at the top level. So I want you, please, to open your minds to this presentation and understand where this presentation is and the symbols that I can show you that prove this fact. As a warning, this presentation includes a graphic exposure of evil. 18 and over is recommended. 14 to 17 years should be accompanied by a parent or guardian. In addition, the content and message of this presentation may cause individuals to react with extreme emotion, including shock, denial, realization, conviction, confusion, and/or sadness. We encourage all who view this presentation to maintain a maturity level that is constructive to seeking the truth about the reality of the world in which we live. Now, these are important things to note. There are persons of differing worldviews and beliefs who may be viewing this presentation. The worldview and belief expressed in this presentation may differ from your own. Please remember, You are fully entitled to form your own opinions about what is presented. This presentation is meant for information, not indoctrination. In other words, there is no attempt being made to brainwash you. If you take offense to seeing or hearing differing worldviews or beliefs, this is not a presentation for you. Now, since this is mostly a visual presentation with live commentary, sources of information may not be cited. If there is subject matter presented in which you wish to investigate, please make a note of it. We encourage all to research a subject in question in order to draw your own individual conclusions. Remember, you do not have to believe everything that is stated in this presentation. You are fully entitled to your own views, opinions, and beliefs. It is essential to see this presentation in its entirety. The presentation is cumulative, meaning each subsequent section builds upon the previous section in presenting an entire concept or case from beginning to end. Missing parts of the presentation may cause gross misinterpretations and or misunderstandings. We will not accept responsibility for this. And so I ask you again to understand that I have a particular belief system, a worldview, and it may differ from your own, but please keep an open mind to what I'm talking about. General agenda and topics. When I give the live presentation, it is broken up into 2 parts of 2 hours long. This particular video section is going to be the entire presentation, which could be up to 6 or more hours, I believe. Basic symbolism we're going to cover in part 1, and that includes intermediate and more advanced symbolism, the interpretation of that symbolism also in mass media, and we cover secret societies and the beginning of secret societies here with regard to Freemasonry. History, politics, religion in part 2, and mass social programming, and in the last section we cover some case studies with regard to that. Key concepts in symbolism I want us to understand. There is what's called the esoteric meaning. When you are part of a society or a secret society, you get the initiated meaning, and some meanings in the initiated are also false on the lower degrees. But in general sense, esoteric meaning means the initiated, secret, or insider meaning. The exoteric meaning is the meaning for the uninitiated people. I am an uninitiated person in secret society, therefore I get the outside meaning, or the deceptive meaning. And an example of this is the symbol on the back of the dollar bill, which is what people say is the all-seeing eye, or the eye of providence. That is the exoteric meaning. I will show you in this presentation that the esoteric meaning is different. As above, so below is a concept in the occult. As above means heaven or the male aspect. So below means earth or the female aspect. Heaven above, earth below, male, female. And try not to read into it too much, but that is the occult understanding of as above, so below. Very simple meaning of it. I challenge you on 2 things. Do you really believe what you believe is the truth? I'm going to repeat that. Do you really believe that what you believe is the truth? I challenge you to challenge your idea of what your truth is, whether or not you've investigated things on your own or not. Because I'm found out 3 years ago that there is a mass programming, and we are shaped by the world not around us, but what we've been taught by their system and the control of that system, our education, our media, our politics, everything. Condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance, meaning that if you're going to condemn anything or have a bias toward a particular worldview without investigating that worldview fully, and a lot of us just say, you know, we've investigated it, or we take our worldviews by what we see on television, in particular what we see religiously on television, and I'm going to tell you, if you have that bias, I'm going to tell you what is on television is an act and a show, and does more harm to what I believe in my system, and to show you that there is a concerted effort to sway you from your belief by a bias toward what you see on television and in the movies. Condemnation, again, without investigating, is the height of ignorance. Please investigate for yourself. Concepts I want us to understand: the walls of your mind. We have preconceptions again and misconceptions again, and we've developed these walls psychologically in our mind, and we refuse to see anything there. It doesn't matter. Go ahead, research all religious views and come to your own conclusions, and I have done so, and I urge you to do so, and that's why I believe what I believe. Remember, it's not what I believe, it's what you believe, and I want you to understand that. There are also walls that we still have yet that we discover more truth with. The second concept is the concept of the counterfeit. I have come to find out in my research, and this is now, going back here, there is the real or the truth and the false and lies. They look the same, smell the same, feel the same, but they are fundamentally different. And I'll show you that in religion we have these concepts as well. We have concepts that are similar with regard to morals, but fundamentally different with regard to the basis of the religious view. Fantasizing reality is another concept. This is important. We tend to, when you have movies and television, when you watch these are designed in a Hegelian dialectic method. You have thesis and against antithesis, which brings synthesis. When you design a movie or write a script, you're taught to have the protagonist and the antagonist, and these are opposing views, and then there's always a synthesis of these two in the end, and this is called the Hegelian dialectic, and this is what shapes our understanding. Fantasizing reality has to do with things that we see in the movies that we consider myth or fantasy. So you'll see demonic images, spiritual images, all of this stuff manifesting on a 2D screen, and really I've come to believe that the spiritual aspects of these are in fact reality when we are programmed to such a point that we would consider a movie being completely fantasy and therefore disregard anything that has to do with the spirit. Now here is an example of what I believe, and so I'm going to push this on to you as information rather than indoctrination. You don't have to believe this. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and of a sound mind. This is in 2 Timothy 1:7. In my worldview and my belief system, there is no paranoia. So this is conspiracy theory and conspiracy stuff, and a lot of people want to take up arms and go shoot something or blow something up. There is none of that idea or intent in my worldview as a Christian worldview. Note that this is important, note that every symbol not every symbol used is deliberate, meaning that we have to understand the context and the content of that particular use of the symbol, whether or not it's staged or not. And so we want to bring in reason here, but I have come to find out in my research that in the 90th percentile, this is all deliberate. And I'm going to present those concepts to you. Whether or not you believe them or not is up to you. Now remember, please, before I came to believe what I believed, I had a bias toward anything that had to do with the Bible, for instance. So please, by all means, this is information, and so I wanted to prove to you what the Bible says about Jesus. So in this case, what Jesus says in John 18:37, "To this end I was born, and for this cause I came into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth." So Jesus is claiming that there is truth and truth can be known, and he is bearing witness of that truth. So what his purpose is to be born on this world. John 18:44, and the asterisk is partial of the verse. "Existence of the devil and lies. Ye are of your father the devil. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it." So he is proving that he understands that there is a devil and that the devil is a liar. So understanding that there is lie. John 57 to 58, claiming God as a self-admonition. Then said the Jews unto him, Thou art not 50 years old, and hast thou seen Abraham? Jesus said unto them, Verily, verily, or truly, truly, I say unto you, before Abraham I am. This I am refers to the Old Testament Yahweh in the Bible. I am that I am, that Moses understood was the name of God. So in this case, Abraham is a patriarch, much older than, of course, Jesus, but Jesus is now claiming godhood, and they knew exactly what he was saying when he said, I am. So this is one of 7 I ams in the book of John. It's clear that he was claiming that he was God. Now claiming God in John 10:33 as an accusation by the Jews. The Jews answer him saying, For good work we stone thee not, but for blasphemy, and because that thou, being a man, makest thyself God. So it's clear that what the Jews understood is that he was claiming godhood. So I'm still reiterating that point. John 3:16 to 17, one of the most famous verses ever recited, salvation's promise and a purpose. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. So this idea of an eternal, everlasting life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. So this understanding of salvation and his reason for coming, and that's why as a Christian they say, are you saved? John 14:6, exclusivity to himself. Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. Fundamental to Christianity is the truth to us that Jesus is the only way for salvation, not a universal, all religion worshiping the same God way. Moving on, understanding who the devil is. And so in John, and I like to use John in the previous one because it's a nice thread, but in this case I do use other sections of the Bible. John 8:37, devil as a prince or ruler. Now is the judgment of this world. Now shall the prince of this world, or the ruler of this world, be cast out. So understanding the devil has dominion on this world and currently rules this world. So that is a key concept. Here is 2 Corinthians 4:3-4, devil as God who blinds. So, but if our gospel be hid, it is hid to them that are lost, in whom the God of this world, the little g, God, referring to Satan and Lucifer and the devil, hath blinded the minds of them which believe not. So this idea of this prince and this God, same meaning, just a different use of the word. Isaiah 14:12-15, devil as a counterfeit. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer? I will be like the Most High. And later in that section, yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. So Lucifer as a fallen angel, he wants to be like the Most High. This is a very key concept, that he is counterfeiting God. And then, of course, here's the use of hell as well. 2 Corinthians 11:14-15, devil plus his ministers, potential for deception. So we understand that the devil has minions, aka fallen angels that are partnering with him, and no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Therefore it is no great thing that if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, meaning that they can transform and look completely, i.e., like a Christian or somebody that is completely righteous. And this is a huge concept to understand how aware we should be as Christians from my standpoint. Revelation 12:9, devil and Satan as dragon and serpent. And that great dragon was cast out, that old serpent. So the devil, called the devil and Satan. So the devil as a dragon and a serpent. The devil is Satan, and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Meaning, now referencing Satan, his fall, and the fallen angels to this planet. And that is clear in the Bible. Matthew 25:41, understanding hell. Then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. Understanding that this is an everlasting punishment in hell, and it was prepared for the devil and his angels. Mark 4:47-48, hell as eternal. And if thine eye offend thee, pluck it out. This is Jesus speaking. It is better for thee to enter into the kingdom of God with one eye than having two eyes to be cast into hell fire. The seriousness of our life as a Christian, and understanding that we're atoned by Jesus and his death on the cross. This is an atonement for sins. We're going to get into the understanding of this. I know it sounds like fantasy, but please just bear with this whole thing and you'll come to understand there's something very deceiving going on. Continuing on with that, where their worm dieth not and the fire is not quenched, meaning that hell is a place of eternal punishment, and it is some form of physical ongoing punishment. There is a serious to all of this thing, and we have to take our life very serious because we're thinking beings, and that we have to take it so serious to the point we understand what's going on. And finally, Matthew 16:26, a world against the soul. For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? We understand that there's morals in this world, and that there's evil in this world, and pursuit of money and all that leads to greed and all of this stuff. It's ubiquitous throughout religions in the world, this moral idea. But there is a fundamental difference between their morality and their idea of enlightenment as opposed to the Christian aspect of it. So it sounds and looks all the same, but it's fundamentally different, and I'll show you that throughout this presentation. Ephesians 6:12, the battle is spiritual, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. Now we're understanding that there's a spirit world, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places, meaning that this world is dark. And I'm going to show you and prove that to you. It's something that we've been conditioned to not understand. Ephesians 5:11, purpose is exposing evil. The purpose of this presentation is to expose evil and have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove or expose them. This is exactly what we're doing here. I hope you can understand what the purpose of this presentation is, and I look forward to you reviewing the entire presentation. We can be found at www.thisprophecy.com, youtube.com thisprophecy, facebook.com thisprophecy, twitter.com thisprophecy, and thisprophecy@gmail.com is our email address if you want to give a home presentation, a church presentation, or an organization presentation. This is both for inside churches and outside churches. People need to know about the Illuminati from all aspects. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy. Now we begin our presentation with part 1, basic symbolism. We start with the Il Cornuto, also known as the horned hand or the devil's horns. It is a satanic salute. It is also a satanic curse when it's used against somebody. We begin with Anton LaVey. This is a portrait of him, and I just want to remind you, please bear with me. These are just basic symbols. These symbols are ubiquitous. Some people will laugh at this notion of looking at this symbol, so please bear with me. It progresses in symbolism, and I don't want people with biases to shut this video off because we're covering something that they believe is just nonsense. There is a underlying meaning to the symbol, so I ask you to bear with me. Anton LaVey uses the Il Cornuto in this portrait. He also has the satanic pentagram in the background. Church of Satan, they use this as a satanic salute, and the Baphomet pentagram. The Baphomet is the goat head within the down pointing star. That's a satanic salute. Marilyn Manson, you can see the Il Cornuto on the t-shirt. One key aspect of this is the use of the single eye symbolism and the distinction of this eye, and we'll get into that single eye symbolism later as we move along. There are 3 ways to do this, and you can see here is a witch on the witch doesn't have any eyes. This is a reference to demonic possession. We'll see that a little bit later, but here we have the 2-finger method. The methods of doing this, 2-finger methods and 3-finger methods. Now it just so happens that in sign language, this 3-finger method is an I love you sign. But when you research this, Helen Keller is a theosophist, or was a theosophist. And theosophy has rooted in Freemasonry and Luciferian doctrine. And we can sympathize, yes, with Helen Keller. She was blind and deaf, but she was a theosophist, and it just so happens that the 3-finger method is being used, I love you, in an opposite viewpoint. And we're going to see this opposites and this deception going on in this fashion with regard to symbols. Killing for Satan in this, and you can see stabbed 66 times, her use of the 3-finger method, True Vampires, the 3-finger method. This is Gene Simmons of the rock band Kiss. Kiss is the acronym KISS, Knights in Satan's Service, and I can assure you he knows exactly what he's doing with this 3-finger method, saluting Satan, a satanic hand sign. Now going with heavy metal, you can see the standard versions here in this chart, looking at two-hand versions. This is meant as a joke, but and you can see Spider-Man doing that same thing. And then here's the monocornuto. You see the skull and bones. Il cornuto, same as monocornuto, and you can see here the silhouette creates a man with horns. This is Sammy Davis Jr. with Anton LaVey. He was well known to be a Satanist. And Sammy Davis Jr. stars in Poor Devil, and you can see the use of the sign. Moving along with Ronnie James Dio, I believe is his name. I'm not sure if I have it correct, but Dio. And you can see this entity with the Il Cornuto sign. This is interesting because this is a Catholic priest, and we're going to see how intelligence works and dialectics work with regard to priests, and I don't believe at all that Catholicism represents Christianity. So there's a method to how they do things and trap people in both aspects. And so we'll get into that later. Here's Dio and the ubiquitous use of this sign in his campaign and putting this in his concrete. And then we have Ozfest, which is Ozzy Osbourne. This is the Baphomet type symbol. You can see here this is the goat's head. I'm sorry, the goat's feet. This is a Baphomet symbol. This is Metallica, the rock band. You can see rock bands here. Oh, and one thing I forgot to note, you can see here, obviously they're using the 2-finger and the 3-finger symbolism, and then he's pointing at you. These are concerted efforts that they do when people are photographing, and I just want you to know that aspect of it, that it's deliberate in this case. Moving on with Anton LaVey, his daughter is going to keep the faith. You can see that. Now, it just so happens in Buddhism, and this is Oracles and Demons of Tibet, the cult and iconography of the Tibetan protective deities. So you can understand that that Buddhism, and they call them demons, and in Buddhism they believe that deities, or these demons, protect them and help them attain enlightenment. So in this case you can see here is the Dharma wheel, and the Dharma wheel represents life and this planet. And you can see here that this is a quintessential demon. So it's got red skin. It also has this third spiritual eye. In Hinduism, the women usually wear bindis, which represent that third spiritual eye. You can see here this rainbow now represents this path toward enlightenment out of this Dharma wheel. They believe in reincarnation. But the peculiar thing about this is the Il Cornuto is used in the hand sign for this devil itself. So we can understand in the intro that with regard to the Bible, the God of this world, you can see who the God of this world is, the devil and Satan. And so he is now holding this world this way. In Buddhism, so you can see the same deity, and you see the Il Cornuto hand sign. In this parade type, whoever's inside, this I believe it's a woman inside, is showing you that she understands that she needs to use this hand sign. These hand signs are called mudras in Buddhism and Hinduism, and they usually refer to things like enlightenment or wisdom and that type of those types of aspects. So you can see the Buddha and this different look in Buddhism. I believe this is a Chinese version of the Buddha, but anywhere there are different gods and goddesses in Buddhism in the Orient and that part of the world. So you can see that these deities doing this hand sign. And with regard to the pop culture, top of the food chain when it regard to music, this is Jay-Z and his use of that two-finger method. In a video, he's pointing to himself and using the satanic sign, and the three-finger method while he's singing. This is the ad for Rocawear, his Rocawear referring to Rockefeller, the Rockefeller family bloodline and the banking families that way. And then this is a deliberate ad. You can see the use of the Il Cornuto here. There's also this aspect. We'll get into some of that later, but he also calls himself J to the Izzo. I forget the the rap or the name that he does, but it refers to Jehovah, and so he's calling himself God in a sense. He has a best friend on the market, and that's Kanye West. They have mouths like a lion, and this is a reference to the biblical Revelation 13:2. The description of the beast is one aspect is the mouth like a lion, a mouth like a lion. This is why they do things. We in the outside world, if we don't know the Bible, we don't know what they're doing, but they know the Bible and they do this as a mockery. So they are completely against that Bible. So in this case, this is pretty important to this presentation. There's two signs being used here, very subtly, the Il Cornuto sign, and then this sign here, which is the hidden hand, and that is a Masonic sign. You're going to see in his Rocawear the Masonic or the Freemasonic symbolism in that. This is Michael Jackson after he passed away. This movie, and you can see the symbol being used there. One of his signature moves. Whether or not he's doing the symbol here, we can't see, but you can see here Justin Timberlake is using the Il Cornuto along with Michael Jackson. Moving along, Beyonce is the wife of Jay-Z, either girlfriend or wife, I think it's wife, but she uses it constantly. This particular one on the internet, she uses it throughout her song and her performance, and it's scary. How she's using this symbol and cursing the audience that way as well. So you have Rihanna here and the use of the symbol. It used to be only in heavy metal. Now it's ubiquitous throughout all genre of music. This is Rihanna and her ex-boyfriend Chris Brown and the use of the three-finger method. Yeah, he's got a picture of Jesus, but I'm going to tell you that they can wear crosses. And believe me, this is the counterfeit that they show you, and the ignorant people think that they're Christian when they do all of the opposites of that. So this particular story is that Chris Brown beat up Rihanna, and this was big Hollywood news. And I'm going to tell you that I've come to find things about the aspects of being beat up that are not what the media says they are, and you'll understand what I'm saying toward the end of this presentation. This is Boy George, My Generation, and this is Bono, again My Generation, using these horns and the Il Cornuto. When you see an image like this, Life magazine and Getty Images, a lot of these images have symbolism in there. In this case, it's a religious kneeling down symbol and almost a praying to Satan image. I know it's laughable, but I just want you to bear with me on this. Here's the Yellow Submarine and the Beatles, and you can see the use by John Lennon of that symbol. We're going to move on to the next plate. Moving along to the second plate of the Il Cornuto hand symbol, and this is Usher. And you can see Usher was actually responsible, apparently, of bringing Justin Bieber onto the market. And you can see the use of this symbol. This is cross-genre, every genre. This is Disney product, Hannah Montana or Miley Cyrus, and you can see. Now when we come to an image like this, this is Pink, you can see that she knows exactly what she's doing because she's putting the horns on the head representing that sign. Gwen Stefani, they use it constantly. Now here's another life image. This is Lady Sovereign from the United Kingdom. This is a global effort. This is not just the United States, and we'll see a little bit of that in this presentation. But you see the dual symbolism here, you see the hand sign here, and you see the skulls with lightning bolts. And we're going to see lightning bolts in the second section. Skulls and crossbones, so the dualism and the use of variants of skull and crossbones with lightning bolts. You're going to see this, and I want you to bear with me. Britney Spears and Celine Dion. Moving along, here's Bono again. This is Keisha and the three-finger method. This is Nicki Minaj, of course. She's downright demonic. We're going to see some of that stuff. You can see the use of the symbol. This is Selena. She represents the tweens, and we'll see some of that and what she even wears that references Satanism. You can see here now he's crossing his arms. We'll see that X symbolism later on toward the end of this presentation, but dual symbolism going on, and I want you to bear with me in understanding this. There's Rihanna once again, and of course Tweety's doing that. This is the band called Paramore. Paramore was known or was thought to be a Christian band because after some concerts they pray to God. We have to be very careful of what God that is. As a Christian, I've come to find out a lot that whether or not it's their God or my God. We can see this. How creative can you be? I'm telling you, this is artists copying artists and being ministers essentially to the world, like it's a cool thing. So in this case now, Getty image, we have the band Paramore. She puts the devil's sign in the single eye symbolism, and this is one of the key images I want you to remember of that single eye symbolism. Again, here's Life magazine. This is a band called Muse, I believe it's Muse, but you can see this dual symbolism with the use of the hand sign, and on the t-shirt Caduceus. Also, they like to wear black and white, which represents this dualism, and I'll show you that in the subsequent, or the the subsequent plates. This is a band I used to like, Weezer, and the use of that sign, and you can see that it's ubiquitous on all genres of music, saluting Satan. And you have here Lil Wayne, two-finger, three-finger. I know it sounds funny. You know, so we're taught to believe if you even mention the word Satan, it's like a funny thing. But I'm going to tell you, please, what about understand that fantasizing reality aspect. If you really think it's fantasy and what these people do and what they, we're naive to believe that there is not a satanic realm and a satanic church and satanic practices going on. This is Kevin Spacey, and we have a Nicolas Cage with his son doing that sign. This famous director, and you can see the sign. I used to listen to this band, Daft Punk. Daft Punk, you can see the symbolism here, praying to Lucifer or Satan. Very easy to interpret this if you just understand what's going on. A symbol of something, perhaps it was once called hope. This is 7+. My daughter played this game and I realized what the heck is going on. And this was a couple years back. You can push these buttons and make this sign, and they equate this symbol, hope, in a question mark. Very interesting how they play and they indoctrinate people into this symbolism. Athletes are not immune to this type of symbolism. You've got some horns here, kind of a weird image. I have another image of McDonald's CEOs doing this, but it's not on this one. But here's a basketball player. Political Japanese parliament. Does this mean I love you? Maybe, but I'm telling you, with secret societies and this man, Obama, these guys involved in secret societies, I'll show you that these are Luciferian secret societies and that these symbols are not coincidence and they are deliberate. He likes to have that symbol. There's other things that he does. And, you know, this could be just caught on camera, but I'm telling you, I'm up into the 90th percentile of that not being the case, because look how much it's been perpetrated on mankind. Look at this. How well programmed everybody is into it. And of course we have the Pope. He likes to do that, but I added another image that's pretty distinct as far as that. So is he saying I love you in this case? We're going to find the Catholic Church is far from innocent. Okay, moving along to this part 1, basic symbolism, and this is the lightning bolt. We begin with Anton LaVey again, the renowned Satanist. Now Satanists revere the lightning bolt because in Luke chapter 10 verse 18 Jesus says that he beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven, and that's why they use the lightning bolt. In this case here this is his pendant with the down pointing star and the lightning bolt within. You can see that pendant there, Anton LaVey. You can see here Satanic News on the March on the internet and the use of the lightning bolt. We also have the Waffen SS lightning bolt of the Nazi Germany and the use of in that version. KISS uses that version, which is the Nazi version. KISS, again, Knights in Satan's Service. Black Sabbath and the use of that style of a lightning bolt. You can see here the Nazi emblem or a pendant. You can see here the same symbol being used like the Nazi version. Again here, single eye symbolism and the distinction of that eye. We're going to get into that later, what that is, and you'll find that out probably before we get to that full section. AC/DC, yes, a reference to electricity, but in this case you can see with their lyrics and what they do with horns and their titles that they're all about hell and Satan. So the use of the lightning bolt and this duality of symbolism and that deception that way. Now it just so happens that in mythology, I challenge you to understand what mythology is all about, what mythology is about, and it is a manifestation of the spirit world, one of the chief deities being Zeus, and Zeus is a lightning god. So you have this lightning symbology throughout. Here's Greece, and you have Zeus being represented. This is an electric company, so you have the cables and then this angelic being and the use of the lightning bolts. Here's in movies and the lightning. They like to, again, fantasize reality is what I call it. So what I challenge you to understand that myth has roots in reality. And I know it's hard to believe now, but we're going to get into it later, and this idea of fallen angels and them setting themselves up with aspects and personalities. Here's 9 Inch Nails. You can see 9 Inch Nails here with a lightning bolt. 9 Inch Nails is a reference to the Roman nail, which is 9 inches, that was used to crucify Jesus on the cross. That's why they call themselves 9 Inch Nails. Here's Nickelodeon 2001 commercial. You can see the lightning bolt here. It's very similar to these lightning bolts here. And then the use of this eye in the triangle. Now we get into that one eye symbolism, and there's a clue to it. We'll get to that later. This is Zeus. Different culture, same god. So Zeus, Thor, and the Norse god. You can see here, this is goats as well. So you have this goat aspect with this god and this depiction in this case. He is the god with the hammer and lightning. This is a bank building that shows hammer and lightning together, and this angelic aspect. Pride is no longer here. It's a MMA group in Japan. Arm and Hammer refers to the arm and hammer of Thor. Now it just so happens to be Eastern and Western synonyms to these gods. So this is lightning, and you can see lightning being held at the top in Buddhism, and then the thunder balls. Now we get that term thunder balls. These are thunder and lightning gods in Buddhism. Those lightning god is called Raiden, and you can see this being used in video games. I used to play with a toy in Japan that was a Transformer type toy called Raiden. So again, the same name. He just happened to pull his sword out and conjure lightning to defeat his enemies at the last moment. So in this case, we're being indoctrinated at an early age as to these deities in this mythology, what we consider myth. This is the African version of the lightning god, and you can see hammers back here. In this case, you have the hand with lightning and the hammer. So dual aspects of the same god, and you find all this dualism going on. This is God separated, but then you have gods having the same aspects in one. So you have Zango here. This is the African god again, and you can understand that when marketing, they understand what they're doing because they're using lightning with regard to this ad and using the name of the god Zango in order to promote their products. Here is Harry Potter, and you can see the use of the lightning bolt on the forehead. Here he is again and again. This is Satan touching the young Harry Potter. And this is an example of the Hegelian dialectic. You have thesis, antithesis, synthesis. This is a good witch or warlock against a evil witch or warlock. But then again, who is the hero? The white witch or the dark witch? The white witch becomes the hero and therefore the good guy, but they're both witches. And so you have this synthesis of understanding that Harry Potter is the good person. The Vatican, Potter's magic is okay. Witchcraft found not to be anti-Christian. So we can now see that they are tolerating witchcraft in the Vatican. Church, New Age is positive if you don't go too far. New Age refers to the New Age movement, and that New Age movement is into mysticism, and we'll see that that New Age is in fact Old Age. So we have children being indoctrinated. I don't believe the stories of J.K. Rowling, the richest woman in the world, and how she came to her status as being the richest woman in the world, going from those types of means without the help of the demonic realm, and I believe that she is a witch to understand the aspects of Harry Potter. Oh no, yes, I'm a witch, and so of course, she uses the lightning bolt representing Satan. So that is the end of the first plate in lightning. Moving along with the lightning bolt, we begin with David Bowie. This is a little earlier than my generation, and you can see the use of the lightning bolt in the eye. This is him as an older man. This is part of his Ziggy Stardust campaign. You can see the lightning bolt, Vogue magazine. This is Kylie and the lightning bolt style in the eye. This is Keisha and that lightning bolt in the eye. And you can see here the use of the lightning bolt in the eye. This is Lady Gaga now. So you can see the recycling of this symbolism across generation. Now you can also see now the use of the Nazi-style lightning bolt in the eye. And you can see this symbology being reused again. Lightning bolts upside down in this tree. Again, the lightning bolt again. These are mere puppets for the industry. They are ministers to indoctrinate people this way. It used to be that artists were completely or wanted to be individual. I know me as an artist or an architect wanted to be this way. I didn't want to copy anybody. But this is, you can see what is going on this level of programming. So here is E for everyone, and you can see the symbol here. This is representing Lady Gaga, the lightning bolt in the eye. E for everyone, and you can see what who is she's about, and her lyrics. My goodness, we'll see those in case studies at the end of this. But E for everyone and this indoctrination. This is also called the peace sign. We'll see a little bit of that later and where that originates from. So going back on David Bowie, there's Blondie. I believe that's Blondie. Anyway, the use of the eye, there's also this red and blue symbology. These, I've come to find out that blue and red are quintessential satanic colors. You'll see that at the end of this. You'll also see the Mayan aspect and just use of different pagan things. Here again, lightning bolt in the eye. That is the Grateful Dead. This is My Chemical Romance. This is a newer band. You can see here the use of the snake and the lightning bolt in the single eye. So this is deliberate. Rolling Stones magazine and the Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, he uses this keychain with a lightning bolt on it, and of course the pentacle and the star, the common star. Black Eyed Peas in their whole campaign, they use this logo for a number of their album covers. Electric Lucifer, again you saw the previous plate with AC/DC, so really just combining electricity with Lucifer and then trying to be deceptive that way. So we have, and this is an old album. This is Luke Fiasco and his video that has lightning coming across his body. He has these symbols, the peace symbol, which is not the peace symbol, and that originated the anarchy symbols, which represents this pyramid. And then we have the lightning bolt with bones, and bones represents death, and we'll get into skulls and bones and that idea in secret societies as well, that symbolism. Lily Allen, this is riddled with occult symbolism. Her albums are, so you have the lightning bolt here and in the clouds. Foo Fighters, they refer to these balls of light that were found in World War II, and they called those things Foo Fighters. And toward the end of this, you're going to understand that this is spiritual stuff, and from my worldview and understanding that these are demonic realms, and hence you have the Foo Fighters in combination with the lightning bolt. They know exactly what those are. So I'm not coming from my perspective, I'm coming from their perspective. This is the lead singer of the Foo Fighters. And now, with cross-genre, look, he wears the common cross, but is he a Christian? No. So we have to understand how they do things and not be deceived by what they're wearing. There he's wearing the Slayer sign, and okay, this is cross-genre, showing the pentagram in this aspect. So he's representing heavy metal as opposed to his genre, which is just sort of alternative music. City of Ember, Green Day, Metallica. When you see this, the serpent biting or spitting out lightning bolts. And so there you have it, the satanic realm, the serpent and the lightning bolt, dual symbology. Continuing on with part one, in basic symbolism we have geometry, and in geometry there's other types of geometry in Satanism, and in this case we're looking at the pentagram. Again, we begin with Anton LaVey and his Satanic Bible, which includes on the cover the Baphomet, which is the pentagram with the goat's head within it. Aleister Crowley is a famous Satanist, probably the most famous Satanist on the planet, and he uses this pentagram. This is his symbol for Ordo Templi Orientis, which is an organization he founded, occult satanic organization. The use of the seven-pointed star. This is the pentagram. You can see here the use of these triangles with the spirit Dharma wheel. So you can understand now, you're going to see that these triangles have elemental values along with that Dharma wheel having the spirit. So you have here water, fire, earth, air, and spirit representing this wheel. And then you can see here that there's a dual aspect to this East and West culture. You saw in Buddhism they have what's called the Dharma wheel, and that is a wheel representing this planet, but in this case it's a spiritual realm. So there is that dualism going on there, but you can see that these symbols now correspond also to colors: air, fire, water, earth, and spirit represented by either white or black. You can now understand what the Olympic rings are. These are the elements along with the spirit. Now, in the satanic realm, they revere geometry and science in this case, and it really is a worship of the created rather than the creator. So I want you to understand that aspect of why they revere geometry and animals and things like this. So you have Microsoft here and the use of these elemental colors. Here's the album Queen, and you can see the elemental colors here. It's also the pentagonal conjunction of the cycle of Venus in channeling, or channeling meaning getting readings from satanic or demonic realms, spiritual realms. A lot of this channeling comes from this planet Venus style. You're gonna, or this Venus area or planet. And so anyway, this is Venus aspect to all of this, but this is a conjunction cycle of Venus around the Sun. There is the Eastern Star of Freemasonry, and you can see this in the lodge. This is the women's lodge of Freemasonry, and you can see the colors being used along with white, the spiritual aspect, within the pentagon. Now the pentagram has up-facing representing man, down-facing representing Satan. And I'm not going to get into this other terminology, but they have to do with animals. And we move along with Ramirez, who is a famous serial killer, and the use of his, in reality, his pentagram in his hand. This is Lily Donaldson, which is a fashion photo shoot, and she's using the pentagram. And she's a pretty famous fashion model. I don't know if she's still around. A lot of these fashion models have very short careers. So you have now her dressed up as Melusine, the twin-tailed siren. You see the satanic down-facing pentagram behind her. This is the twin-tailed siren here in the tarot card called the Star, and so appropriately Starbucks is named that way with the twin-tailed siren and the star and the crown. So you can see the similarities between the tarot card. This is all pagan, occult, demonic realms. Now the same fashion shoot with Lily Donaldson, and I'm going to show a couple videos next. You can see the star, and they're not the exact colors, but you can see red, yellow, blue, green, and white representing the spirit within this. And now you see the eyes in the back of the head. This is a reference to demonic possession. It is a characteristic in reality of demonic possession, and I'll show you that in the following videos. This clip is from a Hindu-Buddhist ritual in Southeast Asia, and I say Hindu-Buddhist because Buddha was a Hindu. He simply took out a lot of the deities. Some of the deities in Buddhism, which stem from Hinduism, still remain to this day. Zen Buddhism is all the way to the other spectrum of Buddhism, which takes everything out. It's a really almost atheism, but it is a worship of nature. But anyway, looking at this ritual in which they mutilate themselves every year, it is a procession toward the sea, and you'll see the characteristic of mediums and demonic possession here.
Every year that I've done it, I've been afraid that I will be hurt. When I get into a trance, I don't know what's happening.
So he gets into a trance that
is about to face his fears once more. The spirit mediums arrive at the shrine.
Spirit mediums arrive at the shrine.
They have abstained from meat, alcohol, and sex for weeks.
Abstaining from meat, alcohol, and sex to purify their bodies.
The spirit mediums enter a trance. They believe the God that possesses them will control their every move for the duration of the festival.
Believing the God that possesses them.
Percussion bands help incite an altered state.
And so you can see clearly in real life the characteristic of demonic possession here with this man and the eyes rolling in the back of the head.
Once the God takes possession, the men and women meet on the altar to announce, I am ready. Scores of spirit mediums pour out of the shrine. They will march to the sea and back, a distance of 5 miles, with temperatures in the 90s.
So they process with this ritual, and they do mutilate their bodies with swords on their backs, a lot of blood and gore. So anyway, a clear example of demonic possession and the characteristic of that possession. This video shows a psychic medium, and there's that term again, medium. What psychics simply do is allow their bodies to be a medium for spirits. And so this psychic describes her experience or her method of being possessed as, quote, opening, and you'll see that here.
Before aiming there's a location, I have to clear the area of anything that could be leading information. So it's important that all the family photos are covered or removed before I even begin to walk. As I approach a new location, I enter a meditative state I call opening. This allows me to receive information from the dead. Sometimes.
So you can see the characteristic again of possession is eyes in the back of the head. She also mentions that she receives information from the dead. This is a false statement. According to the Bible, when a person is outside the body and dead, they are either in heaven or in hell, outside of this earthly realm. So there's a false statement being done here. And the fact that this is being shown on television is pretty shocking.
Wait before I actually arrive at the location.
So we can see here examples, two examples. One is fantasizing reality, in which the non-believer, somebody that doesn't believe in spirit possession, can just simply say, oh, that's on TV and that's all fantasy. Or the other psychological effect is externalizing reality, where if somebody does get familiar with this type of thing, they can say that they've seen this before, an example being on television. And there is more than this example than just here. This video on a program entitled The Dead Files shows a woman describing her son being or having a possession experience as a young child.
Now, your youngest is Joe. Did he start experiencing anything?
Yes, he was probably around 4. I guess he had a bad dream or something was bothering him while he was sleeping, and then he'd get up and be on the edge of his bed and sitting there, and he'd have his eyes like going up, and he'd go, you know, like that.
Okay, again, she's describing eyes rolling in the back of the head.
Like, it's not making sense what he was trying to say.
So, what was actually coming out of his mouth?
He was speaking in tongues. He was just going on, you know, rolling his tongue and just...
I do want to mention also there is speaking in tongues in the Bible. Babbling is not a reference to speaking in tongues.
His eyes roll back like somebody was, you know, talking to him, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why he was doing it, but I guess he was saying whatever he was saying.
Oh, wait, that sounds like something out of The Exorcist.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He wasn't himself, you know. Yeah, he was possessed.
Interesting thing to know is that she recognizes that this is possession. So here is national television having a show, again, fantasizing reality or externalizing reality, depending on psychologically how you want to perceive things. This clip is from the movie Men Who Stare at Goats, and this is from a program that was apparently in the military called remote viewing, and it had to do with intelligence. And now you can see here what they're doing and what Kevin Spacey, this actor, is going to do in trying to read something inside cupboards or drawers.
Larry?
This is Larry's spirit guide, Maud. I'm looking into the cupboard now, and I see a tin mug. Larry?
So you can see that they are describing in a humorous way, demonic possession, eyes in the back of the head. They know exactly what they're talking about. These people write these movies. They know exactly what the program is about. Psychics and remote viewing is all about demonic possession, allowing spirits, allowing the body to be a medium for spirits, and those spirits giving readings or performing other tasks for humans. This is no different than in Hinduism and Buddhism. These practices are alive, and that's what they do. Continuing on with the pentagram, this is Madonna in a video, and you can see that they're dancing around and creating the pentagram, and she's in it. Lady Gaga, and the use of the pentagram on the jacket. This is Lady Gaga's. He doesn't do all her videos, but he's a videographer, and you can see clearly that he is using, or he's a Satanist. So this is Christina Aguilera. You can see this is a deliberate satanic witchcraft type photo shoot. You can see the pentagram on the ground with these candles. You can see now the dolls, and those dolls have other ritualistic aspects of this whole thing, and you can see the black cat as well as the stars and crescent moon in witchcraft. This is the famous soccer star David Beckham, and I have two images here just to show you that this is a down pointing star, which is the Baphomet. You can see that a little more clearly here, and then he's using this, so that's not just Photoshop. Also, they do adorn their children, and this is Posh Beckham with the pentacle there. They do this with their children, just like I would train my children up in my religion. They train their children up in their religion. This is Alexander McQueen. He is now dead. This is a fashion shoot from 2007. You can see the models are going around this pentagram. After that fashion shoot, you can see here clearly in fashion they are showing you this orgy style photograph with the pentagram clearly in front. Fashion is pretty sick, and here's another fashion photo with the pentagram being marked on this person. And you can see actors and actresses. This is Miley Cyrus's little sister and the down pointing black star in her jewelry. Moving on, 3 6s. Of course, that's a clear reference to Satanism. This is Slayer, and of course we saw the lead singer of the Foo Fighters wearing this symbol. And of course there's the goat, or the Baphomet style creature. Motley Crue, Grateful Dead, and you can see here the human being within that. This is another key image with the single eye symbolism, and you can see the pentagram in the eye itself. This is a Korean magazine, and I'm going to tell you that these are global. This is happening globally. This is that brand Obey, Thrasher skate brand. You can see 666 there on the goat, and the occult and the use of the goat. Now this is now what they say is that this is protection. There's banishing and invoking spells that they use to bring demons in, and so for the protection of a loved one against evil spirits. This is absolute lie. And so I'm going to show you that what these, anyway, here's the all-seeing eye, or an eye being used within that pentagram. Just moving along, we'll get into this more detail later, but this is Disney called Math Magic, and this is a reference to the laurel leaf, which is the elite. So the Caesars wore this type of adornment. They're showing you this pentacle and adorning that. This is the Pythagorean theorem. They love science. Satan loves science, and you're going to see a lot of science being involved with this occult stuff. And so you can see secret societies now that they're brothers, and they're showing each other their pentacle so that they can be part of this fraternal brotherhood. Now we see cartoons. I forget the name of this cartoon, but you can see there's clear references to, you can see the eye there, to Satanism. This is SpongeBob, you can see the checker pattern here. This is the doorknob, but within this lodge there's the all-seeing eye, and of course the pentacle adorns the top. In Dora, clear references again. Here's the pentacle, the uncapped pyramid, and then of course the lightning bolt. So they indoctrinate your children early on in these symbols. And this is the Smurfs. He's within the pentagon. You can see the references. That's DC Comics. And DC is huge. I think Sony owns DC now, but and there's also Marvel. Maybe Sony owns Marvel, but DC is huge as well. So this is Simpsons, and then you can see here Bang, Splat, and making the pentagram, modern magic, and the use of the pentacle. Now this is that band Paramore, and I use this again because Texaco just happens to be, the logo happens to be a pentagram, and that's why they use it. And so you're going to see more of them later. Republican National Convention, you see the stars facing up prior to 1988, or 1988 and prior. And now the logo for the National Republican Party is down-facing pentacles, or stars. So this is a rally that Hillary Clinton had with her family. It just so happens that those stars on the flag are down-facing. I've never seen that before. And just to show you that it's not Photoshop, that this was taken off a gallery on her website. And this is the full page of that website, just to show you that it was here. And I don't have that close-up, but it's just to show you that that was not a farce. And here you have it, another image of down-facing pentacles. And they do this on purpose. Their family, and these families you're going to find out are involved with the occult. She happens to wear a down-pointing cross. He wears an eye-shaped pendant, and then or a brooch, and that's a reference to the all-seeing eye. And that concludes the pentagram symbol. This is a continuation of part 1, intermediate symbolism, and we're going to look at the Eye of Horus, also known as the Eye of Lucifer. We begin again with the most famous Satanist on the planet. He's now dead. This is Aleister Crowley, and we see that he has a triangle with an eye in it. And this is the Egyptian style eye, as you can see here. It has illumination around it. This is the Eye of Horus, and so this is a Satanist wearing the Eye of Horus. This is a closer image of that. We can now look at the Great Seal of the United States. This is the reverse of the seal. We see this eye with the illumination around it. We see an Egyptian Babylonian pyramid. This is very identifiable as an Egyptian pyramid. Annuit coeptus. Our undertaking has been approved, or our undertaking has been crowned with success. Novus Ordo Seclorum. New order, secular, is where we get seclorum of the world, or new world order. So their undertaking has been approved, and the undertaking is the New World Order. And we can see that the New World Order is an Egyptian Babylonian world order. Therefore, this eye has been disguised to look like a regular eye, when in fact it is the Eye of Horus, the Egyptian eye. We can make that logical conclusion. In the occult, Egypt is revered, and we can see the Great Pyramid is also uncapped. Another thing to note is that in the Bible, Egypt is quintessentially a place of bondage, and so the story of Moses and him bringing out the Hebrews out of Egypt, this is a great story in the Bible. And the Bible, God says, "I brought you out of Egypt," and therefore Egypt is representation of bondage. We can see here this child's toy has the correct interpretation of the eye on top of the pyramid and the Egyptian style eye. You can see here the eye in the triangle. Aleister Crowley has written, or in the interpretation of it, the eye in the triangle as well. Again, you can see the Egyptian pyramid. You can see the reverence for science. I know it sounds like a good thing, but I'll tell you what, their science is in a in a different category, but scientists revere, many scientists are into the occult, and you'll see that a little bit later. This is not the Illuminati logo, but somebody on the internet has made this, and I thought it appropriate just to understand that they've put the Egyptian style eye there. Now, going on to the entire seal itself, this is the front side of the seal, this is the back side of this is the back side of the seal here, and this seal was put on by Freemasons. And FDR was responsible for this. 1933, he began, or they legislated this to put the seal on the dollar bill. In 1935, I believe, around there, it first appeared on the dollar bill. He is a Shriner Freemason. You can see now the Shriners wear this Islamic fez. It is an Islamic style hat. You can see now this Shriner also, Shriner to Shriner or Freemason to Freemason, has a distinct handshake. We'll see that a little bit later. You can see that the knuckle is pressed against, or the thumb is pressed against the knuckle, or the knuckle area, and there's different knuckles depending on different degrees. You can see here this Shriner Freemason has the word Islam here, and you can see the Islamic connotation and symbols of that. Even the Islamic sword, crescent, moon, and star, you see that in Islam. This particular hat that FDR is wearing, I believe it says Alma, but some say Allah. There's all references to Islam. Now, the front of the dollar bill was placed by Freemasons, and so there's the number 13. Now, with the exoteric meaning, the outside meaning is that the 13 colonies were founding this nation. I believe it's not a coincidence that we had 13 colonies that founded this nation, but we have 13 leaves, 13 berries, 13 arrows, 13 stripes, 13 letters in E pluribus unum, 13 stars up above. Normally, the number 13 is an unlucky number, and in fact, in the Bible, it is a number of rebellion. So Revelation 13 is about rebellion, and in Genesis 14, we have 12 years they served, and the 13th they rebelled. So I'm giving this reference to 13 being a number of rebellion. As an architect, we don't even put the 13th floor in a building because it has such a negative connotation. Now, this is the New Age magazine, which is the Freemasonic magazine. It's since been changed to the Scottish Rite magazine. The New Age movement is a direct result of Freemasonry through Theosophy. Theosophy is Luciferian doctrine, so we can understand that the mysteries or the mystery religions, Luciferianism, is the New Age movement. And so you have here the New Age magazine. This is April 1960, and you can see the Masonic symbols on the dollar bill and the reference all to 13s. Just to prove to you that 13 is a number of rebellion, if you look at the Hunger Games, this movie, the 12th district is the one that competed, which they followed the competitors in that movie. But remember, the 13th district was the one that rebelled. And so these writers, everyone in the industry, they know what this represents. And so please bear with me and understand that things are owned and operated by this religion, and they know exactly what they're doing when they write things. So you have this occult symbolism on the back of the dollar bill, literally satanic symbolism, and I'll show you the a reference to between Horus and Lucifer, that they are synonymous. Okay, here we have the Freemasonic logo and emblem. This is the square. I'm sorry, here's the square. This is the compass. Now remember some of this symbology, but we see the eye with the illumination around it. This is the eye in the triangle. These symbols are the same, and we as the outsiders get the exoteric meaning, which is the eye of providence, where they get the esoteric meaning, which is the true meaning, which is the eye of Horus or the eye of Lucifer. And I'll show you that synonym and that connection in the later part of this plate. But looking at this also, I just wanted to make you aware that this compass represents the male aspect above, and this square represents the female aspect below. So heaven and earth, male and female, and so we have the pointing up and pointing down. Also, you see the brotherhood handshake. That's not the actual handshake. It's been disguised. And you do see this G. We'll see that later. That's the generative principle, which really is this sexual union between male and female. So we have that illumination, and you can see the similarity of the illumination on all of these examples. We have here Freemasonic references. Now they are claiming not only that seal, but they're claiming the pyramid and the use of that pyramid with their square and compass. Here are Freemasons with the pyramid, and you can see the eye and the triangle at the top. This is the Holy Books of Thelema, which is Hermeticism, and this is Aleister Crowley, and so he was into Egypt. Of course, they revere Egypt. You can see the Egyptian eye and the triangle. This is Ordo Luciferi on the internet. You can see the use now Luciferian doctrine with the eye and the triangle. This is important here. This is MI5 British intelligence logo prior to 1955. You can see not only is the letter I at the top of the pyramid, but the eye shape is at the top of the pyramid. So we can come to a conclusion here, and I'll throw this out, that if it's on your money and if it's on British intelligence logos, they literally own everything, and that is not an understatement. Mom and pop shops, fine, you can own them, but as far as major corporations and countries, they are owned and operated by this. And we can understand that Satan in the Bible has dominion on the earth now, and these are his kingdoms. When Jesus was tempted, the devil took him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the world, and told him that he would give them to Jesus if he would worship him, and Jesus did not refute that. So there is an understanding that Satan currently has the God of this world, the ruler of this world, and has dominion of this world, and therefore these kingdoms are his kingdoms currently. So we have the Information Awareness Office. This is the Department of Defense, and this organization is responsible for information, i.e. Facebook, and everything that's done on the internet. Here's George W. Bush and his grandchildren with Barbara Bush, and you can see that he plays with this Illuminati pyramid, Babylonian Egyptian pyramid, with his grandchildren. This is an acronym, Mason. You can do this with this type of star here, and then of course that is the satanic hexagram, and we'll get into that connotation. It has a meaning even on certain flags in this world. So moving forward, it is a secret organization, so this Freemason has chosen to blot his face out, secret society, but you can see the all-seeing eye, or the Eye of Horus there. This is Aleister Crowley as a Freemason, a young man. He's in Freemasonic regalia, and just wanted to show you that he is a decorated Freemason. You'll see older pictures of him later. Aleister Crowley and the Aeon of Horus. So you're seeing his connection with Horus. This happens to be the demon that he channeled and was in touch with. And I forget his name, but you can look that up on the internet. Look up Aleister Crowley and this particular demon. Looks very similar to the alien or greys that we have all come to understand and know. There is Horus with the serpent on the head and the sun. The Aeon of Horus is a heavy metal rock band, so you can see here that reference, and you can see the pyramid in the background, and of course Aeon of Horus. This is important because you can see that there's a pentagram back there, so now they are both satanic and representing Horus. This is a Freemasonic tracing board. Usually these tracing boards do not have letters on them, but you can see that the eye is referenced to Lucifer, and so that is the Eye of Lucifer. Now, proving what the connection between Horus and Lucifer, this is the Lucifer rising ritual. This is Aleister Crowley's Ordo Templi Orientis logo, and we'll get into some of the details of that later. But Lucifer rising ritual. Now you see here, participants, Lucifer and Horus are synonymous. They are together. Lucifer and Horus. And you can read all about that Lucifer rising ritual if you want. Lucifer rising and the use of the Egyptian pyramid. So that connection between Horus and Lucifer is solid. And now this is a satanic emblem, a Luciferian emblem, and you can see the similarities between this eye and the Egyptian eye, making that connection. Continuing on with the Eye of Horus, or Lucifer, we begin again with Aleister Crowley. This is his famous saying, "Do what thou wilt. Under love, that shall be the whole of the law." And don't be deceived by what their version of love is. It's purely a sexual type love, into sex magic and all of that stuff. So do what thou wilt, under love. And so that is his famous saying, and this is on the life of Aleister Crowley. You can see the Baphomet image. He called himself the Beast. Also, he was known as the wickedest man in the world. So you can see Jay-Z here, "Do what thou wilt," on his hoodie. And just to let you know that that wasn't Photoshop, this is the same evening, and a guy taking a picture with Jay-Z, and you can see he's got his sunglasses off, and he is seriously drunk or stoned or on drugs or possessed, or all of the above. And you can see that was on his hoodie. This is a very famous image on the internet. Now you can see the eye in the triangle. That is exactly what that is. It's the Eye of Horus, the Eye of Lucifer. You can see that. Here's Jay-Z again. This is an HP commercial in the mid-2000s. I remember that was huge. Now you see this connection between a major corporation promoting Jay-Z and promoting this triangle. In this case, also, if you see the commercial, light emanates from this triangle, which is that illumination. In addition to that, you see this OK sign, and we'll get into that later. It's not to say, okay, this is a cool design, but I'll tell you that there's way more sinister than that. So your use of these symbols in that context. So we have Warren Buffett, hanging out with Warren Buffett and Forbes, one of the richest men in the world. And of course, Jay-Z teaches him the pyramid, but he knows all about what that pyramid is, because Warren Buffett's secret management secrets, you see the use of the triangle and the eye within it. Also, you have this keyhole, and the keyhole is a reference to the key to the mystery religions, which is Luciferianism. And we'll get into that later on in the part 2. Going on with the Beatles and their cover. And you can see who the Beatles were. You saw some images of the Beatles using the Il Cornuto sign. You can see up in the corner here, it's none other than Aleister Crowley, the famous Satanist. Jay-Z now, the use of that sign, ubiquitous sign. Roca, where I believe that this particular emblem is actually 3 Vavs, which is 666. And so, but you can see that his line of clothing is Masters of the Craft, and this is in a reference to Freemasonry. You can see the handshakes here. You can see the hands and other occult symbols along with the Eye of Lucifer. There is another craft that we know of. It's called witchcraft, and there are very similar rituals in witchcraft as with Freemasonry. So you can see the compass in the square and this opposite moving up and down, and you'll see that reverse reflective symbology later. The Eye of Horus, Eye of Lucifer symbology, the double-headed eagle. We're going to get into this in Freemasonry and the understanding of where that originates. And so you see the triangle and the crown and the double-headed eagle. You can see Jay-Z with his sport coat. I believe that's Jay-Z. And then this is key. Hail Mary to the City. This is his song, Empire State of Mind. Hail Mary to the City, you're a virgin, and Jesus can't save you. Life starts when the church ends. Just to show you that this is one of the top ministers or artists or puppets for the industry, and he's telling you specifically that Jesus can't save you. I'm here to tell you that is a red flag to tell you that what the opposite of this is true, because this guy plants all of this symbology on you. And therefore, please, Jesus is the only one that said that he's God, and the only one that said that he can save you. Remember, he's exclusive to himself. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father but by me. If that's not true, is Jay-Z telling the truth, or is he lying? He is actually praying to the phallic symbol, which is the Empire State Building. So that is symbolic of that. He understands also what the church age is, because in Christianity there's what's called the church age, and this is from after Jesus died, the church began. And so he understands that when the church ends, he and his religion believe that they're going to have the biggest party on the planet and live eternal life in an ultimate party. And I'm going to tell you, they have a surprise waiting for them. They are literally evil to the core. So now moving on to Led Zeppelin, you can see Jimmy Page here, a disciple of Aleister Crowley. There were many disciples of Aleister Crowley, including David Bowie, and I showed you David Bowie with that lightning bolt. And you can see here the use of the Egyptian eye. Here, OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis, and his logo. There's Jimmy Page, and of course 666. And this is Anton LaVey in a variant of this triangle. I think he puts a couple fingers down to represent the eye up above, but he's this is an image on the internet. And so we can see here, this is a puppet named Tyler the Creator. And they like to give them names that refer to themselves as gods. And you can see the Eye of Horus here. Again, you can see the eyes in the back of the head. There's money or mammon, and this demonic, this represents demonic possession. And he's wearing an Aleister Crowley t-shirt. This is a down triangle. You'll see that up triangle, down triangle symbology used. And we have, again, demonic possession, down facing or down pointing crucifix. When we have the pentacle or the pentagram, this is a Jonas brother, and you can see that he wears, this is of course the Jonas brothers. They gathered the tween generation, pre-teens, and you can see here Aleister Crowley. Kanye West and Jay-Z, best friends, using that triangle. This is the trifecta of sort of hip-hop. It's really not hip-hop anymore. It doesn't really matter, does it? It's all the same thing. Kanye West, Jay-Z, and Rihanna. And you can see here also Beyonce and the clear reference to the eye and the triangle. Moving along, Jay-Z and his wife, Beyonce. You can see here Skull and Bones reference to secret societies. We'll see that later. Now, athletes, LeBron James, who got his national championship, and then the Scientology guru, Tom Cruise. And of course, athletes again, Kobe Bryant and his wife. Now, do not take that cross as a sign of Christianity. Here is 50 Cent, and you can see the eye and the triangle. Kanye West again, the eye and the triangle. This is Drake. I don't know who that is. Luke Fiasco, maybe. I don't think so. So anyway, you see the reference again all over the place. I think that's Lindsay Lohan. And we have one of the founders of Now, I think, or the directors. Moving along, and this is a pretty key image. We'll have this in the next section. You see the dancer with the eye in the triangle. You see the illumination around that, and you see her bending over and doing this OK sign. We'll get into that later, and it's very obvious symbolism. This is Madonna back in the day with her Illuminati triangle pyramid. And then the Nickelodeon. This is the lightning bolt. Now you can see here it's an obvious reference to Satan. And so the lightning bolt in conjunction with the eye in the triangle, the eye of Lucifer. And this is a Nickelodeon commercial around 2001. And this was the sequence of that commercial. Now, when we see people like this doing this, all it really is mass programming. They are doing the symbol. They have no clue what it is. But all you have to do is show them a dollar bill, show them those images, and they'll understand that that is the eye of Horus or the eye of Lucifer. It is a religious symbol being populated onto the planet. You know, this is the bias of religion is so amazing to me. You talk to somebody and you try to tell them about Jesus, and guess what? They say, oh, you know, what, don't push your religion on me. Look at the pushing of religion on people in this case. They have no clue that they're being pushed into a religious symbol. In fact, you'll see at the end of this presentation that this is the magic that they practice. They practice the energy that is created through a symbol, and that is their magical practice. They're on stage and they show this symbol and everybody follows it, and the energy is what they gather from that, and that is their form of black magic. You can see this now, Obama in the background and people holding up this triangle. But look at the masses, and this is one of the images that I use for this presentation to show you the mass programming going on. Now, continuing on with the Eye of Horus and Lucifer, and we can see Lady Gaga here doing the eye in the triangle. This is a variant of one of their creative ways of showing you the eye in the triangle. And we all just kind of go, hey, oh, no, that's not the eye in the triangle. Look at this image. Here's the quintessential Hollywood eye image that we all got from Saturday Night Fever with John Travolta back in the day. But I'm going to show you that they repeat this symbology, and this is in fact the eye in the triangle. Another variant of the way to do it. This is that lead singer from Paramore, just to show you that they are doing the symbols, all of the symbols at various times in this. And I believe that this is the same photo shoot. And so they're showing multiple symbols in the same photo shoot. This is another puppet, and you can see the repetition of this. And this is Katy Perry. Her movie came out in 2012. Her performance at the Grammys used occult symbolism as well. But you can see that. And you can see that peace symbol back there, Miley Cyrus. And moving on. Now look at this image. This is Michael Jackson back in the day. Now you can say, well, you know, this child doesn't know what he's doing. Just like I told you, if I raise my children up in my belief system, they raise their children up in their belief system. This is a deliberate showing of the eye in the triangle, covering the eye and then showing the eye in the triangle in the left version. So again, it's deliberate, and they are raised in this fashion. And whether or not they get out or not, sometimes they even die when they want to get out of this religion. So that is the reality I've come to believe. This is Paul McCartney, and you see Fergie from Black Eyed Peas, and moving along. This is mass programming. Another variant of the way to do it in fashion. Here it is, Rihanna. I don't know who all these people are. This is someone who's become popular in this 2011 and 2012. Look at this. They know what they're doing. We would be naive to believe that they don't know what they're doing. When they get to this level, they're in the club, and they are now the ministers of the religion. Alicia Keys on a magazine, another variant of that, using the in between the fingers. Here's another variant of that eye. And we'll see other variants in this whole series. Samuel L. Jackson. This is pretty key too. This is the originators of American Idol. The Bible says idols are not to be worshipped, and of course we just have these shows that idolize singers up and coming. And so you see here now the eye in the triangle, and then she's pointing at that. So it is deliberate. Of course, idol worship. Variants. It doesn't matter what genre, who you are, if you're in the spotlight, this is what you do. Annie Leibovitz, I believe she's a famous photographer. You don't even get there unless you're playing the game. unbelievable what is happening. And now this is Korea, just to show you that this is a global thing, and you'll see some of those images that I have. Not a lot of them, but I've spoken with people around the world that show the same thing with their local puppets in the industry. Let's look at another variant of the Eye of Horus or Lucifer. And we start out again with Lady Gaga. She's just a prime example. I can't believe that she does the things she does. She is an ultimate puppet. And so they dress her up and let her do everything that symbolizes this. And she has millions and millions of fans. So we have here the lightning bolt, which is Luciferian, satanic, in the eye of Horus or Lucifer, and the covering of the eye. So that is a prime example of what they do. And you can see the repetition of this covering of a single eye. Here's Rihanna. Even their videos are riddled with symbolism now. It wasn't this way when I was growing up. I did see some old videos that I looked back and noticed the symbolism, but is now becoming much more prevalent these days. Nicki Minaj, this is Keisha, and you can see now again the band Paramore, that lead singer, and you can see here the peace sign. We'll see that later. It's not the peace sign. It's come to be known as the peace sign, but it has much more evil roots than that. You can see what they're doing. Michael Jackson, you saw him as a young man in the previous plate, and here he is older. And now he's repeating this symbolism. There's Bono. He did all of those other symbols that you saw. And here's Johnny Depp. He wears the skull. He also has a skull and bones tattoo. We'll see later. This is now Chris Brown. You saw him doing signs, and he does them all as well. Now moving along, I forget her name. But you can see them all. I don't know what these two have in common, Katy Perry and Robin, but you can see that they are both doing this. This is Willow Smith, Will Smith's daughter. You can see the star in the head and then the indoctrination of their children into this program. So, and religion. Oh, I forget her name. I know it. Everybody knows it now. But you can see here's Keisha again. And you can see that famous actress. Here's Angelina Jolie. Look at everyone is doing this. And it would be hard not to find them doing this symbology. You just have to look to see this. And you can see now variants of this. Just covering one eye, and she is a Grammy Award winner now, Adele, and there are more images of her, not a lot, but they continue on with this, and there are more that come out that they take fashion photos with. And so you can see the use of the Egyptian style eye, doing another variant. Eminem, oh, he's notorious. His lyrics are downright evil, and you can see that happening. Here is Prince, and you can see Prince 1999 and the one-eye symbolism even on his record, gold record. You can see that. Looks like fashion, but it is, finally, we can find out that it is the one-eye symbolism and the eye of Lucifer. It is becoming known now. This information is coming out. And so I believe there's a clear decision of whether or not you're going to be with this group or not. And they look so good. They are the counterfeit. World peace and all that. And I can explain that whole world peace mode, but they are warmongers. And they've done this. It's not religion that they promote war in the name of God, and they are not of God at all. Magazine covers. This was a band I used to like. Forget their name. De La Soul. Keith Richards, and he was you saw his a keychain, which was the lightning bolt, and on his book cover of his life, now he's doing the one eye symbolism, and you see the skull there. Athletes, again, they sell their souls. Just like a musician sells their souls, athletes sell their souls for better power. Now, just to show you, there was a story of the father of rock and roll, and this is Johnson was his last name, and he was a black guitarist. He could not play at all, and the story goes is that he left and went to the crossroads, and they do have all of this crossroad terminology in rock and roll. When he went to the crossroads, he sold his soul at the crossroads to the devil, and he even sang a song about it. And then when he came back, he was playing like people were shocked and amazed at what he was doing. And so there is a reality in demonic possession being in somebody and making somebody better at what they do. And I have no doubt now that this happens even in athletics. And so we'll see maybe a little bit that later. I was going to add one of those to my ending plates. You can see that here's the Clash way back in the day. This is Ed Sheeran. Now you can see now this is global. This is Vogue Korea. And clearly Marilyn Manson and the use of this one eye symbolism here with that distinct eye. Now you can clearly see what that is. This is Aldous Huxley, and he's the author of A Brave New World, and you can understand that that story really is the new world order, or the new Babylonian world order, which is coming to be. Daniel chapter 7 verse 43 is the description of the final kingdom that will encompass the entire world, and biblically we are close to that being established now, and I just want you to know that. Okay, continuing along with the Eye of Horus or Lucifer as examples, and we begin with Men Who Stare at Goats. This movie is an absolute to me, it's a must-see with regard to the occult and what really goes on. In the beginning of the movie, they say that some of this stuff looks crazy, so to speak, but it's virtually all true. And the stuff that goes on there is really what is known as remote viewing, and this was being done by KGB and CIA, and they were essentially trying to see things far away, so psychic powers. But in a sense, I've come to understand that psychic powers are none other than demonic entities, and you can see that clearly. The actor here, Kevin Spacey, is one of the more evil characters in there, and you can see an example in the middle of the movie where he actually, the eyes go back in the head, and he speaks with a different voice when they're trying to do an experiment to see what's in a drawer that's hidden. And so there is a prime example and a connection between demonic possession and remote viewing. You can see here now the use of the goat and the Eye of Lucifer. And of course, appropriately, Men Who Stare at Goats. And we're going to see that goat symbology and that goat terminology all in the next section in secret societies and Freemasonry. New Earth Army, this is now the New Age. You're going to see some architecture that was done in Colorado, Denver, Colorado, the new airport commission. So all of this New Age, New World stuff coming. The Dr. Parnassus, the Imaginarium, and you can see the use of that eye there. This is a Korean poster. This movie was Heath Ledger, and Heath Ledger actually died, I believe, during this movie, and it's very prophetic that he was actually killed in the movie itself. You can see the Eye of Lucifer on the forehead, and of course the square and compass of Freemasonry in this movie. All of the symbols, if you really look, you can find them. I don't watch a movie anymore the same way that I used to at all. It's not purely entertainment anymore. Now we have Mystery Men and this use of the eye, and you can see it's really everywhere. Aeon Flux, there's the eye. If you really look and you can't see it everywhere, you'll begin to notice these being used. everywhere. And that's really with all the symbols. You'll go out in the streets and you'll say, oh, I don't see anything. But if you really look at this and you understand what the symbols are, then you'll begin to notice them. And this is a cumulative effect. It's a lifelong effect for us. We don't know what they are, but we go through life with these sound bites and these visual bites of images. And here we are. Come to this point not to believe in their religion, but we're lost in that sense. So look at this. This is an actual NASA mission and the use of this symbology, and it's a variant. It's a triangle with the light emanating at the top of it. But there are patches, and you can see the obvious symbolism between that poster and the pyramid with eye on top, and that illumination, and another poster from the same mission. This also looks like a bird's eye, which is an eye of Horus. So you have that regular eye and the eye of Horus style, but it's more realized, realistically done. It's amazing what they do. On money, you can see the use of that eye on money, and of course our dollar bill is the most used currency in the world. And then the croonie banknote, there's the eye. Clockwork Orange, you can see now this sort of A, or this upside down V shape with the eye there. That's Stanley Kubrick. All of their directors, they direct the movies. Their architects do the architecture. Their writers do the writing. Believe me, I've completely given up on being a famous architect because I would lose my soul over it. And that was one of my goals, to be that, and it's no longer a goal. The Lord, to me, is has brought me into this, and I would have lost my soul and sold my soul out to be in this club if I really had that ambition to do that. This is a movie, Being There, with Peter Sellers. And again, movies, hypnotism and the Beatles. Communism, hypnotism, and the Beatles. You see this pyramid with the eye on top, and the pyramid facing down as well. So you'll see this up, down, as above, so below. And more ads. This is MTV Australia. Album covers. Ministry. This is Drake. So you saw him doing the pyramid. All-seeing eye, my eyes seen it all, meaning that he's doing it not only in his hand symbols, but he's doing it in his lyrics. Nicki Minaj. And you can see the prevalence of that tattoo. This is famous actress. Oh gosh, I forgot her name, but look at this. The serpent coming down with the all-seeing eye, or eye of Lucifer. This is a new rapper, pretty new, Wiz Khalifa. And yeah, they come and go. But once they get there, they are always ministers. 20 years later, Wiz Khalifa is going to come out on the Super Bowl, just like Madonna did at 50. So I'm just telling you, if you're young and you think, oh, he's not in anymore, believe me, they're in for life. Iron Maiden, and that's his obvious Eye of Horus symbolism and about who they are. Here we have an advertisement, and you can see DNA alchemy. We'll get into a little bit of alchemy later. Some people think this is old science, but this really has to do with elements and this occult fascination with the created rather than the creator. We have the Eye of Horus. You can see the Egyptian style eye, and of course they use the eye in the triangle, which is the Eye of Lucifer. And of course this is New Age stuff, a divine blueprint telling you that you have an incarnation, an essence before your incarnation. That's reincarnation. You have this thought of being enlightened, and this is the occult, satanic, Luciferian idea. And again, moving along with this eye in the triangle, this is video games, Office of Naval Intelligence, used in video games. So your children are being programmed into this on their video games. You don't even know it. You just want your children to go and play the video game so they can be out of your way. They spend hours on these video games. Some children are completely obsessed with it, and their personalities even change. I've seen a child wearing clothes that mimicked a character in a video game. It's that scary. Self-actualization. This is a Grand Theft Auto, I believe, which is a very popular video game. Logos. This is an insult to us. This is the Eye of Horus, the Egyptian-style eye, and this is the Spiral of Archimedes. The Spiral of Archimedes is used in hypnotism. So Time Warner Cable and that whole cable thing is an insult to you and the mesmerizing of you watching television. It's their media. Believe me, they put so much subliminal stuff in there that you'd have to understand the level of programming going on. America Online, still around. Acura, you can see that this is the pyramid with the light emanating from the top in the negative graphic. And then Fidelity. Delta is simply, they changed their logo, but it's simply the top or the capstone of the pyramid in 3 dimensions. Now moving on with Arthur, and this particular character is into this symbolism, so you get exposed to that at an early age. This is the Family Guy, a completely vulgar, anti-Christian, completely, I don't even, this is garbage. And so you see the all-seeing eye, the eye of Lucifer. Starbucks here at a coffee shop. I took that image. And then you have fashion shoots again. And continuing on. This is the Kardashians, that's Bruce Jenner, and in the TV show itself you can see the use of the symbolism. We'll see Kim Kardashian and her dualism. She loves black and white, skull and bones and all of that. And this is key because now you have the third eye reference to the eye of Lucifer as well. You can buy these products. Crop circles. This is Ruka, a very popular, if not the most popular surf, one of the most popular surf brands anyway. This is called the Masonic Owl, and you see the owl there. We'll see the owl symbolism. They love the owl because an owl sees at night exactly what they like to operate in, which is night and darkness. And so you see the eye of Lucifer. And this V and A represent the square and compass, and we'll go over that in the last section, case study. This is 2012 Super Bowl and the eye. This eye appears, I believe, right before world peace does, and so you can see the campaign of world peace, this cry for world peace. Oh, it's so noble, but I'm telling you, there is a destructive nature to this. Order out of chaos. They love war to bring in peace, and that's what they're setting up for now. Moving along, again with Eye of Lucifer symbology. Now we can understand this image completely. Marilyn Manson and the use of this distinction of the eye in this contact lens. It is the Eye of Lucifer. This now variance, and so we can understand, here's Lady Gaga, the use of this one eye symbolism in just covering the eye, all of this symbology, one eyes, and now here is a variant on that one eye symbolism in costumes. And the decoration of that eye. Here we have Beyonce. This is Madonna. Beyonce here. And this is another reference. This is a butterfly, and it's called the monarch butterfly. And that's what it's called, monarch programming. And this has to do with satanic ritual abuse. And I don't want to freak you out now, but there is a programming of even these actors and actresses and other people in the world that is suspect, and it stems from projects in Nazi Germany, one called Project Paperclip, and the other is MK Ultra, and then we have this idea of monarch programming, and that has to reference to the monarch butterfly. I don't get into that too much, but there's a reference to that and an understanding that toward the end of part 2. Again, variants on covering the eye, the decoration of one eye, covering of one eye with just the hair. We can understand now this. Here is a diamond-shaped piece of jewelry, and she's putting this triangle in the eye. And this is Jordine Sparks. She was in American Idol, I believe. And here's Adele. This is Teen Vogue. and the covering of the eye, one eye symbolism. Now just blinking the eye, when it's on a magazine cover, it's suspecting, I suspect it immediately, and this is just a variant of one eye symbolism. This is Wiz Khalifa. This is Drake doing the same thing on a magazine cover. Now in rap, you have another variant of the triangle being used, doing the same thing. Are they brothers? Are they really promoting the religion in their own fashion? And they're doing it uniformly across the board. Here's Tupac. He was murdered, and I believe, it is my belief that Tupac wanted to be out of this whole Illuminati thing, and therefore they killed him. So when you're in the club, it is be in the club, and if you want out, you die. It's like mafia stuff, and we're going to see this reference to the way that the mafia works and secret societies work and where it stems from later. So this is a Snoop Doggy Dogg video, and this is Satan, a representation of Satan, and Satan does this pyramid sign, and you can see that reference there. So they are promoting both Satan does this sign and that pyramid sign. Reverend Al Sharpton, he's not a reverend. He's hanging out partying with Christina Aguilera, and they're doing the triangle. Any which way that you can do the symbol is the way that they want to indoctrinate you, program you into their religion. Bono again, and covering the eye, and this peace symbol, which is actually a sign of the benediction. We'll get into that in a couple more sections after this. And he's very well knighted, papal knighthoods that he has, and very active on the global scene to bring in this new world order. You can see the all-seeing eye, the eye of Lucifer, with the pentagram within the eye and that tattoo. This is Chris Angel, the magician, and he works at the Luxor, so yes, he likes to do the pyramid. And of course his friend that he's with, he has the, looks like the compass, and the, instead of a square, it's a razor. Wearing a cross. Oh, they love to wear crosses. It's all it is decoration. And so he also wears the pyramid with eye. Okay, I wanted to show you this. This is Bruno Mars, and he's was locally grown here where I live in Hawaii. And I took this image off of Palladia. This is a video, and it's called a lazy song. Before the video actually begins, he adjusts the camera, and he makes this pyramid sign with his hands in adjusting the camera. So in a sense, you're looking through this triangular eye, and the video is about being lazy, and it's about teen masturbation and sex. And I'm going to tell you, these guys are all about that genre and this fascination with all of this stuff, including pornography and sex and all of that stuff. So you have here a variance, again, variance of the Eye of Lucifer, and Ozzy Osbourne, and 3 versions of that. See that he covers one side of that eye, and of course he's got the crucifix there. Believe me, it's not Christian. And when here's Lionel Richie. Moving on, these are models, and so you can see the indoctrination that they have. They are children that are grown up this way, and so they do this as signs of allegiance. This is Asian. I believe that's an Asian magazine. Here, I believe this is Tori Amos. I could be completely wrong, but Tori Amos, that artist, even the lyrics, she has Lucifer in the lyrics, and a song, and I believe entitled that way. And then this is a reference to the forbidden fruit in the Bible. It's not it doesn't say that it was an apple, but the apple is that favorite fruit to represent that forbidden fruit. So you have this dual symbology reference of the forbidden fruit and the covering of that eye with Lucifer here. I just want you to understand, in context with these key images, you can see what it references. And Daft Punk, that band I used to like, and here's their ad for their concert. This is their album cover called Alive, and you can see the pyramid with capstone. And here's that concert itself. And again, doing the same thing that Jay-Z made popular, which is that pyramid sign. This is across the board genre. Artists are supposed to not be copying each other, but we're coming to an age where everything is being now globalized. And so the world is coming together. That Daniel kingdom of chapter 7:43 is that last kingdom, and all of this is moving toward that one world government. Sounds great from a non-Christian perspective or non-believer's perspective. Sounds great, but I'm going to tell you that's the trap, and we got to understand and seek what it is that they want. And really, this order out of chaos, what's happening now, they perpetrate all these wars in the name of God. I told you this, and I want you to recognize this as we go along in this, that it really isn't about saving the planet. It's about saving your soul and making that decision, and that God is going to clean this whole place up. So he's going to be the one that saves Earth and restores it. So I know it sounds fantastic. Please bear with me here. This is 2008, the Grammy, not Grammy, but MTV Awards. There's Rihanna in the pyramid, and that pyramid. Glastonbury is a very pagan, ancient pagan site in England, and you can see the stage. This one actually collapsed and killed people. There was news about that. Glastonbury and the use of the triangle. Muse is a band that is popular. We're going to have a case study of that in part 2. They actually did the theme song for the 2012 Olympics. This is G12 2012 Summit, G20 2012 Mexico, and you can see the Mayan pyramid motif in plan and the golden uncapped pyramid. Moving along, Gary Newman, a little bit more before my generation, early in my generation. The pleasure principle, of course, the dual symbology of the eye being shown on one side, white and black, dual symbolism, and the pyramid. Earth, Wind, and Fire, all about Egypt and the occult, and they have their albums are riddled with all of that. Great songs, yeah, they don't look satanic at all, but when you understand the reference between Egypt and Luciferianism, this is, you can understand what they are. It's not just pitchforks and guys in red suits, heavy metal stuff. Asia, a band my sister used to listen to, and you can see this sea dragon and the pyramid. Def Leppard, my generation, and the pyramid with the eye. Pink Floyd, The Dark Side of the Moon, I think that is the album cover. Charisse, and this is a popular puppet now. I don't like to call them artists again. And the pyramids. And she does a lot more symbolism than just that. This is a movie called Coraline. Coraline is an animation. When she puts this eyepiece, triangular eyepiece in her eye, she sees everything and sees the spirit world. And so this is a clear reference to that eye being an eye of illumination, and it is a satanic eye of illumination. Cartoons. Here's Sarah Palin on a magazine cover. You can see the reference to pyramids and this one-eye symbolism. Now, if you don't think that this particular piece is the pyramid with a capstone, there is a commercial on the internet that shows you that that's the case, that they build this pyramid, and at the end it tilts into position. They own everything. They own your history. They only tell you what they want you to hear. They do expose some secret societies to a certain extent, but they don't. They leave you guessing at the end and deceive you into understanding that is pure Luciferian doctrine within those secret societies. Now, continuing on with part 1, intermediate symbolism, we have, again, signs of Horus, Lucifer, and the 666 OK sign. This is a key image I use to show people that there's dual symbolism going here, and it's fantastic that she would use this in a on an album cover, because you can understand that there's dual symbology going on, and I'll show you that symbology. This is 3 6s in the eye, so you can see that arrangement of 3 6s in the eye of Lucifer. So you understand 666 means Satan or Lucifer. The eye, distinguishing that eye, means Horus or Lucifer. And then here we have this sign of silence being used, and that sign of silence you're going to find out right now. We'll go into that sign rather than the 666 sign. This is Osiris in the middle, Isis, and Horus. And you can see Horus puts the finger to the lips. Horus has a counterpart in Greece, which is Harpocrates. And you can see the finger going to the lip in that case. You can also see similarities between the adornment of these gods as well. Harpocrates or Horus, note the serpent and other symbols and figures around him. Notice also the finger to his mouth and the harp-shaped object on his head. The comedian Harpo Marx imitated this deity, and there is Harpo Marx, and he's doing the sign of Horus or Lucifer or Harpocrates. That's why he's named Harpo. It just so happens that Oprah Winfrey has her studios called Harpo. There's dual symbolism here. Harpo refers to Harpocrates, I believe, and therefore Lucifer. Oprah is Harpo backwards, so you have now this dual symbology. They love to do things front and backwards. Backward masking and Satanism is key, so it was very well thought about of Harpo Studios. So you can see here silence. The sign of silence, here's a two-finger method, and I'll show you how they do it with variants of that. I believe this is African, I'm not sure there, but here we have Horus, Egyptian god. Oh, this is Osiris doing that sign. So we have different gods doing the same sign, but it all references that satanic trinity and these gods that have multiple disguises or manifestations. In Freemasonry, you have now the signs of silence. So now you have a reference to secret societies keeping silent about things, so that dual symbolism of keeping silent and the signs of Horus and Lucifer. Journal of the Masonic Society, now you can see the sign being done. Here's Harpocrates as a sculpture, sign of silence. You have a Masonic lodge in Oklahoma City. Now this is key as well, because you see now the Aeon, and the Aeon of Horus, or the Age of Horus. And you see Horus in the background, the hawk shape, and now you see this sign of silence, finger to the mouth. Aleister Crowley and secret societies, and you can see that that is the use of the sign of silence or the sign of Horus. You can also see the pyramid with eye at the top. This is Wicca, witchcraft, and you understand that by the crescent moon and the sun or the star there. Here is that sign of silence again. Down pointing usually means the female aspect or earth. So you'll see some of that later. You can see this priest, Alumbrados, Illuminati, and these monks and brothers. Now we have a reference to monks and brotherhoods, Jesuits and Jesuitism going all the way back through the Roman Empire. And so I'm going to hold that there, but this is Ignatius Loyola, who is the founder of the Jesuits. And you're going to understand what Jesuitism is, going from Jesuitism, Roman Empire, to Jesuitism to with Gnosticism, and then through onto Freemasonry, founded by Jesuits. And we have Benedictus, and you see the sign of silence being used. Here is a Rosicrucian, so you can understand all of these secret societies, all of this stuff goes back, and Rosicrucianism is another secret society, and its roots in Gnosticism and monks and Jesuitism. R.C. Rosicrucian, and then you see the rosy cross being used. That's not a symbol of Christianity. And you see here again the use of that. Again, now you have the two middle fingers being put together in this portrait, and we'll get into that at the end of this whole thing. And you have now you can see that stained glass window. Moving along, here is Horus this god, and then you see all of this sacred geometry, all of these patriarchs of science and diplomacy and stature, and then you have now coming on through the, looks like prelates and the Roman Empire, on through distinguished people like John Dee, who was in the court of Queen Elizabeth, and all of these dignitaries coming through, all of these elite coming through. What an image! And to show you that the sign of Horus now is being depicted on Mercury, the god Mercury. And there he is. There's Mercury again. It looks like now this is the sort of Jewish 7 candelabra. I forget what that's called now, just slipped my mind. But just to show you that there is a counterfeit going on. And they use the symbols of these things to twist your brain into thinking that it's all part of the same thing. And so I want you to understand that there's counterfeit going on, and please understand that concept fully as we move along. Over here we have a portrait. This is supposed to be Jesus, and you see the man here doing this sign of silence. Very interesting symbology going on. Even the fingers have that symbology. We'll see a little bit of that later. And you see this woman in the background with a finger to the mouth. Horus, again, the baby Horus. This is called Silence, the sculpture, and you see the hawks on both sides and the finger to the mouth. This portrait with the child and the finger to the mouth. The Masonic checkerboard floor, and you see a lot of this going on here. Very interesting. Colin Powell, Jewish Magic and Kabbalism, gives a due guard of the Royal Archmason. All these guys at the top level. He is a Mormon, and you're going to find out that Mormonism was founded by Freemasons. Winston Churchill, former Prime Minister of Great Britain, a Mason and a Druid priest, gives the sign of silence. Now, this is a key image here. You can understand now the use of the symbolism, dual use. She closes one eye to show you the eye of Lucifer, and then she does the same thing that Lady Gaga does on her album cover with the sign of Horus, and which is Lucifer. So that is a fashion shoot, and that's a studio image. And you can see the same thing going on. Basically, they're covering the eye instead of the OK sign in the eye, the 666 sign. Now, moving along with everyone doing the same thing, here's Rihanna. She actually tattooed "shh" on her finger. Lindsay Lohan did the same thing, as well as Lily Donaldson, doing the same thing, promoting the same thing. And now you can see them all doing it. This is amazing to me. And we don't get it, because this is a sign that they've made ubiquitous. Oh, shh, be quiet. That kind of thing. When you see it like this, and that she's closed her mouth with duct tape, and that she's giving the sign of the devil, then you can understand that's a dual symbolism there. This is that lady sovereign from the United Kingdom. Now, again, here's the studio shot of a young Michael Jackson. He does everything as well as this sign. So you understand that that is a deliberate sign of Horus, aka Lucifer. You saw that two-finger symbolism up previously on this plate, and you can see Selena, Fergie, they all are doing it. Now, I can't say that this is probably, you know, like, it's not a studio shot, so I don't want to say that he didn't do that and it was caught there. But I'm telling you that they deliberately catch these artists doing these symbols just to show that allegiance. And when you see studio shots like this, you can understand that this is exactly what they're doing. So let's be reasonable about this, but I'm telling you, it's in the 90th percentile that this is what they're doing. And you saw Johnny Depp doing the other signs as well. David Bowie, disciple of Aleister Crowley, of course, he's going to do all of this. And we got to understand the full range of what they're doing. You see all of these artists these puppets, these ministers for the religion. Blink 182. He's doing it a variant of that, which is actually, I think, the right way, which is the finger on the mouth in that fashion. I just picked that up just by looking at what movies were out there, and Ben Stiller was there. Madonna. This is a, look at this. Now you can see covering the eye, and she's doing the sign of Horus. Eye of Lucifer, sign of silence of Lucifer. Amazing to me. You can pick this out if you just know the symbols and what they mean. Don't be naive to this world. Understand that there is a doctrine of religion being perpetrated on mankind, completely perpetrated on mankind. Any which way you can do that, silent mode, however creative you can be. And there is a famous actress here in a Japanese magazine. Now look at this. Here's the silence and the devil's sign. So you can understand that's satanic sign, dual symbolism there. And look at this. This is an American Idol, Ryan Lambert. He wears Aleister Crowley's t-shirt, as did the Jonas brother, and he does the sign. Very clear, again, that what they're doing. This is that band My Chemical Romance. You remember the lightning bolt in the eye t-shirt for My Chemical Romance, and they do the same thing. They're all about symbology, and we're simply ignorant to it. Please inform yourself, educate yourself, because I believe that your soul is at stake. As a matter of fact, I am 100% sure your soul is at stake. And this man Jesus that lived 2,000 years that people ignore, that said he's God and said he's the only one, is the one that can save you. And that's my belief system. It doesn't have to be yours. Here's Charles Darwin, and you can see this deliberate photo shoot of him, photograph of him, and he's doing the sign of silence, the sign of Harpocrates or Horus, aka Lucifer. And you can see here now, see no evil, speak no evil, that kind of a thing, but you can see, understand now the one-eye symbolism, the 666 OK sign, and the sign of Lucifer, or the sign of silence. Same thing. These are Japanese. It's global. Understand that. And I just wanted to make a final note. This is Darwin, and he is the founder of Darwinian evolution, which will take you completely away from understanding who God is. It's a completely planned doctrine to make you think that this whole thing is all purely naturalistic. We understand science, we can see what happens, but this is a manipulation of science based on things we've never seen, and I'm telling you, you're going to find out in the future in this presentation that our education has been owned. Science is literally owned and marketed to the public. And so if you're not a scientist, you have no particular say in things. And I'm telling you, if you just look with your eyes, and you can see that this particular doctrine that has come about in the last 2 centuries is off. And this clue as to who he's all about and what his purposes are is a clue to being very wary about what you believe. And this is a very touchy subject around the world with regard to faith and science. Now, with regard to Charles Darwin doing this hand sign, and this is, again, very deliberate. You can see this photo shoot, him in the corner. It was very deliberately done as a sign of silence. And so I believe this is a key image to understand he is the father of evolutionary theory. And evolutionary theory leads you away from the understanding of a supernatural God. So understand that there is a doctrine being taught, and if he is part of this secret society, then there is more than just your physical body at stake. What evolutionary theory has done throughout the ages, racism is a result of evolutionary theory, slavery, that slave trade was, social Darwinism, and believing that we need to now socialize our understanding because we're in cities now, and natural selection is not quite working within that, so we have to bring Darwinism into the social aspect. So understand what that's done and what the motive is behind that. And what I've come to find out, and you'll see in another plate with regard to religion and education at the end of that section, you're going to see that education is owned and operated. So there is an underlying jeopardy going on, and it is a fight for the soul and the idea and the understanding of religion. And this has now turned into pure atheistic evolution, and that's what communism is. They don't even allow any religious thought there. And so I don't know what category you're into, but look at this image and realize that there's something being perpetrated, and just wanted to make you aware of that. Now let's go back to the same image that we had in the beginning of this section. This is an album cover by Lady Gaga, Born This Way. Besides being completely pornographic, these two symbols here. So we're going to concentrate on this symbol. This is 666, and let me try and prove that to you. So we understand now she's using the eye of Lucifer, eye of Horus, and she's using this in conjunction with the 666 sign. So you can understand Horus and Lucifer are synonymous. Therefore, this is 666. This is the mark of the beast, a satanic sign, and that connection is made. So look at how much it's being perpetrated. Cross genre again, Lady Gaga and Beyonce collaborating on videos. They can do it to look like an Eastern religion. We'll see that in the later section of this plate. You can see Beyonce and Lady Gaga and all of the dancers programming. Look at this. An album cover, Justin Timberlake. Again, artists copying artists. These are not artists at all. These are puppets and ministers for the religion of Lucifer. It's obvious. Now again, we have a top hat and this dual symbolism, black and white. You'll see that later in the last section of this, understanding that checkerboard, that Masonic checkerboard. And you can see here now this is being used as in a sexual connotation. Any which way that they can do it, they will show you that. So 666, and of course the female part with the male part, and this is a movie by Justin Timberlake, Friends with Benefits. So promoting fornication and all of this. Yeah, it sounds funny, but I'm telling you, we have something to understand and realize in morality, that there is a soul at stake, and Jesus did teach all of this. In addition to him being the only way of salvation. Now we have him doing the 666 sign here. Another Disney product, which is Christina Aguilera. There's the 666 sign, and then of course she does all the other signs to distinguish her eye. Moving on, Britney Spears, the third Disney product. You can see the dancers doing the same thing. They are programmed to do this. They do this by choreography, not by being an artist. The industry does this. Christina, or Britney Spears' sister. So it's all in the family. It's all in a bloodline. They are children that grow up in this religion, and their children are the ones on the stage. As we have children in our churches and we go to churches in the open, there is no Church of Lucifer or Church of Satan. Therefore, their children grow up in the world, and their children become the stage actors and actresses to indoctrinate you, and you are completely unaware of it. Madonna. And so you can understand now this sort of Eastern style of this mudra being done. And there is Shakira and this mudra being done, and that reference to Buddhism, Hinduism. They have a similar mudra. You can see that similar mudra there. And these mudras, again, enlightenment, wisdom, that type of symbology. But I'm going to tell you, and I'll show you the roots of Hinduism, the roots of Buddhism, which stem from Hinduism. Buddha was a Hindu, and we'll get into that later. I'm not knocking the religion. I'm just calling it out for what it is. And you can believe this or not. It is up to you. Now, this is key. We have a fashion shoot with the 666 sign. You can see here, Novus Ordo Seclorum. That is the New World Order. You have here the Eye of Lucifer. You have here Anunnaki. I believe these are lightning bolts. I'm not sure. But Anunnaki refers to the Sumerian gods, those who from heaven came, and that is the definition of the Anunnaki. The only book in the world that's going to tell you those who from heaven came were the fallen angels. And so this doctrine of fallen angels going into Hinduism, which is the deity worship on a grand scale. They have millions of deities, and you can see that this ancient religion, mystery religions now with a triangle, moving along and showing you the 666 sign any which way that they can, how well it's programmed into society. They know exactly what they're doing. Those who do this fashion shoot know what they're doing. And so not only do they know what they're doing, this is a religion being perpetrated on you. You have to realize that. I mean, before I was believed what I believed, I was like, man, what are you trying to push religion on me for? Look at the religion being pushed onto you, and realize that your idea of people pushing religion onto you is not tolerated. Look at what is being tolerated by the masses, and understanding that it's religion. Here's Bono again, and look at all of the young actors doing this. This is one of the most famous actors on the planet, Johnny Depp. Leonardo DiCaprio, as a young boy. Look what they're doing. Continuing on. This is Muse, or, 30 Seconds to Mars. One of those two. Jared Leto, I think it's 30 Seconds to Mars. Do you see the eye? Who in their right mind puts an OK symbol in the eye? This is a variant of that. Saluting 666 or Satan. It's clear. Please understand what the interpretation is and know that that's what's going on. Don't let your mind have that wall in it and say, oh, no, they can catch these guys doing anything. Come on. Realize it. Understand it. And realize you're getting played. You are getting played like a dummy on the outside world. This is Tyra Banks. Another variant of that. You think she's not doing it? It's clear. Look at it. She was in the Olympic 2012 ceremony, closing ceremonies. Jessie J, I believe her name is. Fergie. The same actors and actresses doing the same thing. The same puppets doing the same thing. They've sold out. They've been bred from a young child to do this and be ministers this way. Here's LL Cool J and the eye of CBS, and you can see that this is 2012 Grammy Awards. Clear. Please, people, understand what's going on this level. And now we can see, back in the 60s, Yellow Submarine, you saw John Lennon with the satanic sign in the cartoon. Now he's doing this three-finger method with the satanic sign, and you can understand now that OK sign is simply not an OK, but it is a 666 sign. And you make the connection between the Sgt. Pepper album with Aleister Crowley being on the cover of that album, and you understand that they are satanic. And so you say, oh, Beatles are not a satanic band. Give me a break. Please look, research, understand the symbols, and understand that you're being played on a religious level. Here we are, they're older, and you can see Ringo Starr, 666 sign. Another variant of that. Doesn't look like he's doing a 666 sign, but I'm telling you, most likely he is doing that. Here's Michael Jackson, a young child doing the same image. Same thing, studio shot. They are children that have been raised this way. Michael Douglas. Steven Tyler. This is the lead singer of... Look at this. I want to show you this, that he's wearing an image and showing you the image of the Pope doing the 666s in the eyes. And these are variants of that, doing the same thing. And I challenge you to say that that is not deliberate. Here's Puff Daddy. He's changed his name so many times I don't know which one it is. But look at, pointing at Jay-Z, doing the 666 sign. This is a video of Snoop Doggy Dogg. He does the 666 sign with the light emanating from the hand. Usually there's an eye in the hand, that eye symbolism in the hand as well. Lil Wayne, and he does that 666. Yeah, there's a lot of gang signs out there, but you know when it's done in context that it is 666, and he's all about that. Look at the lyrics, look at what he does. Look at them all. This is puppeteering on a grand scale. Selling out. Selling your soul out. For what? Fame and fortune? For what profiteth a man that he gain the whole world and lose his soul? Look at that. So now you can understand. Here's Satan. Satan. Same image. Chris Brown. Look at this. This is a joke. Here he is. Here's the diamond shape, and that's a pretty popular brand coming out now. And then you can understand what that is later. That is enlightenment and the elite. We'll see that in the Freemasonic a double eagle. You can see that sign. So they're doing it all over the place. Now this top hat, you'll see later on why he uses that. That is Masonic. You can see the sign. And moving along. Everyone. Everyone. Yeah, okay, you're a basketball player and you want to do a 3. They just put the sign in there and have every way to disguise it, but you can't disguise it in this context. Jimmy. And now you can see that being used as well. Variants on it. Doing this with the hat is real popular. Doing that with glasses just to disguise it slightly. And here's the Black Eyed Peas. Look at this. This is puppeteering. This is a joke. These people are jokes. Please understand, they're jokes. They're not artists. Oh yeah, it's great music. Oh yeah, give me a break. Dance to it. Give me a break. Look at this. This is stupidity. Indoctrinating your children to it. They are playing you like you wouldn't believe. Understand it and get out of it. Literally get out of what they fantasize reality with. Get out of the matrix that they put you into. Not understanding what your life is about, what your purpose is about. This is Far East movement. This is a joke. Look at this. Asian rock or Asian alternative band. Look at what they're doing. This is a global movement. It's a global effort to get you into this Luciferian New World Order, and you have no clue what's going on. So let's look at some more of the 666 hand sign, and you can see here this looks like a variant of that sign, but when you see that this is a Getty image, you can see that they are doing this purposely. It's undeniable what's being done. Now there is a different version of that. It's more, but she's doing this X sign. We'll get into that later. She was actually in the closing ceremony of the Olympics. That's Annie Lennox. Oprah Winfrey. Now Zac Efron, I think is his name. Not sure of everyone. This is that band Paramore. So she's doing the same thing. Remember the redhead doing all of those signs? She's doing it in concert as well. This is Keisha. You can see the distinction of the eye, and man, are they plugging this in. Justin Bieber. That band My Chemical Romance. Look how deliberate it is. This is a joke. Man, it's just a joke. And look what they do here, Catholic. So now they promote, whether or not it's promoting Catholicism or not, you'll see this kind of deception. Catholicism is not Christianity. And so therefore, in this case, Catholics might be upset with them doing, or this band, but it has a dual effect whether or not you believe that they're promoting Catholicism, and therefore Catholicism, it's okay to believe this because the Rome says, for instance, that Harry Potter and magic is okay, and this kind of New Age is okay if you don't go too far, this kind of stuff. So it's just really apostasy all the way around. And then the other thing is that if the Catholic Church says, hey, why are you bashing Catholicism, then it sympathizes with Catholicism, and it has that psychological effect of saying, okay, and you'll see that example in the end of this when we have case studies. Now again, you can see the dual symbolism here. He's also wearing a black and red jacket. Whether or not, I wear black and red, and sometimes I'm a little, I get sensitive about that, but really it is color. But when you see it in this context, you'll see black and red are quintessential colors, and in the right context you can understand what they're doing. Getty Images again. This is gosh, I forget his name, but there's one called the Fire Starter that was in the Olympics that was played there. British band. I'm not sure if that's him though. Anyway, but you can see the Getty Images and the use of that symbolism there. Jack Black. This is a Glee TV show. This is Depeche Mode. I used to like this band growing up, and so you can see he's looking through these 666s. There's Bono again. David Bowie, a variant of that 666 sign. Ads for Dolce & Gabbana, making the children do this. This is Macy's. I, or Lucifer, loves you. Give me a break. Wow. Magazine covers. Emma Watson. Real business. I took this image myself. I just couldn't believe. This is Cirque du Soleil. Cirque du Soleil, Circus of the Sun. And we'll see that sun symbolism going on. Believe me, there is a difference between Jesus, the Son of God, and the worship of the sun. They want to equate that with it. And I'll show you what that's all about. This is the owner's magazine of the New Jersey Nets. So you can see that magazine, he's Russian. Movies. There's that image of the Pope on the lead singer Van Halen. I forget his name, but you saw that on his jacket. And so you have priests or prelates. This is the Black Pope, Kolvenbach. He's the former Black Pope, which is the Jesuit general. And so you have the Black Pope here and the White Pope. And we'll get into that later. Obama. Athletes are not immune. And as a matter of fact, I believe this one has sold his soul, and he finally won his championship. Here's the triangle ritual. Here's the 666 ritual, and he throws up the chalk to represent the spirit world. Here is Muhammad Ali, who became a Muslim. Cassius Clay was his original name. Here is Carl Lewis. Like I said, how one down, how many more? Okay, I guess he's shooting for 3. No, I'm going to tell you that these athletes sell themselves out as well. This is wrestling. Not at the museum. And you see Lincoln doing that. And this guy, you saw him doing the sign of Horus, sign of silence. That is Ben Stiller. Look at these. I believe these are dancers, but look at the eye of Lucifer, and look at they're all doing this. Look at them all. They are copycatting. He's doing now this X sign. It's all copycatting. And they... I know somebody that's into this. He was a dancer with Lady Gaga, and he knows what he's doing. He wants to be in the industry, and he's doing whatever it takes. So they get indoctrinated in all of this. This is now Japanese. Kelly, you can see the use of the pentacle and with the K. So this is a star, and you can see Lucifer. And so that's the end of that series. Now, let's look at what the Bible says. And I just wanted to show you that the Bible says, "And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God." So another translation says, "Be not conformed to the patterns of this world," and that we just saw all of those symbols and patterns in this world that we get caught up in. 1 John 2:15-16. Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. I know it's difficult to not love this world. There's so much fascination out there, but I'm telling you that we have another thing that I believe in is the future for us, and we have to make a choice in this world of either following Jesus or not. And this is up to you. But I come to believe that completely because the world is completely against that one man. And you're going to see that. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh. Oh man, how appetizing that flesh is. The lust of the eyes. What we see is so good, and the pride of life. Wow, we're so proud. Boy, you know, when we talk to somebody about what we're doing, it's always, wow, look at me. And we tend to lie about what we're doing. Look, oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Everything's up and coming. And wow, how we have that pride. It is not of the Father, but it's of the world. Believe me, there is an underlying lesson to this, and we have to figure out this puzzle. Go seek and understand what the hope, the true Christian hope is. James 4:4. Ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that friendship of the world is enmity with God? Meaning, if you are a friend of the world, you are an enemy of God, meaning that you're against God. Whosoever therefore will be a friend of the world is the enemy of God. So it is against the world, and God are against each other, and God is going to clean this place up. My God is going to clean this place up, and I just want you to understand that, whether you believe or not at this point. Believe me, again, it's not what I believe, it's what you believe. So this is information for you to understand, and we'll move along. We're still in part 1, and this is what I consider advanced symbolism, and we're going to look at the concept of the Baphomet. We begin with none other than Aleister Crowley, the famous Satanist. This is an image of his website, the Grand Lodge Ordo Templi Orientis. It has its roots in Freemasonry and secret societies and the mystery religions, which is essentially Luciferian doctrine. We have his logo that you saw earlier, and I just wanted to show you this image is on his website so that I can explain that this same image that is gotten here is not photoshopped to include this, what I'm going to show you. So we have here these images, and this is the name of Baphomet, B-A-P-H-O-M-E-T, and you see this sign here, which is a triple cross, and this is a little bit adorned with the serifs on the edge of the cross, so you can understand that that is the sigil of Baphomet, the symbol of Baphomet. The other things that he's handwritten here. He is a Freemason, so you can see he is an older man. He's more decorated as a Freemason. One thing to note here is this is a Maltese cross, and we're going to see that in part 2. Understand what that is fully, maybe even in the end of this section, part 1. So I wanted to show you that this is a poster that was done by an occultist and Satanist, Madame Talbot. She was an actress. And when Aleister Crowley died, she made this poster for him, and it's riddled with all of this satanic symbolism. And one in particular I want to show you is the Baphomet. So you see this handwritten, or not handwritten, but stylized Baphomet, and you see this being here. This is the goat head. It has a Luciferian torch of enlightenment. It is an angelic being. It has female breasts and a male phallus, and the male phallus has serpents intertwining, i.e. like a DNA strand or a double helix. You have legs that are of the goat's legs. You also have this entity doing the as above, so below sign. As above, heaven, the male, below, female, and also this two-finger sign is the sign of the benediction. We'll see that in this series. You also have this moon here, and well, there's no moon below, but you'll see the moon below on this section. The white moon and that black moon, the dual symbology going on. So again, Baphomet, now you see the symbol of Baphomet here is this goat entity, angelic entity, and you see the symbol of Baphomet on both sides of this entity here. You also see other occult symbols. This is the eye of Horus or Lucifer with the down pointing triangle. I believe she did the down pointing to represent Earth, because down pointing represents that. Ordo Templi Orientis with this crown, you see. This is riddled with occult symbols. Love is the law. There is no law beyond. Love under will, so self-will. Do what thou wilt. Okay, we have magic, mysticism. That's the New Age is all about that. You have 2 Egyptian obelisks. This is a testimony to what religion it is. The occult has the same idea, alpha and omega, going on. You see and so you see this counterfeit going on. I want you to understand the counterfeit concept going back on that. This is the up-facing pentagram and the down-facing pentagram. You see all of this. You see the elements here that we saw in the pentagram as well by Aleister Crowley. 666 here, and then you see what looks like 418, but this is actually the down-facing yoni symbol, which is a female part. And I don't know too much about this other than I believe it's part of the writing, and it's some type of a number going on. You see the 7-pointed star here. You see now this Masonic symbology that you see on tracing boards in Masonry. You see all of these occult astrological signs adorning this. And is there anything else in here that I can show you? No, I think that's it. So we're going on with this entity, which is a satanic entity. You see this used in extensively, and I'm sure you've seen it before, relating to Satanism. This is Eliphas Levi. He was an occultist, and this is called also the Goat of Mendes, and you see there's that being there. Sovereign Grand Commanders of Freemasonry. Here's the Sovereign Grand Commander of the Supreme Council of the 33rd degree, and this is in Washington, D.C., is the head of Freemasonry in this country, in this jurisdiction. You can see they wear the sigil or the symbol of Baphomet at the top and the head and the cap. And you can see him. He is a 33rd degree Freemason. You see that with this illuminated triangle and this illumination, 33 degrees is that illumination. You also have this strange similarity and these counterfeits with Jesus starting his ministry at 30 and dying at the age of 33. Very interesting similarities, but they are fundamentally different because they were complete opposite of what you would imagine them to be. So you have the double-headed eagle and the emblem of the 33rd degree here. And so also you see all the symbols back there. He's sitting on a worshipful master's chair, and the emblem of the 33rd degree chair is behind him. And so that is one of those top Freemasons. And there are more degrees after the 33rd degree, these people that you don't even see in this, and there are here up to 99 degrees, just to inform you with that. I just can't believe, and just looking at this image, that people can actually dress up like this and put these emblems on. I mean, there is an underlying spiritual thing to this whole thing, that people would even adorn themselves in this manner and just look so proud. And I mean, just look at it with your own eyes. Now moving on, this is Albert Pike. He is known as the Pope of Freemasonry. And you can see that he uses this non-adorned triple cross on his necklace. Albert Pike, Grand Commander. He is known as a Confederate general of the South. He is also involved with the KKK, and he is the only man that has ever been laid to rest. His tomb is actually within this Masonic building. This is the Washington, D.C. Lodge. It is 13 blocks from the White House. We'll see that later. But you can see the Egyptian sphinxes. You can see there's 33 columns around this building, and this is a replica of Haile Karnassus. This I forget how to pronounce it, but it also includes this pyramid at the top without the cap. Within this building is the temple room, and you can see that this is a place of religion. And so here's the altar, and you see the worshipful master will sit in the east. And having a closer look at this temple room, on both sides of this are serpents, and those particular serpents are feathered serpents, and you can see the feather here on the edge. So they are in fact serpents, dragon serpents. And now you can see where the worshipful master sits. There is the sigil of Baphomet, and Baphomet is a representation of Satan and Lucifer, a demonic entity that way. Moving on to literature or correspondence of the Ordo Templi Orientis, and you can see this typed out, and Baphomet now with a handwritten symbol there. Ordo Baphometis. You can see the down-pointing cross as well in the center. Ordum Magic, Hermeticism, and Gnosticism, and those are all interrelated. We'll understand in the religious section in part 2 of where those originate from. Buzz Aldrin with the flag that apparently went to the moon, and this was at on the New Age magazine. And here's the flag and its presentation, and this is the flag here with the sigil of Baphomet. Here's the double-headed eagle with that crown and that 33-degree emblem, and the square and compass of Freemasonry with that G, the generative principle there, and their concept of dualism in that fashion. And now you can see cartoons are showing this sigil of Baphomet. They wear this on the top of the cap. This is interracial. Doesn't matter anymore. It used to be that they would not accept other races. It's completely global and ubiquitous in this fashion. Now, this is a key, because this is an example of how intelligence works. They throw in a smokescreen, and this is a perfect example of a smokescreen. They're saying, oh, these Freemasons, they're all worshiping Baphomet. Look at them. They're worshiping this weird goat head, Luciferian torch, and this goat's feet. They're all worshiping. So they're like, oh, no, they're all worshiping. Oh, my goodness, this is the Leotaxil hoax. And there they are on the inside. And this is an example how the smokescreen is laid. And even to this day, when I tell people, hey, this is a concept of Lucifer, and we're going to see the similarity between this Baphomet being an Eastern culture and one of those religions, one of the chief deities that they admire and worship there with regard to this androgyny and animal characteristics. So here's Knights Templar. This is I believe is an 18th degree initiation, so now you have a connection between Freemasonry and the Knights Templar. This guy, I think, is wearing a square, similar to, there were different adornments, and so there's an example that this was a clear hoax, just to throw the smoke screen out there that, oh, it's ridiculous that they're worshiping this type of creature. Now you can see here, this is a reference to Genesis 6, the sons of God or angelic beings coming on and intermingling with the daughters of men, or human beings. And Genesis 6, you can read all about that, and this idea of angelic beings intermingling and having children, and they were called giants or Nephilim. In this case, now you have Yakin and Boaz, which is a reference to the Jewish temple, and I can assure you that these are just smoke screens as well. They admire that temple, and they admire Solomon in the Bible going into idolatry. That's what they worship rather than the true temple, and you'll see that in Freemasonry and the opposite way that they actually lay out their lodges opposite to the true temple. So you have now Mason, and he looks like he's blindfolded. Here's the goat idea, the goat concept. Here's the eye to all free and accepted Masons. Now you can see here, these are essentially the pillars of Hercules, and you have the earth and the moon on there, and we'll see that counterfeit symbolism. This is a New Age emblem. I'm not sure where it comes from, I forget, but you see Ordo Templi Orientis, and you see now some type of a creature. I don't know if that's even a goat, but the same similarities of androgyny, female breasts, angelic. You have these symbols around. INR, INRI, and I don't know, there's something cryptic about that. We see that in Catholicism on the top of the cross, but then we have the sun discs, winged sun discs of Egypt, unicorns, and all of this occult imagery. Let's look at Baphomet here, and this is quintessential satanic symbolism, a tribute to Iron Maiden, and the use of the Baphomet there, right in plain sight, the number of the beast, the number 1 beast in this case. And you can see the same use of Baphomet, pretty standard satanic stuff, if you can understand it. They even put the moon here and all of this symbolism. Now this is Tenacious D, and that's Jack Black, and these guys grow up doing this stuff. And this is another form of Baphomet here with bat wings and a different style of beast. And you can see that they have the pentagram within the circle and the candles. And now on the back of that album, they're babies chained up to this Baphomet, or Satan. So they're basically in chains to Satan, and this is a tarot card as the devil, and you can see the similarity between that being and this exact being with the down-facing star and the pentagram. It's satanic. Bottom line, this is the sign of Vulcan, and Vulcan is another satanic sign. There's a god of Vulcan, and one of the albums of Aerosmith we'll see in the this last section of this part 2 is that Satan always has different disguises. So you see man and woman and their indoctrination as the seed line of the serpent or Satan, and they're chained to Satan. This is the reality that they live in, and what we all live in, and what we need to get out of. This is now, you see Star Trek and Vulcan, the sign of Vulcan. I know it sounds silly, but they own the industries. They write the stories for you to watch, and they literally indoctrinate you into their religion while you don't even have a clue. Another tarot card, and you can see similarities. Also female breasts that way. These beings have different ears as well. So in a sense, Spock ears. So you have now the devil again as the fiddler, and you can see the sun with lightning bolts, and now the goat playing the fiddle, and an ad with Palladium magazine. This is pretty, they actually repeated this ad for a long time. They probably still do, but anyway, there's the devil with a fiddle, and this music television. Moving on with a Getty image, and like I said, Getty images have these symbolisms in there. They like to put those symbolisms in there. And Kanye West with the goat head t-shirt. He's wearing a beast. This may be a goat or another beast. It doesn't really matter if it's a goat either. I found out that it's all kinds of horned animals that they use for this symbology. So Kanye West, Jay-Z. This one here shows a little bit of a goat form. You can see that there, and it's more of like an ink blot, so it's really meant to kind of just distract you and play with your mind. But I believe that there is a goat form within that sign, so he's promoting that. And you can understand that that would be the case. Beyonce, and she wears the horned animals, and she's pointing to her ring in this video. It's a little blurry there. Now the recycling of this horned animal again, and this shield bikers thing, and look at the recycling of that between different puppets. And then Lady Gaga and her horned hats. She wears all kinds of things. You can see this guy now putting the horns on the head and having that horned animal, and again her videographer. LL Cool J, it's no coincidence that he names this the return of the GOTE, greatest of all time, a way to just sort of distract you to say, oh, that's not the goat, but look, this guy is all about it, and you see what he does. So going back to the Slayer logo, and you can see that that's the pentagram, and here's the Baphomet creature. We saw that earlier. The Rolling Stones, and their goat's head stoop, and a reference, and this is not against Satan, it's just another way to represent it. Don't think that they're trying to boil Satan and eat him, and therefore they're against Satan. Give me a break if you believe that kind of opposite psychology. Exorcist, now I took this image at Target, And the hidden object that you have for your 10-year-old plus is none other than the satanic Baphomet. So hidden object thriller, they are indoctrinating you into religion, their religion, and we think it's all fantasy. This is a pretty key image here. Now this gives you the link between Freemasonry and Satanism or Luciferianism. Wiz Khalifa in his video. This is a split second. You actually have to stop the video in order to find it. And so a split second subliminal imagery, and you have this young boy doing the sign of Satan, and then you have now the goat's head in the star with the keystone, and the keystone is a reference to Freemasonry. So you can see that there and that connection. This is the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, and it's giving you this understanding of as above, so below. As above, so below is symbolized by this prelate or priest giving the Il Cornuto horned devil sign, one hand pointing up and one down. Message: Lucifer and Christ shall be reconciled with the Masonic great architect of the universe, reigning in heaven, on earth, and in hell. That is their belief, that they believe that Christ and Satan are going to be reconciled. My goodness, what a joke. So this merging of black and white dualism, and that's where you get that understanding of this, of their philosophy and their religion. So here's a priest doing that devil sign. As above, so below. Again, a shadow ink drawing of Count Cagliostro, whose magic and Satanism inspired the Order of the Illuminati and its bloody French Revolution. So now claiming the revolution. It is said that American diplomat Benjamin Franklin studied and practiced the magic of Cagliostro, drawing from the book Witchcraft, Magic, and the Supernatural. So here's a depiction of Ben Franklin doing the as above, so below sign. It can be farther from the truth that this nation was founded by Christians, real, true Christians. They always put on the veil of Christianity so that they look and smell and feel like what they should be, and they're the exact opposite. Let's not get deceived, please. And I was deceived into all of that, and their media, they own everything. So here again is that Baphomet symbol. Moving on to now the magician. I showed you this tarot card before, the as above, so below sign. This infinity symbol is that idea of alpha and omega, never ending, eternal. It is their symbol that we understand even in mathematics. This is a key symbol, Lady Gaga, now closing one eye, single eye symbolism, eye of Lucifer, doing the sign of the benediction. This is not quite as above, so below, but you have these doves descending. And I'm telling you, the occult has the same thing. They have this dove descending representing Holy Spirit. All it is a counterfeit. You have to understand fundamentally what the difference is, and that's why I call this advanced symbolism, is because very easily, and they've done this before, is that they can say that all religions are the same. No. Read the writings. Understand what Jesus is saying when he says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to me I am the way, the truth, and the light. No one comes to the Father except through me. So understand that, please. Here is the Pazuzu. This was actually in the movie The Exorcist, I believe, and you can see Pazuzu. This is a demon god. He is called the god of the whirlwind. A very interesting part of this is that George W. Bush's second inaugural speech said that, and to the effect that, don't you know that an angel rides in the whirlwind and directs this storm? They use this occult linguistic symbolism within their speeches to show that their allegiance to this. And this is an angel in the whirlwind. This is four-winged creature, bird's head. So you have this bird's feet. Interesting symbology. We're going to see that east-west revealing itself that way as well. This is basically Satan as well. So this is now the movie Matrix, as above, so below, when he enters into that Matrix realm. And then this is 2012 Super Bowl, and you can see here she's doing this two fingers attached symbol. We'll get into that later at the end, but this is distinct after the performance that she does this pose after this particular section in the performance. So now moving along, here is Lil Wayne, and we can see this as above, so below sign. And now look, you may think that it's nothing, but I'm telling you, look at the context of what they do it in. Everything they do is staged, and they do things for a reason. Here is Rihanna, as above, so below, and we're going to see that stuff happening and how they do it. Oh yeah, it looks so innocent. Thumbs up, thumbs down, right? This balance of opposites, this duality going on, as above, so below. I'll tell you what, look. Oh yeah, they're pointing up and down. Ah, that's innocent, right? That's a dance move. Guess what? This is the top Korean pop band called SHINee, and their second album called Lucifer. So this song is actually entitled Lucifer, and they, at the end of the song, they freeze and point as above, so below. I'm telling you, this is all satanic Luciferian stuff. Don't get trapped into it, and wake up if you're just ignorant to all of this, and understand that you have a spirit that is living inside you. This is my belief. You don't have to believe it, but I'm telling you, please investigate it for yourself, and don't condemn it first without investigating it. Look at SpongeBob here. This is a whole show that was Masonic. It was wearing this Masonic fez, which is the same one that FDR uses, a Shriner Freemason. You see the crescent moon here, and then doing the as above, so below sign with the satanic sign. Can it be any more clearer? Even on a cartoon, yeah, it's laughable. No, it's not laughable. I'm telling you, please understand that you're being programmed on this level. Even for the Christian, believe me, ignorance to this really is an ignorance to the reality of the world that we live in. As a Christian, we're just like, whoa. Most Christians are just like oblivious to this. Oh, let's not focus on this stuff. We got to be fully aware of what's going on so that we can be fully witnessing to the state of the world completely, knowing the world and knowing the Word completely, in a balance and an understanding of how deep this is and this goes. And so look at them doing. Now this is a life shot, and you can see here, oh yeah, it looks real innocent. She has her arm down, but she's pointing above with the sign of the benediction or the peace sign, and she's doing it with her other hand. So you know in context that that's what she's doing. We saw this image before, as above, so below. Tyra Banks. Now we understand now that that Saturday Night Fever dance by this Scientology guy. Scientology is sex and magic. Magic and sex. Sex magic, a cult. And so not only do they do that Hollywood with the eye in the pyramid sign, but you also understand now this dance is the as above, so below dance. Another variant of that, the way to represent that is the reflection, as above, so below, in this case on the magazine. And here's another example of that. As above, so below. He's doing the sign of the benediction, which is the Baphomet sign. As above, the reflection, so below. Not only that, you have pyramids and this occult symbology. You have Eastern dragon or lion going on there as well. Here's the anarchy symbol, and then the anarchy symbol here is the yin and yang symbol in the same fashion or photo shoot. So it's staged that way to give you this idea of dualism. As above, so below, black, white, dualism. Now when you see an image like this with Donald Trump, it's no coincidence there's a reflection going on. So they use this reflection, and it's a symbol. So if you're initiated, you understand that this is a deliberate thing rather than just, oh, let's take a picture and have a reflection of you. I hope you can understand and fully grasp this. We'll continue on. Okay, let's move along. Showing you, continuing on with this as above, so below concept. This is Uncharted 3. This is the third series in a series by a video game called Uncharted. I happen to play these video games, and I just want you to understand that, you know, video games and movies and whatnot, I don't play them or watch them just by pure entertainment anymore. But I was fascinated with this game because of the gameplay and all that. I'm not a gamer at all. That PlayStation can sit around for a while, but when a game comes around like this, it's enjoyable. But I'll tell you what, interestingly enough, this is now this is actually was teen for teens, but this, even from the first one to the third one indoctrinated you into occult understanding and occult mysteries. And this particular one, the third one, was about this as above, so below concept. John Dee was a major factor and a player in this, and understanding who he is and this idea of as above, so below. John Dee just happened to have this 7-pointed star with the pentagram in the center, and this is all in the video game. You can see that. And of course, Aleister Crowley used his 7-pointed star as well. You can see Aleister Crowley also uses the yin and yang sign and the down-pointed pentagram, as well as this articulated as above, so below star. And so John Dee, going back, this as above, so below concept is also ingrained even in the pyramid structures. You have 3 pyramids, and you have 3 stars in the belt of Osiris, which is in this case it's Osiris. And so you can understand now the mimicking of earth and heaven. And this is not just ancient stuff where, oh, civilizations don't do that. They didn't have an understanding scientifically, therefore they're doing this. Believe me, all of this religion is still with us today completely. And we, as the masses, are blinded to that as they were in the past. So they are externalizing their religion onto the masses, and I want you to understand that as we get into the second half of this, you'll understand what their goals are. So you can see alchemy, the understanding of elements, sun, moon, elements, and water as well, and this is in the video game showing you that this is John Dee, and you can see now that symbol. You can actually go through these sun and moon symbols and go through and end up there. So it's the joining of symbols as well as you go through these puzzles in the game. This is as above, so below on album covers. Sacred geometry as well, skateboards, and continuing on. As above, so below, and this is Jewish mysticism or Kabbalah, and you can see now this person has a light side and a dark side, a dark triangle, a light triangle. So these triangles up and down, as above, so below, and dualism. And you can see here now the use of both these symbols in connection. Here is the sign of the benediction. And it is originating, actually this is now, look, it's the peace sign. So it's the 2 fingers apart. And in this case, as was the image of the Il Cornuto, you can see the reflection now looks like a goat with horns. So you can understand that. Now this originator of this is the Hand of Power of Rome. And so there is a sculpture of the Hand of Power. And that Hand of Power, this, of course, used by priests, and you'll see that in this section. This is Constantine on a coin, the founder of the Roman Catholic Church. I believe Constantine's conversion was a false conversion, and Rome was a false church to begin with. And so you can see the Roman hand of power in the priests, in the monks, and the popes, and the cardinals. And they even make Jesus do this as well. And Jesus did not do that. I'm going to tell you that this is their depiction and their Jesus is another Jesus that we are warned about as a believer. We're warned that the Apostle Paul tells us, and very deliberately tells us, there is other Jesuses and false Christs that will arise, and this is what that is. Lady Gaga as well. Now with the sign of the benediction, you can see that again, and Jack Black, as above, so below. When you see it in this context and the use of the 2 fingers, you know that the dual symbolism is being used. This is Daryl Hall. I took this photograph at 7-Eleven. You can see here Conan with the 2 fingers. This is also an allegiance to Rome. So you can understand that is a Baphomet symbol, sign of the benediction, and Roman. Now you see this triple symbolism, Roman allegiance, Baphomet, as well as hiding the eye. And you can understand now and begin to understand that Roman Catholicism has nothing to do with Christianity. It is a veil, thick veil of Christianity. Actually, if you really think about it, it's a very thin veil of Christianity. Looks like maybe Christianity, but in fact far from it. And you can see these artists here, or these puppets here, doing their thing. Now, sometimes I was led to believe that, oh yeah, this is some kind of a hand sign. And for the masses, we just go, okay, yeah, yo, whatever, and use these hand signs. And I know that sounds cheesy, but that's the way it is. We imitate these people, and these people at the top level are indoctrinating you. Okay, so we have this. You can see the dancers doing this, Miley Cyrus. This is 2012 Grammy Awards. Now we have the Mickey symbolism here. You see the sign of the benediction, and not only the Mickey, but you have the skull and crossbones. They have multiple symbols that we're going to cover in the second part of this, or a little bit later in this presentation. Ozzy Osbourne, you can see now using the two fingers. This is V. That is that TV series about aliens coming, and so now she uses this sign of the benediction. That's pretty sick, if you ask me. Aliens now coming out and using this religious symbol, and this religious symbol is literally Luciferian or satanic. Now another method you can see here, Black Eyed Peas. They do everything. They all do everything. You can see here now looks like she's shooting herself, but I can assure you that that is another variant just to throw you off, that they're doing this two-finger sign of the benediction. Of course she does that, and then she does this vulgar, obscene hand sign. She's shooting at you with the two fingers. When you see it in context of everything that she does, then you understand why she does it. This is the Snoop Doggy Dogg album cover, and you can see the sign of the benediction. And of course that sign of the benediction with all of these. And it's not being against a religious, they're all the same thing. Malice in Wonderland, and now you're going to understand, maybe I should briefly cover it, Monarch Programming, and Alice in Wonderland is a reference to mind control and programming. That whole thing is about fantasy and generating multiple personalities in this world, and then there's a reference to Wonderland throughout. And anyway, I know it's probably hard for you to understand yet, but let's go through this. Continue. Here we have the two-finger symbolism with the single eye symbolism, Eye of Lucifer, Mad Magazine. Now, tarot cards, the Hierophant. Look how similar the Hierophant is as a tarot card to the Pope. You can see here in this image, absolutely similar. And you can see the two keys, or the papal keys, used in Rome. And you see here the triple cross. Apparently that triple cross is heaven, earth, and hell in the same symbology. And you see the sign of the benediction. And the triple tiara, same thing. Heaven, earth, the God of heaven, earth, and hell. So you have all of this. Look how similar it is to Rome and the Pope in a tarot card. This is Aleister Crowley's tarot card, and you see he wanted his name actually pronounced Crowley instead of Crowley because he wanted to rhyme with holy, and I don't want to do that. I'll call him Crowley in this case. I don't want to give them any credit at all. But his tarot card, this is the Triquetra, which is the similar meaning in the triple cross, the Triquetra. And then you have man, or a baby, in this case an infant, in the up pointing star, and you have this elongated down pointing star representing the fallen angel. You also have biblical references to animals in the book of Revelation, and again, this is counterfeitism, and then you have the sign of the benediction. It also is peculiar to note that this is also the oath of the Roman soldier. Hitler was a Roman Catholic, and therefore he indoctrinated his soldiers in the Roman Catholic way, and therefore the oath of the Roman soldier is the sign of the benediction. I swear by God, and believe me, the God that they're swearing by is not the God that I serve. So we can see here the Nazis doing the sign of the benediction. All of them, my goodness. Here we have a neo-Nazi. Now this is key because he understands that this Nazi arm salute is actually the Roman salute, as well as the sign of the benediction, which is a Roman benediction as well. He understands that, and so this neo-Nazi, he's educated. I have to give him credit for that, but he's on the wrong side. The Pope's army, this is the Swiss Guard, 500 years of the Papal Swiss Guard. These guys were very good at what they did. Now they've really been relegated to being more of fashion or what is it, ceremonial. And so we have on coins, and you see the sign of the benediction. This is a 3-finger method, but there are also 2-finger methods. You can see that they just hold the finger close, but he actually, these guys actually hold it outward. And so, but it is the same sign. And then now we have finally, this is Napoleon, who installed himself as emperor. Sometimes you see in history where Napoleon goes against the Pope. These are, to me, in history, as far as revisionist history, meant to be diversions, to show opposition against something. And so all of this stuff is, to me, done in concert and uniform throughout history to show you that there are opposing forces when in fact they're actually the same force. So he's actually installed himself as emperor, and he has the Roman sign of the benediction here in allegiance to that system and that religious system. And of course the laurel leaves being Caesar and all of that. And this is a 5-pointed Maltese style cross. I've come to find out that it is called the Order of the Phoenix. I can't confirm that, but it is a 5-pointed star and a special Maltese cross. Now this is the final plate in this series of Baphomet, and these are cartoon depictions in Freemasonry of the admiration and exaltation of the goat. And now biblically we should understand that Jesus said that he is the good shepherd and that his sheep know him and follow him. So this distinction between the sheep and the goat. Sheep are the good, and the Bible also says we like sheep have gone astray, and Jesus comes after us, even leaving the flock behind to go after even just one that goes astray. So his love for us in this fashion. And so we are the sheep. I am considered of that. Jesus is also the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world. So in this case, he is the sacrificial lamb. So understanding this idea that there is an opposition between goats and sheep, and in this case, they are the goats, which are the evil ones. And that is a reference to that, and they admire this. So they have this riding the goat, the first degree, are you a Mason? And it's clear then to understand that they're in opposition to the Bible. When they may look like they're following the Bible, have a Bible in the lodge, place their hand on a Bible, wear a cross, all of this stuff are smoke screens to have you believe otherwise. So we have here the Grand Lodge in season, them hanging out with goats, riding the goats. Are you a Mason? Look at all of these cartoons. Now I'm going to quickly move through these. Passing. You can't get a Mason's goat. The password, don't tell the wife. So do you really want to be married to a Mason who's not going to tell? So this is a part of this brotherhood. Are you a Mason? Riding the goat again, so we can understand this fascination. All right, we're in the final section of part 1, and this is secret societies, and I'm going to introduce you to Freemasonry, Theosophy, Jesuitism, and Catholicism, and understand those interrelationships in the whole scheme of things. But before we do, we're going to go into the Bible and show you clearly what the Bible says about sun worship. This is in Ezekiel 8. 5 to 17. I encourage you, whether or not you believe or not, to go into this passage and understand what it's saying. So this is a prophet, Ezekiel, and God is telling this prophet that the house of Israel is, in a sense, worshiping the wrong God, which is having their faces toward the east and sun worship. So fundamentally, the Bible tells you what is true worship and what is not true worship, and it is clear that what they're trying to push on you with regard to zeitgeist and things like this, astrotheology, to say that Jesus and God are nothing other than sun worship. Well, this is a proof text to show you that that's not the case. So this prophet goes in, and behold, northward at the gate of the altar, this image of jealousy at the entry, meaning provoking this God to jealousy. He loves us, and it's a good jealousy that he wants. In contrast, the Hindu God is a non-jealous God, because all worship of those deities, those millions of deities, are aspects of that one God. Therefore, he's not a jealous God. But in this case, it is a good jealousy that our God has. He wants us for him, and therefore he loves us and wants to show that to us. So we have to understand that wisdom in understanding what jealousy is on that aspect. And behold, every form of creeping thing. So let me read this from here. Then said he unto me, Son of man, dig now in the wall. And this is underneath the temple where the true worship was going on in Solomon's temple, and underground they were doing all this in secret. So this is now a reference to secret societies and how they do things completely in secret. So then said he unto me, Son of man, dig now in the wall. And when he had digged in the wall, behold, a door. And he said unto me, Go in, and behold the wicked abominations that they do here. So I went in and saw, and behold, every form of creeping thing. There's all these beasts and things, and abominable beasts, and all the idols of the house of Israel portrayed upon the wall round about. So it is a story. This story that is God choosing a people is a story of them also falling away from God. So this is another proof of that the Bible is just grossly accurate as far as just showing you what they're doing. Usually when you have a text that regards yourself, you want to put yourself into a good light. This is calling out people for who they are, and it's clear in the Bible that the house of Israel has always fallen away from him, and there is a plan for them in the ages, and we'll get into that in the next section. Again, so now, and behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. Tammuz is a reference to Nimrod from Babylon, Semiramis his wife, and Tammuz the sun. And we see this correlated into Isis, Osiris, and Horus, or Osiris is the male, Isis is the female, and the sun. And please don't in any way equate this to what you think is Jesus, Mary, and the Father, Mary, and Jesus, because you can see there is a counterfeit going on. I want to explain that counterfeit. Mary has nothing to do with worship and should not be worshipped. So that's what Catholicism wants to bring in, is that satanic trinity, and that's not the case with regard to Christianity, true Christianity. And behold, at the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, with their backs toward the temple of the Lord, and their faces toward the east, and they worshipped the sun toward the east. Now look at this. Is it a light thing to the house of Judah that they commit the abominations which they commit here? Meaning sun worship is an abomination. For they have filled the land with violence, and have returned to provoke me to anger. So this God that we have, the creator of the universe, is going to be angry, and has been dealing with his chosen people. And so this is, I hope you understand what's going on. In Luke 8:16 to 17, no man, when he hath lighted a candle, covereth it with a vessel, or putteth it under a bed, but setteth it on a candlestick, that they which enter in may see the light. For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad. And so understanding that our Lord and Savior, my Lord and Savior Jesus, is really about openness, and this is open and free rather than secret, in secret. John 18:20, this is key. Jesus answered him, I spake openly to the world. I ever taught in the synagogue and in the temple, whether the Jews always resort, and in secret have I said nothing. And please understand that this Bible is an open book to the world, and these people that you're about to see in secret societies, they're all about doing things in secret. And this is the fundamental difference of their religion as opposed to the religion and the true religion. And I want you to see that there's deception going on a massive scale. All right, now introducing Freemasonry. Let's look at the structure of Freemasonry. This is showing you now the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. There's 2 rites, and the York Rite of Freemasonry. You see the compass and square in this chart. You see the Eye of Lucifer at the top. You see here now the 3 lodges, Blue Lodge. There are 3 entering degrees: enter apprentice, fellow craft, master mason, and you can split off at that point into the Scottish Rite or the York Rite. And when you follow the York Rite, let me show you some of these names of these. You have the Royal Arch Mason, so you have the Royal Arch. Order of the Red Cross. Where do we get the Red Cross from? And you know what the Red Cross is, a very charitable organization. When I tell you about the Shriners, you understand that they have Shriner hospitals. Order of the Knights of Malta. Knights of Malta, now a reference to Catholicism and papal knighthoods. And so you see the Maltese cross here. So understand that connection between Roman Catholicism and Freemasonry. Order of the Knights Templar at Commandery. Now, if you read like Dan Brown, you watch movies, this whole idea of Knights Templar being Freemasons, they try to distract you from that understanding, but here it is in plain sight. Order of the Knights Templar associated with Freemasonry, and then Knights Templar were Gnostics, and they were the ones that were accused of worshiping this weird Baphometic god, also rituals of trampling the cross. You notice here too is the cross and the crown. That is not a Christian symbol, and I just want you to become aware of that. Moving back down is the Scottish Rite, and you see how many degrees in the Scottish Rite, 33 in all, culminating into the 32nd degree, and by the 32nd degree you can now move into either York Rite, Scottish Rite, into Anam's ancient Arabic order of the nobles of the mystic shrine, and this is the Shriner Freemasons. And now you have your honorary your active 33 degrees, your Knight Commander Court honor. So you can see here honorary 33 degree emblems, double-headed eagles, 33, active 33, and you see all of those. Now ladies are involved as well, and we'll see that in the next slide. You can also see here the 2 pillars of Freemasonry, and they put this B and J there. Structure of Freemasonry, again, Scottish Rite, York Rite, and the steps at the top, meaning at the top. Order of the Knights of Malta, Red Cross, Knights Templar. You also see co-masonry. So you see women involved in co-masonry. You see the Shriners and the Daughters of the Nile. So women can be in Freemasonry, and you see all of these entered apprentices in there, and the allied organizations. Really, the lower degrees are meant to be in the dark with regard to all of this. And you advance in level, you advance in degree, and the symbols become clearer and clearer until, once you finally get to the top, you're worshiping Lucifer, the entity, not Lucifer, the light. Okay, so they are into more light. This is 1917. This is the British Grand Lodge. You can see the entry to that British Grand Lodge is the pentacle, the interior of the Grand Lodge. Now you see Freemasons here in their ridiculous aprons. This is a fraternal club. Here's Knights Templar playing chess, and I just threw that in there just to show you that this is how they like to run society, with the pawns up front doing their dirty work, and they like to cause war and chaos and all of that type of thing. That is their game, and they use that checkerboard as well. A Freemasons tracing board, master's carpet. So this is how they do teach their initiates, and so you can see that you saw that coffin in Aleister Crowley's Madame Talbot tribute to him. You see here, this is key. This is a beehive, and they like society to be run like that. It's a representation of industry, and they like being the elite and everyone else being workers. In this case, you have the checkerboard. You have 3 pillars here. One is wisdom, the other some kind of virtues. And then you have the 2 main pillars of Freemasonry. In this case, it doesn't have Jachin and Boaz here. These are more Hercules pillars, twin pillars, than they are Jachin and Boaz. So you'll see that later on, just later on in this plate, and you see all of the emblems, including the star, sun, and moon, the eye of Lucifer at the top. Moving on, here is the Royal Arch of Freemasonry. This is York Rite, and you can see now the astrological signs around this. You see man, the beasts that you saw in Aleister Crowley's tarot card, which reference the Bible as well. They like to reference the Bible and make you believe that this is biblical, all biblical. Here's similar depictions of that Royal Arch, and here's that keystone in Freemasonry with the pentacle in that keystone. I forget what this acronym is, but it has to do with the initiate, and that's a saying. Moving along, now in other images of Freemasonry, they like to refer to these pillars as legs to stand on. You'll see some of that in these squares. So they're putting the square in there, and then this enlightenment, using the sun there as your intellect or your enlightenment. And so they use all these symbols. Early in your degrees, both in the Scottish and York Rite, you come to know what the name of God is, and this is an abomination. So they use Jah, or referring to Jehovah, Bull, which refers to Baal or Baal, and then On, which is, and if you read this upside down, it's actually On, not No. So Jah, Bull, On is the name of God in Freemasonry, and this On refers to Osiris, and so is it an absolute abomination as a trinity of the name of God. So this is a testament to this occult nature of what this is. And you can see various other forms in Freemasonry, or tracing boards, Jachin and Boaz again, and you have all this sacred geometry stuff going on. You see the elements here referring to alchemy, stars, sun and the moon, and this helical thing. I don't know all of these symbols because I'm not a Freemason. My father was, and I have interviewed or talked with Freemasons that testify to the darkness that you have in these rites. And really, darkness referring to all of these mystery symbols and the mysteries surrounding all of this. And so it is absolutely dark with regard to that. So now moving along, and you see the similarities between things that were artifacts used in Solomon's temple and the building of this, but you'll see that there is a counterfeit and an opposite going on here. This is a tarot card. You saw this earlier in the plates, but this is Boaz and Jachin referring to this temple pillars in Solomon's temple, and this is showing you, to me, this is the counterfeit. But you see the black and white symbolism, the duality going on. This is a priestess, and you can see the reference also if you saw that Isis and Osiris, but Isis having these sun symbolism and these bull horns or crescent moon hybrid. So anyway, I know you might not understand that, but as we move into all these symbols, you can go over this video and understand what these symbols are. Here is a worshipful master, and the worshipful master wears the top hat, and here's the square. The gavel is also Freemasonic, and you see that gavel used in modern judges use that gavel. A lot of our things are Masonic that we don't understand. Now, this is key here because this is a depiction of the Freemasonic temple. You can see the 2 pillars here, that the 2 pillars are in the west. You can see now the pentagram here and that checkerboard floor, the 3 pillars of virtue, and then the east is the worshipful master, the G, the generative principle, and the sun, all in the east. Okay, understanding that side. Now, look here. This is the true temple, Solomon's temple. You see the two, Jachin and Boaz. Over here, they're not even named. That's why I believe they're the pillars of Hercules rather than Jachin and Boaz, the two pillars in the true temple. Now you see that the Jachin and Boaz are in the east, whereas these pillars are in the west. It's a complete reversal in the temple. So what they show you as Jachin and Boaz is simply a smokescreen to tell you that they're worshiping the true God or what have you. So here's the porch, and of course the Holy of Holies sits in the west. So I just wanted to show you that complete opposite, and you're going to see in the writings even what they like to do, complete opposites against God. And so I wanted to show you that. Here are emblems in Freemasonry. I think they're called jewels in Freemasonry. You see this A over here. This A has a Masonic element to it. It is the compass, and the center portion is shaped like a square. So the compass and the square in this A portion, you'll see that showing up a little bit later on. I understand this is a lot of information. Please just bear with me. Here's the Eye of Lucifer, that light emanating from that, the compass and the square. This is the Aladdin's lamp, and in Arabian culture, the jinn is what is in the Aladdin's lamp. Jinn is a demon, and so in this case you're entrapping a demon and having a demon help you by wishing, conjuring up or invoking this demon, now wishing something to that you can attain through that. And this is quintessential in understanding that demons help people attain earthly power and wealth and all of that stuff. So yes, it's very enticing. It really is like a drug if you do getting into the occult, and that's what this is all about. So you'll see that moving along here. Other emblems here is the balances, double-headed eagles. I don't know exact. Here's a double-headed eagle over there. That's the Omega sign. All right, so moving along, Jachin and Boaz here, the two pillars with the eye in between, square and compass, the pentagram, and now you see the skull and bones. This is an old depiction of an initiate. The initiate now is covered, and you can see where he's initiated at, and you can see this coffin. The occult, have their own born-again experience. So when you see an interview with George W. Bush, one of the guys interviewed him and said, are you a Christian? He says, well, if you mean being born again, yes, I am. So trust me, the occult have their own born-again experience. We'll see that a little bit later. Here's the skull and bones, and you can see these fiery things going on, and even this adornment I'll show you that has roots in Catholicism. Now here's the keystone. Here's a square and compass with a G. The double cross with skull and crossbones. We'll get into that. And then the down pointing star. Now this is a proof to show you that the square represents the female aspect. I dearly love a Mason because a Mason's on the square. So this man who is represented as the compass with the female on the square. So a male on the square. It's a sexual connotation. That G is that union or generative principle of the union of male and female. That's why androgyny has a huge place in this doctrine. And again, now love the square. So the man is loving the square, and she's on the square representing the square. So you can understand the female aspect of that. Are you a Mason? The girls all love a Mason because a Mason never tells. So again, would you really be wanting to marry a Mason who's not going to be true to you in the relationship? So this is the type of thing that they're into. And then now a Mason never tells. I'm going to make her a Mason so she can't tell on me. So you understand the aspect and the understanding that it is a secret society. And we'll move on. Continuing on with Freemasonry, you were introduced to Albert Pike earlier. Now you can see him here. He's a 33rd degree. There's the double-headed eagle. There's his 33rd degree emblem. He has a statue in Washington near the Capitol building. So this is a Confederate soldier with a statue in Washington, also KKK member, general. You can see here the emblem of Freemasonry, 33rd degree. So was that revolution or that civil war really a civil war? He is enshrined here. I know he got pardoned also by a president, and now also enshrined or entombed in the Masonic Lodge in Washington, D.C. He wrote a book called Morals and Dogma, out by Albert Pike. Shows you a lot of interesting things in there. Okay, every Masonic, they like to claim that they're not a religion, but every Masonic lodge is a temple of religion, and its teachings are instructions in the universal, eternal, immutable religion, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry by Albert Pike. So that's this book right here. Again, Masonry, the custodian and depository since Enoch of the great philosophical and religious truth, unknown to the world at large. All right, so religious. Now, Lucifer, the light bearer, strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the son of the morning, it is he who bears the light, and with its splendors intolerable blinds feeble, sensual, or selfish souls, doubt it not. So this reference to Lucifer, the light bearer, and in fact, when you understand who they worship Lucifer, that light bearer. That is the light that they are seeking. Morals and Dogma, okay? Now, General Albert Pike, this is a speech given. That which we must say to the crowd is, we worship a God, but it is the God one adores without superstition. To you, Sovereign Grand Inspectors General, we say this, and you may repeat it to the brethren of the 32nd, 31st, and 30th degrees. The Masonic religion should be by all of us initiates of the high degrees maintained in the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. If Lucifer were not God, would Adonai, the God of the Christians, whose deeds prove cruelty, perfidy, and hatred of man, barbarism, and repulsion for science, would Adonai, his priests, culminate him? Yes, Lucifer is God, and unfortunately Adonai is also God, for the eternal law is that there is no light without shade, no beauty without ugliness, no white without black, for the absolute can only exist as two gods, darkness being necessary for light to serve as its foil, as the pedestal is necessary to the statue and the brake to the locomotive. This is that dualism going on. Now, our Bible states specifically that God is light and there is no darkness in him. So understand what they want to do is merge these together. Thus, the doctrine of Satanism is heresy. So now they're claiming that Satanism is heresy, and the true and pure philosophical religion is the belief in Lucifer. They are equal. In this, I'm going to show you, and we should understand that they are according to the Bible. The equal of Adonai is Lucifer, they say, but Lucifer, God of light and God of good, is struggling for humanity against Adonai, the God of darkness and evil. This opposite understanding. It is very deceptive and very can twist your brain if you try to understand what their doctrine is, but you have to understand it by their deeds as well. Masonry, like all religions, all the mysteries, Hermeticism, and alchemy, conceals its secret from all except the adepts, the sages, or the elect, and uses false explanations and misinterpretations of its symbols to mislead those who deserve only to be misled. The blue degrees are but the outer court or portico of the temple. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. It is not intended that he shall understand them, but it is intended that he shall imagine he understands them. Their true explication is reserved for the adepts, the princes of Masonry. So you can see this clear deception of early initiates into the degrees, and this is lies as far as interpretation. So you must understand the entire doctrine, whether or not you believe this, what they say here. They twist the truth so cleverly, and I am going to tell you, be aware of this and be aware of what is good and what is evil. All right, the true name of Satan, the Kabbalists say, is that of Yahweh, reversed. There is that reversal again, and you understand in Satanism there is a distinction. Now, imagine, this is morals and dogma. For Satan is not a black god. Lucifer, the light bearer. Now he's equating Lucifer with Satan and saying that Satan is not a black god because Lucifer is the light bearer. Strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Okay, Lucifer, the son of the morning. It is he who bears the light. Doubt it not. So you can understand in context of what is said. We said that earlier. Let's move on over here to Manly P. Hall. Manly P. Hall is another Masonic writer. 33rd degree. You can see that there. Double-headed eagle, same thing. Lost Keys of Freemasonry. You can see by the book covers. Also, it's at the top of the pyramid. This man is now enlightened. He has the enlightenment, the torch of enlightenment, similar to the Statue of Liberty. He has the triangle on his chest, and now he's an enlightened being. The same book, using this Eye of Lucifer on the back of the dollar bill. The same book as well with George Washington on the cover, showing you that George Washington was the first Mason, most revered Mason for this country and patriarch to this country. He was not a Christian. He was a Luciferian Freemason. Understanding now, this is Albert Mackey. He wrote the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, and you can see this woman here in Code Masonry. She puts the hand over the bosom. She points to the book, usually a Bible, and then that Bible has a square and compass. But I'm telling you, these are all deceptions. Now, I just want to make things clear. If I say something like believe me, I just want you to understand this is what I'm saying, and you are entitled to your own belief. And when I say believe me, it's just coming from emotion because it's what I've researched. So please bear with me on this. And so I have to go now into, let's look at morals and dogma. No, let's look at this, Manly P. Hall. When the Mason learns that the key to the warrior on the block is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands, and before he may step onwards and upwards, he must prove his ability to properly apply this energy. Now, we must understand in Buddhism, they believe that demons, aka Lucifer and his fallen angels and demons, help them attain enlightenment. And so in this case, this is what you have in your hands to attain enlightenment. Now, Arthur Edward Waite, the Book of Black Magic, is a 33rd degree Freemason. First conjuration addressed to Emperor Lucifer. Emperor Lucifer, master and prince of rebellious spirits. There's that rebellious understanding, and that 13, understanding that the number 13 is a number of rebellion. I adjure thee to leave thine abode in whatever quarter of the world it may be situated, and come hither to communicate with me. I command and I conjure thee in the name, oh my gosh, how sick can you possibly be? And I don't know, and I don't even want to just actually read that because I'm reading it out loud. What is more absurd and more impious than to attribute the name of Lucifer to the devil is that is to personified evil. The intellectual Lucifer is the spirit of intelligence and love. It is the practice. It is the Holy Spirit, while the physical Lucifer is the great agent of universal magnetism. Alphas Levi, and he's the guy that showed you the Baphomet image. So, boy, they really have a twisted way of putting this, and you think it's just spiritism and mysticism, but it is an entity, Lucifer, that the Bible describes that is our adversary and is out to destroy us. And we have in my belief system, we can understand that Jesus is saying that there is a hell and that there is a heaven, and he doesn't want you to go to the wrong place. Satanic ritual is a blend of Gnostic, Kabbalistic, Hermetic, and Masonic elements, incorporating nomenclature and vibratory words of power from virtually every mythos. Masonic orders have contained the most influential men in many governments, and virtually every occult order has many Masonic roots. Anton LaVey, that's that renowned Satanist. So you can understand Masonic orders containing influential men in many governments. Now, one thing I want to show you here is look at the deception going on. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate. Okay, so he's intentionally misled. We read that in the upper portion. Must always be a commonplace interpretation for the mass of initiates, of the symbols that are eloquent to the adepts. So they're showing you that the upper levels get the true meaning, and once you get to the highest level, you understand that it is Lucifer that you're worshiping. You must conceal all the crimes of your brother Masons, except murder and treason, and these only at your own option. So they're showing you that you have to be immoral, and that you should hide your brother from even those types of crimes. And should you be summoned as a witness against a brother Mason, be always sure to shield him. So you have to shield him from crime. Prevaricate or falsify. Don't tell the whole truth in his case. Keep his secrets. Forget the most important points. It may be perjury to do this, it is true, but you're keeping your obligations. And remember, if you live up to your obligations strictly, you'll be free from sin. How absolutely deceptive is that? I'll tell you what, if you want power and money and all of those things, go ahead. Practice those things and you'll get it, because you can take advantage of others easily that way without any conscience. Now, moving on to the double-headed eagle. We have the double-headed eagle here. Now you can read this on your own, but when we get to the bottom here, the whole right being considered a representative of the Holy Empire. So now you understand now Rome and the connection between the Holy Roman Empire. Rome never died. Rome was transformed into the Holy Roman Empire, and that empire is still with us today. That Catholic Church and that Rome, oh, they are the largest wealth accumulator on the planet. You're going to see that a little bit later. Well, we have Ordo Ab Char. This is Freemasonic, and the use of this double-headed phoenix or eagle, both phoenix and eagle, they use 33rd degree, Ordo Ab Char, order out of chaos. They like to create chaos, bring order out of that chaos of the masses, and bring in a new system that way. And they've done it throughout the century. This is the double-headed eagle of Rome. You see the papal keys, war and the earth, war and the earth. This is Habsburg family, a bloodline of the Roman Empire, and the use of that double-headed phoenix. And on the dollar bill, there is a telltale sign that phoenix always has this crest, or these head feathers that way. And there's a little bit of that on the American eagle as well. This is the German double-headed eagle. This is the Russian double-headed eagle. And of course, Kanye West has the Chanel double-headed eagle. And all of the symbols that those guys use are occult symbology, referencing Rome, and that is a key connection I want you to understand. This is the Holy Roman Empire and that colonial system with all these countries involved, and you see this Knights Templar crosses everywhere, Masonic checkerboards, mystical beings, griffins, snakes, and all of that stuff, and I'm telling you, this has nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever. This is Arthur Waite, who I read you that quote with, the Knights Templar orders in Freemasonry. Now you can see the reverence for the goat. The Templar orders in Freemasonry, the Knights Templar, and here's the Templar cross and the cross and crown, which is not Christian, it's Gnosticism. Eliphas Levi and his books, Transcendental Magic, so magic is key. Now this Kabbalist mysticism, and you can understand that that is not the Star of David, it is an occult seal of Solomon, and going even back to that, but it is an occult sign of idolatry. And you can also notice here the triple tiara, which the Pope has and Rome has, Elvis Levi. Now you see this intertwining snake as well, and bird. Also, it's like a cockatrice, which is half bird, half reptile. The key to the mysteries. Now you can understand what the key means, and we'll see the key to the mysteries here. You saw that keyhole in Warren Buffett's book, and now you see here that it refers indeed to the key to the mystery religions and Satanism, translated by Aleister Crowley. So these guys are all interconnected. Moving along with Freemasonry. So we're going to understand who Freemasons are. Life magazine, you can see Freemasons in the form of a pyramid. U.S. Masons, and this is 1956. Let's end all of the discontent, elect a Mason president. I'll tell you one thing. If the first president of the United States was a Freemason, think about it. How many other Freemasons were there in this country? And these are just to name a few. I believe all of them were Freemasons. And so I'll show you more than just one the people that are here. So you can see all the Freemasons. I'll go through this quickly. Here's Ben Franklin, Harry Truman, Gerald Ford, Washington. You can see here John Wayne as a Shriner. This is head of the FBI. Oh gosh, there was a movie recently about him, Harry Truman, and I forget him. All walks of life being represented. Ronald Reagan is a 33rd degree honorary. And there you see Harry Truman and his regalia. You can see the gavel being used, and that's used with judges. Moving on, Scottish Rite magazine, formerly known as the New Age magazine. And you can see actors, Kramer, Buzz Aldrin, and commemoration, Freemasonic commemorations. They lie, and they're meant to lie. They're meant to swear to secrecy. And so whatever they do, you cannot trust, completely not trust. Actors, it's their initiates, their children get into those walks of life. Here's royalty. You can see here, this is King George. Look at how nicely fashioned that apron is. But I'm telling you, how can you dress up like that and still be sane? Here we have Prince Hall Lodge. Now this is interracial. All races are involved, and so you see now Jesse Jackson, 33rd degree. This is Dubois here. You can see here he's actually doing a Masonic pose. That actually, Pledge of Allegiance is a Masonic pose. So you put the hand over the heart, and they do this in the lodge, and it stems from Freemasonry. So you can understand that in this country, that's what goes on. Here's Nat King Cole, Richard Pryor. All walks of life. Look at their Bishop Tutu. And you have here, oh gosh, I forget that, trumpet player, Henry Kissinger. Now, looking at this, Shaquille O'Neal, he is now entered. He was on a sports channel actually showing off his Masonic ring. Poor guy. Now he's into Freemasonry. Scottie Pippen, you see here, Barack Obama inaugural ball. Now he's been invited by Masons. This is a Newsweek magazine, September 2008. I believe it's September 2008. You can look that up. Memo to Senator Obama. He's now here with the presidential seal, adjusting that. This ring is here, and showing that ring close up. That is the compass and the square, and quintessential colors of Freemasonry as well, blue and gold. Bill Clinton, given my affinity for Catholics, it's ironic that besides music, my major extracurricular interest from 9th grade on was the Order of Demolay, a boys' organization sponsored by the Masons. So if you're in Demolay, you're going to go into being a Mason. And so we can't see all who enter into secret society. We just have to get clues. And here's Barack Obama, very proud to show this square and compass of Freemasonry. Let's move on. Isaac Newton, The Alchemy of Science and Mysticism, and the use of the square and the compass. Mozart, complete Masonic music. Now, I'm living in Hawaii now, and this is King David Kalakaua, and he is a Shriner Freemason. You can see Islam here. Talk about selling your people out to this religion. And there's a statue of him on Kalakaua avenue with the square and compass at the base of that statue. Also, this portrait is at the U.S. Lodge in Washington, D.C. Now, just to show you that Freemasonry is interracial and global, and this is an example. There was an article done to show you that all walks of life, all religions, this is what they want to do, is bring all of this stuff together in a one world, and understanding that. This is Egypt, India, Brazil. It is a global organization. Moving along, Japan, and they have been there since the mid-1700s, perhaps even early 1700s. You have now the square and the compass in this shot. Surprising, yes. And look at the square checkerboard pattern, and these are, look, samurais with a Western man, in that case, indoctrinating the entire population. And so you can see here he is doing the hidden hand, and this magazine. My wife, when I first started researching this in my testimony, I was researching this and going, hey, you know, it's a global thing, let's check it out. And she actually did this research for me to find out that this is what's going on globally. And so we have Chinese. This is Mao with Dubois here. Famous Freemasons. Education is the whole system of human training within and without the school's house walls, which molds and develops men. So Brother Dubois. And so here he is with Mao. I have come to find out that all of the revolutions are perpetrated by Freemasonry since at least the French Revolution. And so we have Chinese Freemasons here. You can see them. It's global. So what you think is opposition and communism is, in fact, behind closed doors, they are shaking hands. They are simply experiments, government and social experiments, with a one world agenda that they have in the end. Here's Marilyn Manson, that Satanist, and of course he wears two types of rings here. It is the pentagram and the square and compass. I always like this one, Marilyn Mason. You can read all about who's famous in this book, 10,000 Famous Freemasons. There is de Molay, the supposed Knights Templar that was persecuted by the church. I've come to find out that persecution by the church, what they like to do is they separate themselves from the organization. They work like the mafia. They can take anybody out that they raise up. So they can give you a country, give you an organization, and guess what? They'll take you down for it. And that's how the system works in this realm. So I want you to understand that Knights Templar, and you'll understand that in religion, was a schism, and what they do is they separate the organization so that you think that they're in opposition. Now let's understand Theosophy. This is Madame Blavatsky, and she is well known to be Luciferian, and you can understand that through her writings. Now she was the founder of Theosophy. You can see the occult symbols that she has here. This is the Ankh, which represents resurrection in the occult. So please, you can see there's counterfeits in this, and I want you to be aware of that. This is the Ouroboros. You see the swastika. You see the hexagram within that, and then you see the crown as well. Now, Madame Blavatsky was a Freemason, and this is her diploma. There is Madame H.P. Blavatsky at the bottom, 33rd degree. Now you see the stork and the phoenix. You see the two pillars now represented as Egyptian obelisks, and so you can see now that they are merging these together, their pillars with Egyptian obelisks, and that reverence for Egypt. And so you can understand this. That's her diploma. Lucifer, a Theosophical magazine, H.P. Blavatsky. She is a Luciferian, and I want you to understand that. Here's Lucifer again, H.P. Blavatsky. One of her disciples was Annie Besant. You can see she's part of co-masonry, the double-headed eagle with crown there, and she now has a 33rd degree album in co-masonry. She puts this is not the hand to the bosom, but it is the lion's paw or lion's grip, and you'll see that later. This is, I believe, her husband, and her husband, now this is Ledbetter. I'm not sure if this was actually her husband, but this is Ledbetter, one of the popes of Freemasonry. You can see how well adorned he is, and not only is he a Freemason, but he is looks like either Catholicism or Orthodox, but that is of the same breed in religion. Freemasonry, and its ancient rites, the author of that, and the use of the Eye of Lucifer with illumination around it. So they can look and act. This is a key example of looking and acting like who they say they aren't. This is his true religion. This is his false religion. But in a sense, this looks like Christianity. It is far from Christianity. Just look at it. I mean, for goodness sake, please understand that this does not represent Christianity at all. Moving on, another disciple of Alice Bailey, of Madame Blavatsky, I'm sorry. H.P. Blavatsky is Alice Bailey. Alice Bailey, you can see on her website, actually she uses the Masonic style A, the A with the square within it. These people have, they channel. And so Madame Blavatsky channeled information from deities or spirit beings. I forget the name of her. You can look that up on the internet. But Alice Bailey's channel information came from this person depiction, and this person depicted is Dwaj Kul. Here he is. This is what they referred to in the New Age called ascended masters, claiming all of these beings are ascended beings. And look at the similarity of these beings to the depictions of who Jesus was. Interesting how they can imitate that, and these are just artist depictions of that. So it goes to show you whether or not depictions of Jesus are actually real depictions or false depictions. So very interesting what is going on. So these are channeled informations, and channeling is well known in the demonic realm, spiritism and mediums, psychics, and giving readings this way. Alice Bailey, Consciousness of the Atom. One of her bigger books is Externalization of the Hierarchy. And in a nutshell, what they're doing now is exactly implementing this philosophy, which is to externalize the religion onto the public through the use of symbols and ideologies. And we have this throughout. We can see this in culture. The spirit of Masonry, you'll see that externalization in some of the case studies we have at the end. The spirit of Masonry, Foster Bailey, her husband. This logo here, and there, well, I don't know really too much about this logo, but moving on into Lucis Trust, and this logo, of course, the sun emanating. Lucis Trust was originally Lucifer Publishing Company. And you can see Lucifer Publishing Company here, founded in 1922. It was changed to Lucis Trust because, of course, the obvious reference to Lucifer. They hold a seat. This Lucis Trust holds a seat at the United Nations, and they also disseminate material, literary material, through the United Nations. So big time these people are, and they are Luciferian. It just so happens that the prayer room at the United Nations has the largest magnet. So you can see in one of our first plates in Freemasonry, a universal magnetism. So they have this largest magnet ever mined. It's actually embedded into the foundation, into the earth. This magnet is. The shape of the prayer room is a truncated pyramid. So you can see in floor plan. Me being an architect, I can tell you that all of this symbolism is done in plan and in design. It's not just a coincidence. You see the sunlight emanating onto the magnet, and so this oculus being done. This painting itself is a Luciferian painting. I believe there are 72 geometric things here. I haven't counted them, but you can read all about this in the Cult of the All-Seeing Eye. I forget whether or not that 72 has correlation there. So we have now the New Age magazine, which was which has been since changed to the Scottish Rite magazine, and you can see now. But the New Age movement was founded by Freemasonry. Introductory Study Course in Theosophy, understanding that they're using this pentagram symbology with man in it. Okay, I do have to make a correction. I'm not sure if this actual Alice Bailey is on her website. I think somebody made that up, but it is the use of the actual Masonic style A. So I'm not sure. Some of this stuff I researched a while back. Let's look at what Madame Blavatsky says. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Lucifer represents life, thought, process, progress, civilization, liberty, independence. Lucifer is the Logos, or God. The serpent, the Savior. See how opposite they are. It is Satan who is God, the God of our planet, and the only God. So you can see now she's developed her doctrine, the celestial version, which thus becomes the mother of gods and devils at one and the same time, for she is the ever-loving beneficent deity. But in antiquity and reality, Lucifer is Luciferius, Luciferius is the name. Lucifer is divine and terrestrial light, the Holy Ghost and Satan at one and the same time. Freemasonry and co-founder of Lucifer Publishing Company, now called Lucis Trust, Foster Bailey concurs, it is not possible from a contemplation of this side of Masonic teaching that it may provide all that is necessary for the formulation of a universal religion. That was in a question. The Spirit of Masonry, page 113. Foster Bailey states that Masonry is the descendant of or is founded upon a divinely imparted religion. This religion, he explains, was the first united world religion. Then came the era of separation of many religions and sectarianism. Today we are working again toward a world universal religion. In my realm in Christianity, they are working. The top levels of people, even in the evangelical realm, are working toward globalization, unification, universalism, and this one world government. And from my perspective and the biblical perspective, this is called spiritual harlotry, and we want to separate ourselves from that thing. You can believe what you want to believe, but anyway, moving on. One of the most hidden secrets involves the so-called fall of angels. Satan and his rebellious host will thus prove to have become the direct saviors and creators of divine man. Thus Satan, once he ceases to be viewed in the superstitious spirit of the church, grows into the grandiose image. It is Satan who is the God of our planet and the only God. Satan, or Lucifer, represents the centrifugal energy of the universe, this ever-living symbol of self-sacrifice for the intellectual independence of humanity. So Satan is our savior to her. No one will enter the New World Order unless he or she will make a pledge to worship Lucifer. No one will enter the New Age unless he will take a Luciferian initiation. David Spangler, Director of Planetary Initiative, United Nations. They are Universalists. They are Luciferian to the core. Now, on Lucis Trust's website, you can understand now when they say the esoteric meaning of Lucifer, it is the opposite. So in this case, we are reading the exoteric meaning of Lucifer, what they are giving you, the uninitiated. There are comments in the World Wide Web claiming that Lucis Trust was once called Lucifer Trust. Such was never the case. Okay, we just saw the documents. However, for a brief period of 2 or 3 years, in the early 1920s, when Alice and Foster Bailey were beginning to publish the books, published under her name, they named their fledgling company, publishing company, Lucifer Publishing Company. There it is. By 1925, the name was changed to Lucis Publishing Company and was renamed so ever since. Both Lucifer and Lucis come from the same root word, lucis, meaning in Latin generative case, being the Latin generative case meaning of light. So all it really simply means is light, and you can read the rest of this portion. Now moving on to the Great Invocation. Now, understanding that invocating in the satanic Luciferian realm means invocating spirits, invoking. And this is now a invoking saying that you can all recite if you like, but look at what they want you to do. Many religions believe in a world teacher or savior, knowing him as under such names as the Christ, Lord Maitreya, Imam Mahdi, the Bodhisattva, and the Messiah. And these terms are used in some of the Christian, Hindu, Muslim, Buddhist, and Jewish versions of the Great Invocation. Men and women of goodwill throughout the world are using this invocation in their own language. Will you join them in using the invocation every day with thought and dedication? By using the invocation and encouraging others to use it, no particular group or organization is sponsored. It belongs to all humanity, bringing all humanity to one. And the fundamental difference between Jesus Christ, as he says it, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but by me. His exclusivity, not Maitreya, not Mahdi, not Bodhisattva, and not any other Messiah or any other form of Jesus. Understanding that fundamental difference. And there you have it. Fundamentalism. And what is fundamentalism and what have they portrayed fundamentalism to be is this radical view, but is clear in the writings that there is a deception going on the other side of religion. I can show you that. And then there is a fundamental difference between Jesus and his religion and all others being the counterfeit, and a fundamental difference as being evil and deceptive and secret. So I want us to understand now, moving on to who these people are in the truth movement. The truth movement, there are two sides of the truth movement, I believe. There's the biblical side to the truth movement, and there is the occult side. This man here, Jordan Maxwell, Jordanus Maxwell, that's actually not his real name, but he's made up that name. He is part of the occult truth movement. You can see here he is a Freemason giving a Masonic handshake with Zecharia Sitchin. Zecharia Sitchin is no Freemason. You can see him here on the internet in a Masonic lodge covering his face, but that is the same man, and he is the writer of the 12th Planet, all this 2012 Nibiru stuff going on and indoctrinating people into these occult alien type things. Aliens are none other than demonic spiritual beings. Okay, we have Jordan Maxwell now. This is key to understanding how they do things. They expose Freemasonry and tell you that this is a secret society. So they expose themselves, and they're doing this. And understand what they're doing. They are going to expose themselves as being corrupt, cause wars, have people now going against this whole thing, and bring in the wars and the chaos and the cry for a new age. And so I just want you to understand the psychology behind all this. They'll tell you Freemasonry, but they will not tell you that is a Luciferian doctrine, but they will equate Freemasonry with Catholicism, and they'll say, see, look at Christianity. Christianity is the same thing. And they will point at Catholicism as being Christian, and there's the fundamental flaw in what they're showing you, because Catholicism is not, it's clearly not Christianity. So please understand where that is coming from. These people also claim, and you can understand, you can find this out on the internet for yourself, claim that they've been channeled by demons, and that demons have told them to do things similar to these people up above. So he's met several entities that tell him what his purpose in life are, and we'll move on into these. Now we have the TV shows called The Ancient Aliens. Now on Jordan's website you have Michael Sarian. He is well known to be a Luciferian. You have David Icke, who is one of the big names, if not the biggest name in the truth movement, the occult truth movement. David Icke actually tells you that he's the Son of God on this interview, and people laugh at him. But he's an older man now and gaining really big respect in the truth movement world. Art Bell, you can see the use of the Eye of Lucifer. And then you see the friends of Jordan Maxwell and the UFO hunters. They tell you all these guys are acting on TV and in this club. Within the club, showing you that UFOs could be aliens, and those aliens might be life from other planet. I don't know what they're setting you up for, but this is a very key aspect to what is going on today. The indoctrination of the possibility of aliens planting humanity, panspermia it's called. And that movie Prometheus was an allusion to that. And there is Art Bell. Now moving on to Zeitgeist, and this is something that before 3 years ago that I looked at and said, wow, you know, it must be that Jesus is the same as everybody else. So who do they attack specifically? They tell you 2 parts truth, and I believe that the economy and everything is, and the money system is all completely corrupted. Fractional reserve banking, they tell you. And then they tell you 9/11 was an inside job, and from my perspective, it is. And so I don't know if you guys are even past that. Some of you are not really understanding that. I just urge you to do the research. Don't assume and be told, don't assume what you hear and what they do to you every year to indoctrinate you into believing that 9/11, it's really become the new 4th of July here in the United States. So please go research it for yourself, and I can show you that. I cover it very shortly or briefly in this second part. But look at the symbolism here. The third part of the movie Zeitgeist, this is millions of viewers, 15 million plus, 20 million, probably going on more of the views of this movie. Look at the symbolism going on. Single eye, one eye symbolism. In this section here, look, it is what we saw Jay-Z doing, the triangle and the sun, or the illumination coming from that triangle. And these are the early initiates. They get the, oh, we're worshiping the sun. No, it's the light, more light, and the intellect. No, more light, it's Lucifer himself, the entity. So please view this video, and I'll show you that there is religion being perpetrated through this video, and the one that they are attacking in the third section of Zeitgeist is specifically Jesus. And so you can see man being God, that God spirit that is in all of us. This is what they're perpetrating as the religion of the New Age, when in fact it will be essentially what David Spangler said previously, which is the Luciferian doctrine, worshiping Lucifer. Please don't be deceived. This whole thing is world peace, moving toward this one world government. They're going to take you through chaos. You're going to be screaming for peace, and then they're going to enter. You're going to enter in the New Age, their New Age. According to the Bible, there's only a 7-year plan that Satan has, and it's called the Great Tribulation. Fundamentally, Christians have to understand what the prophecy reads. The book of Revelation is all about that, and this is a deception globally. I understand. It sounds so noble. Humanity coming together. Yeah, we're going to travel through space. Yes, we're going to hormone therapy and all new, change our DNA and become healthy and live long and the whole 9 yards. And believe me, it's all a trap. And I know I say that, believe me, but just research it for yourself and understand what this is all about. Fundamentally, it is religion being portrayed, and your soul is at stake rather than your physical body and the existence of humanity in this case. Now look at Zeitgeist, the use of this Luciferian eye, and look at the cult of the serpent. So that similarity of the symbols being used. Now before I became who I became, a born-again Christian, I looked and wanted to be part of this Venus project. I was into ecological architecture. I thought it was the next best thing, this whole green movement, and the Venus project was part of that. This is the architect, Jacques Fresco. I actually contacted the Venus project. Look, they're called the Venus Project. And I'm just going to tell you, a lot of entities are channeled, and they call them Venetians and from Venus, and all of that deception. This is the fantastic architecture that could be part of humanity in the future. If we just work together, we'll be fully ecological and realize a new dream for humanity. This is Acharya S. She is the main source of Zeitgeist. So Acharya S., look at the books that she promotes. The Christ Conspiracy, the greatest story ever sold, telling you that Christ and Jesus is a selling. They are against it. They are against the Bible. If you actually read the Bible, you will understand that the Bible is quintessentially anti-establishment. It calls the leaders out for who they are, and you're not going to take up arms against them. You're going to be understanding fundamentally that Jesus came and died for you. This is the gospel message, and I know it sounds fantastic, but look who they are going against. We are peaceful. I don't own a gun, and I don't intend to ever harm anyone. This is not my belief. And this is what Jesus did, peace and love, just telling you in truth and in love that he wants you for him, and that he wants you to take you to heaven, and that we're done doing things peacefully. Just letting you know that's here, the gospel according to Acharya S. Now look at using the gospel message according to Acharya S. and now this dualism, Buddhism type thing. So if you're going to get trapped into this belief system, I'm going to show you that they would rather you be an atheist, a evolutionary atheist, or practice any other religion besides true Christianity. And I want to show that to you in the second half, but we'll continue on in this section. Now let's look at the foundations of the Illuminati, and I'm going to begin with this chart. It's based on what I believe, Lucifer and Satan. These are not all the same. There are different charts out there, so you can mix and match if you want to, but to me these are the most accurate ones. But there is something that I want you to be aware of at the end of this presentation, really that is the climax and the gist of the entire presentation. So please bear with this entire presentation to the end. Understanding now Satan and Lucifer at the top helm. This chart says that the papal bloodlines are the Roman Empire bloodlines. We have a black nobility council, and this is Jesuitism, the Jesuit Council and the Jesuit Order. Moving on to Zionism and the Rothschilds. Zionism is the establishment or the political establishment of the State of Israel. And there is a truth movement side on the occult side that is against this type of Zionism. And I can show you that. And then we have aristocracy and knighthoods. Moving on to secret services. So you can see the structure. Here's the Illuminati Brotherhood, CFR, and the Freemasonic structure. We put Ignatius Loyola at the top here because he is the Jesuit general. He is somewhere in this area. He is representing these bloodlines. And then we have the Rothschilds and Zionism. You see Mayor Amschel Rothschild. His sons, we'll see that a little bit later, who are in charge of the Vatican's money hoard, and that is the Swiss banking system. Their system now is the economy that we run on globally. This is Adam Weishaupt. He was a Jesuit priest, and he is attributed to founding the Illuminati itself. And the Illuminati itself is really this entire structure all the way up to the top level. Give me a control of a nation's money, I care not who makes her laws. And this is Mayor Rothschild. And so governments are run by money. As Satanists, we were told that the Illuminati were very powerful satanic spiritual beings, which is not entirely false because the Illuminati is possessed by these beings. Now, Stephen Dolan's, you can look him up and what he believes, but I understand that to be true, meaning that possession is really the gist of it. The majority of, this is Manly P. Hall, the majority of modern mediumistic apparitions are but elemental creatures, his word for demons, masquerading through bodies, i.e. possession, composed of thought substance, us, supplied by the very persons desiring to behold. Okay, so these, not thought substance, us, but these bodies, demonic demons, that they are thought substance and supplied by the very persons desiring to behold these rays of decarnate beings, meaning they're not incarnate, they are decarnate, and people give them up to possession. And this is key to understanding this. And you saw in the previous part of part 1, demonic possession, these people do this, and it's like a drug. They want that power, and they give the spirits and the demons free reign of their body. Oh gosh, look at this chart now. This is Jack Chick. My mother gave this to me a long time ago. I didn't realize what it really was. Here is the Roman Catholic Church and the Jesuits, the Illuminati, CFR, the International Bankers, the Mafia, which is the Hood Mafia, Club of Rome, Opus Dei, the Masons, New Age Movement. Let me read this. The Catholic Church is the biggest financial power, wealth accumulator, and property owner in existence. She is a greater possessor of material riches than any other single institution, corporation, bank, giant trust, government, or state of the whole globe. The Pope, as the visible ruler of this immense amassment of wealth, is consequently the richest individual in the 20th century. No one can realistically assess how much he is worth in terms of billions of dollars. Okay, now, this is early on back in the 80s, and I believe that this white Pope that you see here is actually subservient to the black Pope, which are the Jesuit generals. And the Jesuit council here, you see, are actually now supporting these bloodlines dating all the way back to the Roman Empire, and I believe all the way back to Babylon. So the elite have always been the elite in this sense. Now let's move on to this chart. I believe it is an accurate chart from what I see and what I've studied. Rome being at the helm currently. They have their fingers in everything. There's the Knights of Columbus, secret societies, Rosicrucians, Jesuits, and you see Jesuits. You see here Yakuza, which is the Japanese mafia. And then you see Illuminati, Skull and Bones Society, Bilderberg Group. Yeah, sounds kind of, far-fetched, huh? Well, Knights of Malta and the CIA, and I'll show you that connection with one particular individual there, more than one individual. You see Knights Templar. You see here very clearly Rosicrucians, Knights Templar, Masons, Masonry, Freemasonry to Theosophists, Theosophy to Lucis Trust, and Theosophy to the New Age movement through Freemasonry, Lucis Trust, United Nations. So you can see the accuracy that I just showed you of this chart. And of course, look, the Nazi Party, European Union. Oh, there's a lot going on, and they are all interconnected. So I just want you to be aware of that. Moving on, here is Ignatius Loyola. You see the Jesuit logo, IHS. There he is. Look how they like to put halos on each other as well. Wow, what an organization. Global Jesuit assistancies, they are global. Actually, Maryland, the state of Maryland in the United States, was named Maryland, Virgin Maryland, by Catholicism. And so you see who they are, all dressed in black for your consumption. Now, Blavatsky, and I don't like to quote from her, but you can take some truths out of it and just divulge information. It is curious to note that most of the bodies which work these, such as the ancient accepted Scottish Rite, the Rite of Avignon, the Order of the Temple, Fessler's Rite, and Grand Council of the Emperors of the East and West, Sovereign Prince, Masons, etc., etc., are nearly all offsprings of the sons of Ignatius Loyola, the Baron Hunt, Chevalier, Ramsay, Schutte, Zen, all these family bloodlines, and the grades of these rites worked under instructions from the general of the Jesuits. Just to show you. And of course, she's part of it, and she admires this rather than does not admire this. So this is just showing you bloodlines. Now looking at the supposed birthday of the Illuminati, at least the Colombian faction, it is said that its birthday is May 1st, 1776. That's why you actually have the 1776 on the bottom of the pyramid, when it is also the birth date of the nation. But May 1st is a satanic holiday. It is called May Day or Beltane's Day, and that's usually when they do the maypole pagan dance around. We look at Rihanna here in pop culture now, and she has Adam Weishaupt's image on her arm. And within a video, she's called the Princess of the Illuminati. So they are externalizing this idea of the Illuminati. They're not caring anymore. It really is in your face. And so if we go one more generation, we're really not going to care anything about this. The new generation will, because they'll be completely programmed into the, because of the media and entertainment doing this type of thing. We have, looking at the Rothschild dynasty, these are the 5 brothers of Mayer Amschel Rothschild who went out and established central banking using the Vatican horde. So they are essentially lieutenants of this Vatican horde, given charge of establishing economies this way. And this is what we see globally now, taken over the world, the establishment of this current fractional reserve banking economy. And so you can see here is the Rothschild emblem. Within that emblem there is a 6-pointed star up above as well. This is attributed to the fact that the Vatican and the Nazis were working together and hoarding money through the Swiss banking system. That Swiss banking system is completely private, so there is no transparency at all. United Bank of Scotland, you can see here they use the papal keys, so does the United Bank of Scotland. I'm not saying that it is, but they are connected that way. The Swiss banks are the Vatican banks. And also you can see the checkerboard floor. This is an ominous image that they actually created a Vatican bank, so they're out in the open with an actual bank itself. So here we have a religious institution involved in that which they shouldn't be involved with, banking. Are you going to serve God or mammon? Mammon meaning money, and God is against this. So looking at the creature from Jekyll Island, this is the story of the Federal Reserve, and it was a story of them going to an island and planning the establishment of the Federal Reserve Act 1913 that was passed, and these are the men involved with that. And the prominent name here is John D. Rockefeller. You have J.P. Morgan, Schiff, and the Warburgs, and there are other families involved with this. Looking at this tells it all. This is a pyramid scheme. It is a Ponzi scheme, and it is printing money out of thin air. That is what fractional reserve banking means. You take a fraction of what you have and you loan out 90+ % of what you don't have. And so that is printed out and simply these days done with computers and numbers. So they use terms like quantitative easing. That's the latest term they used in pumping money into the economy. Quantitative easing, how easily decipherable that is to say that all they're doing is easing the economy by pumping money into it. And this can be further from the truth. Here is the establishment of central banking. If the people actually knew how simple it is to understand that the entire world's economy is debt-based, we're not buying debt at all because we can never pay back any debt. There is no interest at all in this system. There is interest tacked on to debt, but it's simply debt-based, and that is all. So it's fiat currency. It's monopoly money. And so if you own the system of monopoly money, then you own the world. And this is exactly what they do. They own the world. And so you can see the example of the amount of debt in the world, and what countries have the most debt are the countries that are the richest countries. It's just as simple as that. If we knew it, we would be up in arms that way. But of course, in my belief system, I'm not up in arms. I'm comfortable knowing that the world is going down and that there is a plan for all of this, a spiritual plan. We are part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, conspiring with others around the globe to build a more integrated global political and economic structure, one world. David Rockefeller in his book Memoirs. So this is the Federal Reserve, World Bank, IMF, Bilderberg, CFR, Trilateral Commission, NAFTA, World Trade Organizations. All of these organizations are owned and operated, and we're meant to believe that they're all independent things, and everybody's fighting for it. They own everything. Now, one thing I did want to say is that if you're going to believe that your politicians in this nation, this is the United States, believe that are ignorant to how the economy works and that it's fiat currency, fiat based, I'm sorry, but I believe that you're being completely naive. These people know what they're doing. They know how the economy works. They know it's a central bank. They know it's fiat currency, and they simply just act their way into you believing, oh, we have a national debt, we have to pay off our debt. It is all slave-based. They are all playing the game. They understand it. They go back into the back rooms. They rehearse their speech for the masses. And I'm telling you, if it's in entertainment, it's in politics. Please don't be naive to thinking that your politicians are telling you how things work. They know it's a Ponzi scheme. They are in the ball game itself. And on the other note, you may have one lone wolf crying out there, i.e. like a Ron Paul of a third party or the Republican Party. And if you research Ron Paul, he's playing the game as well. His wife and his daughter are Freemasons. We can't confirm whether he's a Freemason or not, but when your wife and daughter are, it is very rare for you not to be. So understand that all of their people that even have a voice are playing the game, or else they don't have a voice at all. They don't even make it on television. That is my understanding and my research, and please understand that and go seek that for yourself. Now, going on to the Club of Rome, if the present trends, I'm not going to read this, but basically they're saying that we're in trouble if we don't control all of these factors. Pollution, production, yes, I understand. So they're trying to solve the world's problems, and their solution is a 10-region system, bringing this whole Babylonian New World Order together. It is the Old World Order now encompassing the New World Order, which encompasses the entire planet. North American Union, European Union, you have Japan here in its own economic power, but you see all of these regions, and there are biblical connotations to this in the book of Revelation as far as the number 10 with regard to these regions as well. So moving on, here is the Pope. You can see this ominous sculpture behind. It looks like Lucifer to me, an angelic being in a type of whirlwind. European Union signing was done at the Vatican. Here's Tony Blair here, and you can see that large sculpture of one of the Pope. I think that's Pope Innocent. Moving along, look at the currency of the European Union. Revelation 17, a woman riding the beast. And you can see that symbology. Now, woman riding the beast on currency. Magazine covers. A woman riding the beast. All of this having biblical significance, and they do this on purpose. Here's an old picture of the Tower of Babel. Here's NATO headquarters. I believe that's NATO headquarters or EU Parliament, one or the other. And then you have also Occupy movement. If you really research the Occupy movement was a UN originated movement, and we are to think that this is all grassroots. But look at the imagery of the Occupy movement of the woman riding the beast. And so look at also this European Union, Europe, many tongues, one voice, and the significance of that is the Tower of Babel. Look at the shape of the stars. You remember that tarot card pointing down. And then also look at this. These are blockheads. So you have conformed now to this world and this system. Look at the baby has the round head. This is an insult to us. So the baby is round head, has not conformed, and all of everyone needs to conform to the system. This is what they want. Kind of interesting, they have pyramids in the background as mountains as well. Look at the Tower of Babel symbology again at the EU Parliament building in that unfinished type of tower structure. And me as an architect understand that this is the case. Now here's that tarot card, and look at the shape of that the star in comparison. Moving along with the emblem of the 33rd degree and Ordo ab Chao, order out of chaos. You have this, Sapientia, S-A-P-I-E-N-T-I-A. Sapientia refers to the Constitution of the Vatican. You have the Solvent Cross, which is also a Vatican creation called the Solvent Cross. So you have this reference to Rome. And again, I show Napoleon with his Roman hand of power. sign of the benediction, and laurel leaf, and the Caesars wore the laurel leaf. What I'm going to tell you is that Rome has been continually putting on a face or a veil of Jesus, when in fact they're completely pagan. Finishing up this plate, let's look at this final chart here. And so you have the black popes. They are representing these bloodlines. And you have the Jesuit Council, black pope, white pope. This is the old black pope, and this is the new black pope. And then I've also heard that there is a gray pope who we don't see. But anyway, we move along, and you see now Knights of Malta. This is Knights of the Order of St. John, and the Solvent cross there. And then you have them here. This is the Knights of Malta, and you see the Maltese cross. You see this adornment with crown. You see that same adornment with crown on all of the degrees of the Scottish Rite. And this is the 33rd degree adornment, and you can see the similarity between the two adornments in that Scottish Rite. You can see the adornment inside the lodge as well, being that same type of adornment. They are one and the same. Rome is Gnosticism, is Knights Templar, is Freemasonry, and all the way through is Rosicrucianism. And you can see that same adornment. Now here's a double-headed eagle with the black and white dualism symbology, the eye of Lucifer, or the triangle emanating the Knights of Malta, or the Maltese cross. Now you see royalty being down on the list. They are actually owned by this Roman system, and they are allowed to reign, rule and reign their particular countries in this colonial Roman system. And now you see presidents and dignitaries way down on the list. Freemasonry. Freemasonry is simply a church for these guys, and there are high-level people that own corporations and run corporations and are allowed to be wealthy that run them. Knights of Columbus is the Catholic version. What they like to do is separate themselves from the other organizations and then create another sister organization like the Knights of Malta that are exclusively Catholic. And so here are the Knights of Malta way down on the list, and you see them in their pageantry sometimes. And these are usually people, they don't know exactly what they're doing, but the higher levels up in the organization are the ones that know what is going on. Alright, the next plate in this series, we begin with Hitler. Hitler was a Roman Catholic, and let's look at what Catholicism did and that organization did with Hitler. A concordance with Germany. Here's Hitler and his Catholic counterpart. They gave Hitler power, worked with Hitler. They fund both sides of the opposition in war. They give people power and let them wreak havoc. Now also, we're going to see that this salute is in actuality the Roman salute. So he was a devout Catholic, but he was also a Thule Society member, secret society member, and so outwardly Roman Catholic, inwardly secret society. There's that Roman salute. We see also the current Pope, Pope Benedict, as being a Nazi youth. Here's a German paper describing that. He looks like the Vatican has a similar Roman salute with both hands. Now sometimes on the internet they actually cut his, they crop this image to make it look like a single arm salute, but this is actually the full image showing the two-arm salute. Nazi Germany and their alliance with Islam. And you can see the Fez here and him doing the Nazi salute. And therefore, this alliance was so powerful that you can see that even the terrorist organizations, Hezbollah, and their military and their raising of their children in this militant Nazi salute style. We'll see more of that. Here's Hamas, Fatah. The leaders are the ones that are responsible for all of this. And I'm telling you, these leaders, I've come to believe, are in the hands of Rome already. You'll see that later in the religious section. They are the opposition. The mode of operation is be the opposition, join the opposition, and always run this dialectic on humanity of always having the enemy. And they have certainly created this enemy. The Nazi connection to Islamic terrorism. I can see Himmler as our Ignatius of Loyola. Adolf Hitler said this, and here is Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, and you can see the SS and the skull and bones, the order of death. Heinrich Himmler was also a devout Catholic. And you can see Germany was at it even prior to World War II. This is the Second Reich, and these are leaders of the Second Reich. Here's the Maltese cross that he's wearing, which is a papal knighthood, and again the Maltese cross there. Now moving on with Ignatius of Loyola, which is the Jesuit general, and the fascination with these skulls and whether or not this is a saint that they are adorning here. The skull of a saint. Why in the world would you want a skull next to you and put a crown on that skull? Perhaps it's necromancy and the worship of the dead. This is something that I cannot understand. So here is a sculpture of Loyola with a skull. This is the second Jesuit general. I forget his name. Starts with a B, but there's the skull. Now you can see here in Freemasonry, they actually kiss the skull in Freemasonry. So here's a Freemason with the skull. The Skull and Bone Society say that they have Geronimo's skull in their lodge. We'll get to that second. Here's another secret society and the use of skulls. Skulls and bones are normally referred to poison and pirates, and they always like to have some negative connotation to it. The number 13, pyramids and bondage, biblically. Skull and Bones Society at Yale University. Here's the Father Bush. All three of the Bushes were members. Here's Father Bush, Grandfather Bush, and George W. Bush. In 2008, the election, I believe, 2004, the election was against two Skull and Bones members, John Kerry and George W. Bush. How in the world do you get two Skull and Bones members running for office of the President of the United States unless things are rigged on both sides? These are blood oaths that they take. The rituals you can find that were on the news are sick. Why would anybody in their right mind go through rituals like that? You think it's all fun and games and just fairy tales and jokes? I'm telling you, there are spiritual forces behind these things, and that's why they do it, for power and money and greed, and ultimately for being with Satan that gives them that, and their spirits. This is the guy that actually asked the question, how can two Skull and Bones members be running for office in the same time? He got tased, and they couldn't even, they didn't even answer his question. John Kerry didn't answer his question, and they ran him out. That's the kind of society that we live in when you are a conspiracy quote guy. And I'm not talking about Comet Elenin coming and destroying the world, but I'm talking about things like things that we can tangibly understand, with Skull and Bones members being going for the president. Skulls movie, and you see war is mentioned here. They love war. You can see here now there are 4 Skull and Bones members here, the cult, shown present at the signing of the USA's National Security Act, which created the CIA. And so you can see these secret societies being involved. The Knights of Malta are heavily involved, and all of these secret societies are connected in one way or another. And so here's a Father Bush and Son Bush. I can't even believe that we even have the idea of having a son related and being president. Usually when you go and are hired for a company, they ask you the question of whether or not you have any siblings or any relatives that are in the company, so that you can alleviate any bias toward being hired for that company, simply because you have family members in that company. Here we have presidents that are family members. Don't you think that that is odd? Here is Grandfather Bush now shaping his proteges up and his cronies up, and that's Nixon there. Look at this. Recruited by MI5, Mussolini recruited by intelligence, and Mussolini is supposed to be the opposition. They run both sides of the coin. Now look at this Freemasonic apron. Here's the front side and the back side. And by the way, why Freemasons actually wear an apron is they believe it is representing the covering for sin back in Genesis. Why in the world would you be covering your sin with a skull and bones in this manner? This is all abomination type stuff. Here's skull and bones on rings, skull and bones, and the fascination with skull and bones. Here's Rihanna. And this is why I truly believe, I've come to believe and understand that these actors and these musicians like this are simply mind controlled, and they are bloodlines. It's their family and their children. They do wicked things even to their children, grow them up in satanic ritual abuse, and this is why they can do such sick things as they do. And that beating up of Rihanna by supposedly her boyfriend Chris Brown is an example of her getting out of line and having this abuse done to her. Control minds, you can see a downward cross, upside down cross. Control minds, we'll get into that in the second part, but just bear with me and understand that I've come to believe that. Here's Skull and Bones with Johnny Depp. All of your fraternities are Masonic and have their roots in secret societies and Freemasonry. I have a friend I went to high school with, was in a fraternity. He had his initiation at a Masonic lodge, and this is not uncommon at all. And you can see skull and bones everywhere. All of the symbols of Freemasonry and all of this symbology riddled into fraternities and sororities. Royal arches, stars, you can see the similarity between fraternities and Freemasonry. This is the final plate in part 1, and we'll begin with understanding this Order of the Knights of Malta, Order of the Knights Templar, a little bit, but with just some images. Here's the Swiss flag, here is the Red Cross, and they like these charitable organizations to make them look good. The Knights Templar and that Templar cross, they were known for stamping on the cross, and this was a ritual they did to denounce Christ and what he did for you. And so that's a depiction of that. Novice Knights Templar initiate trampling the cross of Christ. Gnosticism, and you can see this red Knights Maltese cross. This is the creation of modern Freemasonry from Gnosticism to, and the Jesuits did this. The Jesuits were into Gnosticism, and it simply transformed into modern Freemasonry. Freemasonry were masons and builders, yes. They built cathedrals and were all the way going back. Architects and craftsmen were revered, and so they had exclusive clubs this way. And speculative Freemasonry is the intellectual side of Freemasonry, which religiousized it. All of our culture has been infused with religion for a very long time. So anyway, Gnostic Templars, and you can understand where Gnosticism is in the second part. He does a hand sign that is common in the priesthoods and Freemasonry as well. So you see this Now, also moving on with the double cross, you can see not only do they have a triple cross, but they have a double cross. That is where I believe we get the term double crossing, which is to backstab someone or lie that way deceptively. You see the Knights Templar cross and crown, skull and bones, and you see the emblems with this double cross. Knights of Columbus as well in this. The Templars, like all other secret orders and associations, had two doctrines. One concealed and reserved for the masters, which was Johannism, which is Gnosticism, and the other public, which was the Roman Catholic, meaning that they looked and act like Roman Catholics when on the inside they were Gnostics and secret society members. And you see here a Nazi member with his double cross. Moving on to Knights Templar, and you can see on the website the use of the double cross, and of course the triple cross on the bottom. This is the Iron Cross, and that Iron Cross has roots with Templars, whether it's red or white or black. Hitler wore this Iron Cross. But moving on with the double cross, again, Knights Templar and the double cross. They also have that triple cross. Here is a famous Satanist, not as well known, but nonetheless Satanist, and use of that double cross and this infinity symbol, meaning they are wanting that their religion to be for eternity. So here's Marilyn Manson, a great example because he uses this double cross as well. Has the ring, that is the double cross, and also this is now the movie, oh gosh, what is that? V for Vendetta. And so you see that double cross being used. You see the double cross in logos, Exxon, Oreo, Nabisco, and of course great causes of going against tuberculosis. They like to make themselves look great. So here's Hitler, and you see now the Maltese cross being used. You see Nazis here. Here's the Iron Cross, Hitler's Iron Cross, and here the Maltese Cross on this side, and the Iron Cross as well. So all of these papal knighthoods. This is not British knighthoods. It's all Roman colonial system knighthoods. Now let's look at the Knights of Malta, and this is just a depiction of the Jesuits and Kolbenbach, the former black Pope, and this person has shown that they are really involved in death and infiltration and all of that bad stuff. War, really. That's why they're called Jesuit generals. Order of the Knights of Malta, looking at that. This is one of the, I believe this is a Rothschild, and you see his red Maltese cross. And I don't know who these are. I believe there was a Maltese cross here. I don't know why I put these plates in. But moving along, Sovereign Grand Lodge of Malta, ancient, free, and accepted Masons. And then we have the Maltese cross. Order of Malta, now in Nazi Germany. They had their own version complete with swastika in the center. And you can see that being worn prominently on the collar. Prince Charles Edwards, a German duke, and you can see he's a Knight of Malta. Continuing on with Knights of Malta, I believe that's a Maltese cross. I did this, this was interesting, is because there was a Maltese style crucifix. And I believe this is a Habsburg, I'm not sure, but that is a royal a papal bloodline. And so looking at Mussolini, Franco, all now allegiance toward Rome, you can see that. And here's the Queen, her Knight of Malta, Queen Beatrice, and this, I'm sorry, yeah, Princess Beatrice. This is Prince Bernard or Barnhard, and he is the founder of the Bilderberg Group, and that is well known to be a secret society or elite members that meet and decide world events and where the direction of the world is, and her receiving her knighthood, and so she's all in the family. Here he is with all of his Knights of Malta crosses and cape, and there you are, elite or ever elusive, and so there she is. She is actually the owner of Shell Oil. They own everything. And it is not an understatement to say that. Who formed the CIA? Wild Bill Donovan. He's a Knight of Malta. And the FBI, Knight of Malta. Charles Bonaparte. This is General, I don't know if it's Westmoreland or not. I don't think it's that. This is key right here. Moving on to General Boykin. He is the general that was involved with PSYOPs and that movie Black Hawk Down. He goes around with an evangelical organization, Calvary Chapel Church, but in fact he is a Knight of Malta, and this is his ceremony. And so you have now Catholics, infiltrators, Knights of Malta infiltrating other churches and bringing all churches back to Rome. And it was actually asked of him why he did this, because he's an evangelical, and he said that he was actually infiltrating the Catholic Church. Now, come on. Knights of Malta are involved in CIA, therefore it's logical to understand that he is PSYOPs and therefore involved with intelligence. And he is simply, that's the opposite of what he's doing, is infiltrating the evangelical church. Because if you understand Vatican II, it's all about bringing the ecumenical movement in and bringing infiltration and bringing all churches back to Rome. It's understood completely that way. This is his good friend and Pentecostal Protestant preacher, and if you understand his ministry and see his ministry, it's downright demonic. People rolling around, acting crazy, drum beating, and it's all demonic possession. And it's completely unbelievable that we would even allow this type of person. He's a general. He speaks of dominionism. He goes around to the churches and is a warmonger to tell you everybody's just out to get us. Yes, they have radicalized Islam to the point that now the West has to defend this. So yes, they are fueling both sides of war. And as a true Christian, I am not about war. I am about peace, and we should have our feet shod about with the gospel of peace, according to what Ephesians says and the Apostle Paul. So this alliance, he actually funds, not funds, but he disseminates all of General Boykin's religious material through his ministry called Morning Star. Interesting that they choose that name, because there are similarities and counterfeits going on in the Bible with regard to that particular name. Okay, South African leader, Haile Selassie of Ethiopia. And talk about selling your people out. That whole continent has been raped by the colonial system. He is also wearing this 5-pointed Maltese cross, and you saw that on Napoleon, and it seems to be some kind of Order of the Phoenix. Look at the decoration that he has. This is Puff Daddy or Sean Combs, and I believe that looks like a Maltese cross. Anyway, they adorn themselves that way. We understand here that is definitely a Maltese cross, and this is that Miley Cyrus. This is a joke here. It has to be. And all he's done, really, he was a Satanist. Now he turned Knight of Malta. All he did was really change uniforms. So his secret doctrine is Satanism, and his outward doctrine now was the Knight of Malta. And it really is simply changing uniforms, because they are both one and the same. And of course, there's that sign of the benediction, which has come to be known as the peace sign. Now on to part 2, which is basically history and politics, and what the mainstream calls revisionist history. Whether or not you believe it's a negative thing or not, I believe all history has been rewritten for their purposes. And there's a saying, those who own history own you, something to that effect. We're going to cover some U.S. and world history, the Hegelian dialectic again, and intelligence. And moving on to George Washington. Look at this image. It's riddled with occult symbolism, and there are the 2 pillars of Freemason. He is the most famous Freemason, I believe, that ever lived. And so Washington as a Freemason, and they've really adorned him this way. It was my intention, it was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati and the principles of Jacobinism had not spread in the United States. On the contrary, no one is more fully satisfied of this fact than I am, meaning he was fully aware that the Illuminati had spread to the United States. In fact, I believe he is part of the Illuminati and Freemasonry, and because the Illuminati infiltrated Freemasonry. Freemasonry is the mystery religions. They were one and the same to begin with. We have also here, interesting to note, you saw the Baphomet here with the coming on to the women. This, how I interpret this, is the sons of God, the angelic being, coming on to the daughters of men. She has no wings here. Also, I think the significance of red is there as I don't know the significance exactly, but I believe that there is a significance of red. I believe also there's a significance of this broken pillar. You see this in other depictions, like breaking the law. And according to the Bible, the angels that left their first estate that did this are actually in chains and are bound because they did this act that was against the law. So I believe that this depiction is representing that. Now we have Washington laying the foundation stone for the Capitol building. This is his apron, and you can see that is clearly Masonic. They are reenacting this in commemoration of that event that Washington did. Here is the Capitol, inside the Capitol prayer room. He is kneeling, and what is he kneeling to other than none other than an Egyptian pyramid with the eye of Lucifer. And this is not a Christian symbol. I cannot believe that Christians cannot see this at all. It's hidden in plain sight. It is unbelievable to me that we can be so deceived this way. Here is Washington. Here's that single pillar statue within the, I think that's the Washington Masonic Memorial. Underneath the Capitol dome, this is key here. 72 pentagrams adorn this painting, which is called the Apotheosis of Washington. And apotheosis means the attainment of godhood. So he is here now as a god. He is showing you as above, so below. This is now also a sword, but it's in that pose of the Baphomet. There are virgins around him. There are all these pagan gods around. This is Athena, I believe, Neptune, and Vulcan. I don't know all of them and how they're depicted, but 72 stars or 72 pentagrams also referred to the 72 demons, spirits in the Kabbalah. And so you see here in the middle IHS, which is the Jesuit logo. And so in the Jesuit logo itself, you also see these straight and crooked rays. And so there are 72, and they like to call them names of God. But in this case, I've come to understand that they are the demon spirits in the Kabbalah. And we have now an example of the 72 in the Imagine memorial for John Lennon. And there are 72 black and white, 36 each, with this Masonic checkerboard around this. You can read all about the Kabbalah and the founding of the United States, and that mystery religion itself, Jewish mysticism it's called. There was a big news in this Leonardo da Vinci portrait of Mona Lisa where they found the number 72 in the eye. So there is a significant number, 72. In Borobudur in architecture in Southeast Asia, there are 72 Buddhas around this. So a significant number. I don't know the full meaning of that. Let's look now at who and what goddess is on the top of the Capitol dome, and it looks like some type of American U.S. hybrid. Of course, she has stars adorning her and this eagle and feathers all around. She has a shield and a sword. Just to let you know that there's another goddess out there, and she is Athena. She is always depicted with a shield and sword. She is a god of war and wisdom. She also is depicted with usually with an owl, and the Roman counterpart is called Minerva, and so there is the owl of Minerva, which is understood. She doesn't have that owl on the Capitol dome, and therefore the owl is placed onto the Capitol grounds, and so you can see the two eyes here, the body, and the two legs. And that owl, they love the owl because the owl sees at night, and they love to operate in darkness. So here we are. This is the pyramid, and that owl's at the apex of that pyramid, perching on top of that. And this is east-west version. There's the old Capitol Washington Memorial with the circumpunct, which is just the circle around that Capitol. You look at here, this is Lilith, and Lilith is a demon goddess. She has owls as well as other creatures. Minerva, again, Roman Minerva, and this is a sculpture in New York City. This is an Illuminati pendant that is attributed to the Illuminati, and you can see the owl. Of course, they let us know that the owl represents wisdom. That is the exoteric meaning, and you can see this in the academic world, where the wise owl is all of what we know that the owl represents. Here's another god, Mars, that is a sculpture at the Capitol building. So these gods of war, they love war, and they do this in the name of God. Now, moving on to the owl, there is a Bohemian Grove that all of our dignitaries go to, and heads of state and heads of corporations, and you can see the owl with the lightning bolts in this season greeting. He wears the Bohemian Grove owl, and you're going to see what the Bohemian Grove is all about. Alex Jones, who was a conspiracy guy, actually blew this open and infiltrated and filmed these guys doing what's called the cremation of care. And that particular ritual, we'll get into that next, but you can see who these are. These are old cronies. It's a all-male club, and they do homosexual acts there, and they invite people nearby from San Francisco of the gay community that come up and service this. And believe me, it's pretty sick, the stories that are come out of that whole all-male situation. This is the cremation of care that was filmed by Alex Jones. Now, I have to warn you that we have somebody like Alex Jones that infiltrates this. I believe that they want this information to come out. I don't believe Alex Jones, we can trust everybody that comes out with the conspiracy information, and they could be coadjutors, which are expose certain aspects, and that's how intelligence works. They can expose certain aspects, but not expose all aspects. And therefore, there's something at the end of this that I want all of you to understand fully, which is really the end of this presentation, and I believe really the message of this entire presentation, the most important message. So going on this cremation of care, you see the owl. This is actually not a stone owl, but it's been made up to look like this, and so they do this cremation of care. That's exactly that. Cremating or destroying your care or your conscience. So when they do this ritual, they can do war and kill people and all of that without having a conscience. You can also see here that they wear the Dagon hat, which is the fish god hat. All that pagan stuff looks like Catholicism, and it's one and the same. Moving on, and just depictions of owls. Here's that cremation of care ceremony back in the day. It's an old club. Look at him. He's dressed as a druid or some type of a priest or monk. National Press Club and the owl. They also have the Aladdin's lamp there, and you saw that in Freemasonry. And they just happen to have an Aladdin's lamp at the base of that owl at Bohemian Grove. There it is. Look at them now doing the sign of Horus and the sign of the Il Cornuto and the owl in the background. And there just so happens to be a small owl depiction. I'm not quite sure it's there, but I'll tell you, I am not surprised that they do this kind of thing just to throw you off guard. Does it really look like an owl? Is it really on the dollar bill? Oh, I don't know. Is it part of decoration? Boy, they really throw us off in that sense. Now looking at this Bohemian Grove once again, Midsummer Encampment. That means that this gathering is at midsummer, and they do the midsummer ritual just like Satanists do a midsummer ritual and pagans do a midsummer ritual. This is high satanic holidays. I'm going to throw this out there. It just so happened this past July 20th, which was the opening of Batman, and while Bohemian Grove was in session, this shooting happened, and there were reports of people inside the theater having some guy prop open the door from the inside. So there were more people involved in early reports, and now you have this lone crazy person. Looks like he's been involved with ritual abuse and mind control and what have you. Totally delirious. I'm telling you how fantastic as it may sound, this stuff is happening. This is Bohemian Grove, and you can see My Little Pony. Why would they be doing this? And so how fantastic is it to understand that this is what they indoctrinate us with? Please don't let the wall of your mind keep you from the truth. Trust the elite. Bohemian Grove t-shirt. He's wearing an owl. This is real. It's happening. The indoctrination is out there. This is Michael Jackson with this adornment. Looks like an owl mask. And of course you see the Eye of Lucifer here, and people going in this ride, all kind of Alice in Wonderland kind of weird symbology going on, and I can't interpret all of that. Here's Lady Gaga, 2009 VMA Awards, wearing the horned owl mask. And of course Harry Potter with his owl. The Justice, and you see the checkerboard, Masonic checkerboard. This god looks like scales and justice, and the owl here, some type of a goddess working there. Now, showing you, Washington was involved with the urban planning of Washington, D.C., and therefore you see the occult imagery. I mean, this stuff is very not conducive to traffic patterns and what have you, but they want to put this in the streets in this fashion just to show, get their geometry in there. The pentagram may be broken at one point by not permitting the converging lines to touch. When used in black magic, the pentagram is called the sign of the cloven hoof or the footprint of the devil. That's Manly P. Hall, that Freemason, and here's a broken pentagram, and we see exactly that, north to south with the down point at the White House. And here's that broken pentagram. That street does not go all the way through. And so you will go on the History Channel, and the Freemasons on that channel will tell you, well, it's not even a complete pentagram, so how can you say that it's satanic? Well, here it is. The star with 2 points upward is also called the goat of Mendes, because the inverted star is the same shape as the goat's head. And you saw that in the Baphomet. When the upright star turns and the upper point falls to the bottom, it signifies the fall of the morning star. Okay, and there you have morning star, reference to Lucifer falling. Now you have here also a pyramid in the street layout, and that pyramid, if you count blocks, the lodge itself is 13 blocks from the White House. The lodge is here, and you can see the lodge is in the alignment of the Washington Monument rather than the White House. So interesting alignment there. It's a little bit off, but I'm showing you that there is a possible alignment there. The pentacle has within it the pentagon, and the pentagon is another revered geometry. And so you see the pentagon. It just so happens one of the bloodlines, papal bloodlines that I described to you, the Farnese family, which is heavily involved in Jesuitism. I believe they even started that whole idea. And so military palace with military complex, and that connection with Rome and that Pentagon. Here's Washington in the form of a Baphomet. This caused so much controversy that it was going to be outside the Capitol building, but they relegated it to the Smithsonian. And there is a similarity between this statue of Zeus, but I'll tell you a very odd similarity is, why would you want to have a revered president naked and then pointing upward and downward with the sword, as in war? And so very similar aspects of as above, so below. You see this in the depiction underneath the Capitol dome, the apotheosis of Washington. He is now a god in this form. And of course you have Uncle Sam with the star on top, and the Satan or the goat of Mendes with the star on top. Okay, the George Washington Masonic National Memorial, and we're going to analyze this building and what's in it. Here's George Washington and that pillar and all of these dignitaries now gathered there. This is, I believe, that statue. Not sure if they moved this or not, or it's the same one, but anyway, you can see the Masonic checkerboard. And here's that single pillar, Masonic. Oh, he's immortalized in this. Within that building is Benjamin Franklin, Freemason. You can see here he does the Pledge of Allegiance, hand to heart or chest, and he holds the key. And so this is all Freemasonry. The key again to the mysteries, the mystery religions, and that ceremony, the key to the city. I think that's exoteric meaning, but in this case, we can understand through the writings that it is the key to the mystery religions. And Benjamin Franklin again, and Masonic regalia. You can see that hand to the chest. I believe this is a different depiction. I think that's Woodrow Wilson. I'm not sure why I put that there, but I do have Richard. I'm not Richard, but oh gosh, I forget this actor's name. But anyway, it's skipping my mind. But anyway, we'll look at the down-facing pentagram, the Maltese cross, and of course the elements of the Jewish temple, and that is the Ark of the Covenant. And so you have this depiction that looks and feels and smells like the real thing, but it's not. Knights Templar statue, or in the Masonic Memorial. This is key now, this room. It's the Knights Templar room, and you see the cross and crown of Knights Templar. This is York Rite Freemasonry. And within that room, you can see this cross. It actually has the IHS. And so now a connection to Freemasonry and the Jesuits, the IHS in the cross, and the cross and crown. There is the stained glass window. This man is pointing as above, so below, and that below is toward the skull and the ground. So you have all of this symbology, Christ with this sun and moon, and all of this. Now you see that dove. It's the same one that Aleister Crowley has in his Ordo Templi Orientis. You all see that Ordo Templi Orientis have this Vesica Pisces, some type of a yoni sign. It actually is the female part sign, and you see that in iconography and also in the Ordo Templi Orientis, Aleister Crowley's logo for his secret society. Knights Templar again, cross and crown. You have the Masonic aprons in the National Memorial, and the skull and bones. And skull and bones again. And now, looking at the architecture, and I'll show you, this is very peculiar, and you have to understand anatomy this way. Okay, so here's the foundation stone with the square and compass, 1925, I believe. And now you have here the square and compass on the grounds. When you look at that square and compass on the grounds itself, the square or the compass is the male aspect. So the compass is toward the heaven, and therefore you have the building, which is the phallic symbol, going skyward toward heaven. You have the square itself, and the square is earth and female. And so this square, you can see if you understand anatomy, this grounds design is the female part, and the canal and that female part. So you can understand this union between sexes, and in this case you can see the anatomy and the architecture of the skyward male part and the earthward female part. Interesting how they do this. Now let's look at an interesting thing here. This is the tomb of George Washington, and you've seen this before on Masonic diplomas, and the use of two pillars, or the two obelisks in this case, and you saw that in Aleister Crowley's tribute, two obelisks. So this is Washington's tomb. If he's Christian, why is he using this? And why is he using the symbology of Egypt? If you think it's Egyptian revival, that is their definition of this whole thing, and you can try and finagle the history yourself and say that this was Neo-Egyptian architecture at that time, and therefore they adorned the tomb this way. I'm sorry. Look at it for what it is, and look at the rest of what Freemasonry is. This is Jefferson's tomb, or tombstone. Franklin, his parents have the obelisk, and he actually has the plate. So he didn't get the obelisk. For Rockefeller and the obelisk. Now the most famous obelisk in the world, the Washington Memorial. And you can see that and why. Now you see the understanding of this as above, so below, the use of the reflecting pool to signify that. The obelisk is an Egyptian sun symbol. It is phallic in nature, representing the male penis, a symbol of generation, or G. So you got the two symbols of generation, the male part and the female part, and you can see Washington and the mall as representing this phallic symbol and showing that. I believe presidents now face this when giving their inauguration and getting inaugurated into office. This is the new layout, and the new layout has this shape, the Vesica Piscis shape. That's the conjunction of two circles. That is the female part, and you can see the female part here in conjunction with the male part. Appropriate architecture and layout of landscaping. And so another obelisk in the world is at the Vatican, St. Peter's Basilica. And you can see that that is being used as a sundial, and of course the cardinal points east and west being used that way. The facing, I believe this faces toward the sun, and so you have the obelisk. This grounds itself of the Vatican is in the shape of a key and a keyhole. And so if you look at on your Google Maps, you can see that that is a key all the way going down with a key end in this portion over here. But that is the key arm, or the trunk of that key. The obelisks around the world, and I'll go through this. Again, Freemasonry is global. This religion is global. It is the religion of the elites. Singapore, Chinese obelisk in Panama Canal, and you can understand why that is. They cooperate with regard to trade. These are secret societies that do things in secret, and they organize themselves, and they are in control of the world. The United States, Brazil, and even North Korea. And so I believe that, yes, we might think that North Korea is isolated, but I believe that these leaders are left into position, and these are social experiments. And this particular experiment is a poverty-stricken, extreme socialist communist state. And that is an experiment on the people, and you can see what they do in this environment. They literally cry at the death of Kim Jong-il, and they pant and wane. It's almost like a competitive thing. If you've seen depictions of these people crying within this communist state, how psychologically they control people that way. And it's a desperate situation as well. This is a Buddhist obelisk in my hometown. I can't understand why they're using the obelisk, but you'll see later of that connection of Buddhism and Hinduism and the other world religions. Now, obelisks in Israel. So yes, Israel is not immune to it. In fact, here we have the Supreme Court building of Israel in Tel Aviv, and this is an Illuminati building, and you can see the pyramid here. This is riddled with occult symbology, including the pyramid with Eye of Lucifer. Here's the obelisk. Here, this is Dorothy de Rothschild Grove. Now we have a connection between even global banking families, the Rothschilds being Jewish. This is them gathering with the Israeli leaders and saying, look at this building that we funded, and they, under condition of using their own architect, designed this building, and it was constructed. interesting things about Zionism, and really the culmination of this presentation is about that. And I want you to stick with this and understand the biblical perspective of what this is all about. There is a 30 steps here, and it just so happens to be 3 levels in this library going up to the library. So 30 steps with 3 last degrees, 33. You have this phallic symbol with a column and this yoni female part going on here, as well as some weird courtyard, and it looks like in this case a stairway to a cross, and it could be something like trampling the cross. But all of this symbolism, I can't say that I have it accurate, but very close. Now moving on, and we'll get into that the ramifications of this later. We have the 2 pillars of Freemasonry. This design for the World Trade Centers are essentially that. The pillars of Hercules, Jachin and Boaz, whatever you want to call it, they were Freemasonic. This was controversial. I read about the design of this. Yamasaki was the architect, Japanese, Minoru Yamasaki, and he has a couple buildings here in Hawaii that have some World Trade Center motifs. Here's a Rockefeller and this World Financial Center. I'm going to show you the explosive nature of this. Buildings don't go down like this. I'm an architect, and I can tell you, look at the pulverization, ultimate pulverization of this. You can also see plumes now in a fashion of explosion, upward and outward explosive action. Buildings do not go down symmetrically, and you understand what demolition is all about. This is World Trade Center 7, which was never hit by anything. And that building also went down. This is a missile strike on a building. This is an example of how buildings behave when they're struck by explosives. Columns go out, but the superstructure remains intact. That's why we can design buildings that go through fire and still remain. There's never been a building that has fallen due to fire. And so we can understand how buildings, when demolitions even go wrong, usually the building collapses and then tilts over, and the superstructure still remains. It does not collapse onto itself like this. And you can see, again, the dust and the pulverization of an explosive demolition. Here you can see squibs, which are quintessential for demolition. Come on, people, you got to understand this. This is a news broadcast of the 47-story Solomon Brothers building, building number 7, close to the World Trade Center, has also collapsed, and you can see the building still standing. So this is predetermined news that is leaked out. You can see now that building collapsed, World Trade Center 7, and the quintessential kink in the building. With all of this explosive action you can see out the windows, and that's not fire. That is due to the demolition. This World Trade Center complex, all of the World Trade Center complex, World Trade Center 7 has to be here, and you can see even the buildings that were above the collapse still remained partially intact. They partially collapsed and were damaged by the building, but this particular World Trade Center, I don't know how many columns were in there, but it's a standard steel structure, completely collapsed flat to the ground. And you can understand, please understand the motives of all of this. This is all planned events, planned to get us into war. I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure whether they were going to be able to contain the fire, and said, and I said, you know, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the best, smartest thing to do is pull it. Pull it is a demolition term. And they made the decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse. This is World Trade Center 7, and this man made a lot of money with his insurance policies on the entire World Trade Center complex that day. Now looking at the Pentagon building, and this particular footage is the only footage that was ever released of a supposed plane ever hitting the Pentagon building. This Pentagon building is riddled with security cameras, not only on the building itself, but across the street. All of that was confiscated during this, and you would think that they would release something to the effect of a plane hitting a building. Nothing of that sort was happen. In addition to that, this building has anti-aircraft batteries. If anything was even approaching this building, it would be shot down. So there's another clue as to what was allowed to happen in this case. Also, I wanted to go back here to the buildings itself. This building was designed with a steel and concrete core. That was the elevator shafts in the central core. That central core had no reason to collapse in that manner. We also have now a year later, and there was a ritual done. I believe this was 1 year later on that anniversary, and you can see the ritual and the shape of an eye coming down this procession. These lights were up as a memorial, and they were up for about 33 or 34 days, and very peculiar number to have with that memorial. The new building itself is a hybrid, a triangular up, triangular down, 1,776 feet high. It was done by SOM. SOM is Skidmore, Owings & Merrill, a very prominent architectural firm. And the building itself was called Tower 1 in the office, and given the patriotic, of course, name of Freedom Tower. It's interesting to note that even the layout itself is kind of a similar layout to the pyramids of Egypt, and I can't say that for sure that is the case. But one thing in particular that we should note here is this is probably one of the more famous images of George W. Bush reading this book at 9:05, and it happened to be a book named The Pet Goat. I believe this is no coincidence, and it was very big news that this moment in time in this classroom is when he learned of the second plane hitting the World Trade Center towers, and that America was under attack. This is the book itself, storybook, and you can see the dragon and the magic on this book itself. This is the Pet Goat story. It's essentially a story about a goat that wreaks havoc and becomes the hero in the end. So we have this goat fascination. There's also a picture of George W. Bush holding this book upside down. So there is another peculiar thing. I believe this is all staged. My Pet Goat, and you can read about that and that historic event. Also, in the classroom itself, on the internet you'll get a different take on this, but I believe phonetically this describes that tower. Kite, kit, steal, playing, must. And if you actually read it phonetically, kite referring to something that you control in the air, kit sounds like hit when you actually say it, steal as in steel building, playing as in plane. When you actually hear it phonetically, it sounds like plane, must. So plane, must, hit, steal. Kite, in addition to that, describing the event. So peculiar things going on. I just wanted you to be aware of that. This video, which I'll show, is about George W. Bush apparently saying that he saw the first plane hit. And this is odd things going on. And there he is describing that. This is Rumsfeld describing the Flight 93 as being shot down in Pennsylvania. The result of all of this is, of course, war. And this is an example of how sick we have become in the Western society with regard to war. This whole campaign was called Shock and Awe, and Jennifer Eccleston being determined to be Miss Shock and Awe, that kind of broadcast going on. War is absolute hell, and I can't understand that we can sit in our living rooms and tolerate this type of description of an event called shock and awe and be in utter entertainment with regard to this. And there's the blowing up of, I believe that's Baghdad. And also look at the result of this, brother of Afghan leader. The Afghan leader himself was involved with oil and westernized, and his brother said to be paid by the CIA. So this is all about war, Afghanistan. You can see the opium surveys in Afghanistan and the production of opium in that industry. And so we should understand the underground workings of these organizations like the CIA. Moving on, this is the capital of Kazakhstan, which is Astana. And this is it's supposed to be done this year, 2012. And you can see the Illuminati Freemasonic symbolism. There's the pyramid itself with the sun symbol on it. You see the elements in the decoration. You see pillars. You see this very weird upper room on the top level of this one of the buildings, and this hand within this triangle and this altar. I believe that represents man. And of course, you have all of these global leaders, religious leaders, coming to this building. And in that middle room, one of the upper rooms, is a round sun table, and all of the religions gather around this. And so globalization, universalization of the religions coming together in a one world order. This is the MI6 building, British intelligence, MI5, now MI6, and you have the building itself. This is designed, well designed, and as an architect I can testify to how they put the symbolism in here. And if you can see what this animal is, and I have a clue to that animal, it's an owl. And so you can see, yes, it looks very squared off, but these are two eyes here, and you can see the horns on the owl and the 2 feet here for the entrance. You can see that more closely, and I hope you can understand that is distinctively an owl. You can also see here steps and this pyramidal shape at the top of that. And they love that owl because the owl sees at night. This is the CAA building, which is the top building for representing actors and actresses. You see the 2 opposing triangles. This is Century Center or Century Plaza in Los Angeles, and then you see this eye shape in that floor plan. This shows you the production of opium. Now, looking at a building, this is the Denver Airport building, obviously the Freemasonic logo. This shows you that it was designed by the New World Airport Commission. Nobody knows who that is, but reference to New World, New Age, and the New World Order. And so you can also see the layout, one of the largest airports ever constructed in the world. There's a swastika layout, but I can't testify to that. These are different directions that planes travel in. It is also said that this airport has levels underground and is connected all the way to Phoenix underground through tunnels, and so deep underground military bases. The artwork in this, 2 of these have since been taken down. Apocalyptic artwork. You see the fires, and you see racially these women are dead, and Native American here, and Caucasian, and they are in coffins. You can see here somebody that is war, that is killing this peace, and you see these women in anguish. You see here now war and death is now conquered, and the one world coming together in this rainbow. Oh, it sounds so fantastic, but look at what they put in this hole. Who is behind it? This is a gargoyle in the airport itself. And this is what they want to bring in: New World Order, New World Government, New World religion, bringing it all together. This is the headquarters of the Bank of America, and these ominous paintings as well. You see the first painting here, Masonic, and you see this child here in the Masonic square pose, the Masonic checkerboards, pyramids, black suns. You have here now some type of puppetry going on. Now again, the one eye symbolism we see, the burning tree, weirdness going on, and these people looking on and saying, is this what we're going to head into? Now the second image, you see all of these sort of deities dancing around in the sky, and look what we have on the ground, a net representing entrapment, and this whole world hazmat masks in chaos. You even see Auschwitz-style concentration camps and burning. That seems to be what's going on here. Look at the white flags and surrendering going on, all apocalyptic stuff. This looks like the post-apocalyptic era, and now the burying of the dead looks like equality perhaps, and now working class and this new socialist world order. Please be aware of what's going on even in the symbolism of the artwork of these major corporations. Now with regard to 9/11, going back on 9/11, I'd like you to watch these videos that just show you briefly with some commentary of how obvious it should be for all of us that this was a planned event and it was done locally or not by terrorists as we would imagine terrorists to be. Now, I just want you to understand they have radicalized Islam, and yes, there is a radicalization on that side of the coin as well as this side of the coin. They fuel this upcoming war that we see and hear in the news that is being perpetrated. And so look at these videos and I'll explain briefly what they're about. Now we're going to take a look at a number of videos with regard to the events of 9/11. This first video shows George W. Bush describing his experience on that day, and he describes seeing the first plane hitting the World Trade Center.
And you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to wonder exactly what President George W. Bush knew about the attack, and when he knew it. According to the official White House version, it was at this moment in a Florida classroom that Bush learned the second plane had hit the World Trade Center and that the U.S. was under attack. But here's what George Bush himself said almost 3 months later when asked about September 11th.
I was sitting outside the classroom waiting to go in, and I saw an airplane hit the tower of a TV. You know, the TV was obviously on, and I used to fly myself, and I said, well, there's one terrible pilot. And I said it must have been a horrible accident. But I was whisked off there. I didn't have much time to think about it.
Now, wait a minute. George Bush was told about the second plane while he was inside the classroom. So you just heard him describe seeing the first plane crash on television that day. But that's impossible. No one saw the first plane crash on TV on September the 11th because the videotape of it didn't surface until the next day.
This next video on 9/11 shows Donald Rumsfeld at a conference interview, and he is describing Flight 93, the flight that we all have been told went down over Pennsylvania, but he describes this plane as being shot down. So let's look at this.
I think all of us have a sense, if we imagine the kind of world we would face if the people who bombed the Bess Hall in Mosul, or the people who did the bombing in Spain, or the people who attacked the United States in New York, shot down the plane over Pennsylvania and attacked the Pentagon.
This video is of a BBC report which came out about 20 minutes prior to the World Trade Center 7 building going down, and you can clearly see that they're reporting something that hasn't happened yet.
Now, more on the latest building collapse in New York. You might have heard a few moments ago I was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing, and indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were. And it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attacks. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
Well, only really what you already know. Details are very, very sketchy. There's almost a sense downtown in New York behind me, down by the World Trade Centers, of just an area completely closed off as the rescue workers try to do their job. But this isn't the first building that has suffered as a result. We know that part of the Marriott Hotel next to the World Trade Center also collapsed as a result of this huge amount of falling debris from 110 floors of the two twin towers of the World Trade Center. As you can see behind me, the Trade Center appears to be still burning. We see these huge clouds of smoke and ash, and we know that behind that there's an empty piece of what was a very familiar New York skyline, a symbol of the financial prosperity of this city, but completely disappeared now, and New York is still unable to take on board what has happened to them today.
Presumably there were very few people in the Salomon building when it collapsed. I mean, there were, I suppose, fears of possible further collapses around the area.
That's what you would hope, because this whole downtown area behind me has been completely sealed off and evacuated, apart from the emergency workers. That was done by the mayor, Rudy Giuliani, much earlier today, because of, course, the dreadful collapse of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. But New York, very much a city still in chaos. The phones are not working properly, the subway lines are not working properly, and we know that down there near the World Trade Center there are 3 schools that are being turned into triage centers for emergency treatment, and I know that over in New York Harbor, where the famous Statue of Liberty is.
Jane, I think many of us, when we heard the news, perhaps on the radio earlier today, were completely flabbergasted by it and just couldn't comprehend it. I mean, it almost sounded too far-fetched. I was wondering what it's felt like for you being in Manhattan. Well, unfortunately, I think we've lost the line with Jane Stanley in Manhattan. Perhaps we can rejoin her and follow that up later.
This video shows Larry Silverstein in an interview describing 9/11 and specifically what they did with building number 7. He uses a demolition term called pull it, which means to bring the building down.
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. And I said, you know, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
Now I wanted to pause it here because you can see at this point where the top of the building is. I'm going to move this video back slightly, and you'll see that the penthouse moves first and collapses first. And so you can see the World Trade Center 7 was a classic implosion type demolition. And when you can look on the internet at an interview with a demolition expert, and they describe it specifically as a classic demolition. Looking on at some architecture here, this is the capital of Australia, Canberra, and you can see the Masonic architecture. You see the keystone here. I can't decipher everything, but distinctly there is a pyramid structure at the very top of this. You can understand that. We have also the black and white checkers, or the black and white duality within the design. There's the interior. Also in court buildings of New South Wales, and you see those buildings as well. You see lodges of the same in the same area, of course, in Australia. The Louvre itself has this checker pattern. This is designed by I.M. Pei, and this is the Louvre pyramid. Supposedly, I haven't counted, there are 666 panes of glass in this. I can't confirm that or not, but you can see obvious symbolism here, as above, so below, with a reflecting pool. And this is underground at the Louvre, in that building. Now these opposing pyramids. You see here now Canberra and this pyramidal shape as well. This is Hampton Court, which is royal in England. And then you, of course, you see the pyramid and the Capitol building there. I can't say that they're completely related, but I believe they are. Something has to do with that design. This is the IRS building in on the East Coast. I believe it's one of the Carolinas. And you can see now, instead of the checkerboard symbology, you have the two pillars symbology with the stripes, black and white stripes, and of course all of the Masonic symbolism there. Looks like that's pointing, those are pointing upward, and of course you have the pyramid with the capstone on there on the American symbolism. Hall of Fame, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and the pyramid shapes. Even the logo has the pyramid shape, and the building has a reflecting pool behind it. And then moving on to the public library in Los Angeles. This is actually a video game depiction of that library. So you see here, actually, in actuality, they have the sun in there, and then in the video game they place the eye of Lucifer in there, and then also an ear. This video game is it's called LA Noire, very popular video game. Within that building is the Luciferian torch of enlightenment, and then you have these occult symbols with these looks like sphinxes. This is Bertram Goodhue here in Honolulu. His government buildings are Honolulu Hale, also the Academy of Arts. And so if you want to be an Illuminati architect, just play the game and be a Mason. This is the Rockefeller Center, and this is a depiction. The author of the song Jerusalem, which was sung at the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games, actually designed this or is part of this understanding. I think there was a book written or poems written. We have the square, the great architect of the universe, and that is not the God that I know. It may sound like it, feel like it, smell like it, but it's far from it. You can understand that in the writings. And of course, Rockefeller Center has Prometheus. Prometheus stole fire from the gods, or wisdom, i.e. from the gods. And then you have this, all of these astrological symbols around. That's Prometheus there at Rockefeller Center. So you can understand that the elite have a religious symbol. This is a religious symbol. Moving on, and we'll get into this in the later section, but the logo of the Olympics, the design of the Olympic Stadium with these pyramid shapes, and even the Olympic mascots having the one eye symbolism. We'll get into that a lot later. Now looking at the Statue of Liberty and understanding what this statue is all about, it really is a sun goddess representing Semiramis. And you can see up above her is the rays, the sun rays. And you can see the similarity between Hera and the facial characteristics of Hera and the Statue of Liberty. Look at Europa, another goddess with the adornment like Hera, and the sun rays depicted. So look at that face and understand that that face is very similar to the same goddess. And so all of these goddesses, their roots are Semiramis here. And you see the coin here. Look at the nose and the brow. Here is a depiction of Semiramis, beautiful sculpture. And Semiramis is Nimrod's wife, going back all the way to Babylon. Now, Frederick Augusta Bartoli is the Freemason who designed that sculpture, and you can see his Freemasonic roots. The base of the Statue of Liberty has the square and the compass of Freemasonry. This was a gift of the French Freemasons to the American Freemasons. Now you look at the sun goddesses depicted in the past. This is Baal worship, and you can see the sun goddess. Now all of these goddesses and the depictions of the sun rays on the head. Going into Venus, Venus Columba was a goddess of the Romans. You can see here on this album cover she's holding a light of enlightenment at the top. I believe that these spikes are a representation of the sun. You also see this shell oil as an example of the use of that shell. Also the Vatican has the shell example as well. Here's Venus Columba, And you can see the similarity between that coin depiction, Roman coin depiction, and how they stand here as well in these coins. The Bank of England, this is an insult to us, hoarding money and giving us food in this case, but nonetheless it's a goddess. Now we have more depictions. Here's Columbia pictures. So Venus Columba, where we get Columbia, and then also the Columbian faction of the Illuminati, as I described earlier. And we have here showing her with the torch of enlightenment and adorned in this robe. Funny thing is, I noticed that the hand itself is more masculine, and so it always makes me wonder if they're putting androgyny in plain sight here. And I couldn't get a real clear image of this, but it looks a little bit larger than what it should be. But anyway, I might be seeing things, but I just noticed that. Look at the stepped pyramid and the pedestal here. This is one of the original logos of Columbia Pictures. Clearly a pyramid here with the Torch of Enlightenment. And then we have Columbia Calls, which is now getting you to enlist in the American Army. So they understand that it is a goddess that they're going. Now here's a depiction of Semiramis in Hollywood movies, and you see the crown depiction with the sun rays, appropriate, and understanding that they need to do that. Moving on to Lucifero, and you see the Torch of Enlightenment and the sun rays, and therefore you see Marilyn Manson with these daggers representing that. You have skull and bones up above. Oh, a lot of occult symbology there. And then Lady Gaga with her halo, looks like sun rays done in a hairdo. This is a Masonic description of the same goddess. Looks like Mary of the Catholics. And you see the triangle up above, enlightened triangle. You see the beehive and the pillars of Freemasonry. You also see now Mary of the Catholics. Mary is not to be worshipped, and she even calls Jesus her Lord and Savior. And so they have deified Mary in this fashion. Moving on. And then you look at a memorial near the 9/11 site, and what may look like a Statue of Liberty is not. Looks more like Mary in this case, and you have the sun ray behind her and her holding the Twin Towers. This was a ritualistic event, and I really hope you can understand when you went through the 9/11 version to show you with the pet goat and all that. So we have the goat Baphomet and the Luciferian torch up above. Prometheus, and that whole ritual, which is the Olympic ritual, is Prometheus ritual of running and stealing fire or wisdom and enlightenment from the gods. And so that is done every 2 years, Winter and Summer Olympic Games. Now you can understand Prometheus, the movie. The ship was named Prometheus, so it went out and was stealing knowledge from the gods. And that was a very strange movie to understand what was going on. Here's the Colossus and the similar depiction of the sun rays. Moving on with torches in Freemasonry, the torch on the back of the U.S. dime, and used in education. Now we'll move on. Now this is one of the most interesting symbols that reveals how our history has been played out by people in the same club, in the same fraternity, in the same secret society. So we have here the sign of the Master of the Second Veil. This is a Masonic sign, and it's called the Hidden Hand. And so you can understand that by looking at who is doing this symbol, of how history has been shaped by these people. And so there is the symbol. You can see now Freemasons doing the symbol here, and with their aprons. One Freemason here. The most famous depiction of the hidden hand is Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon was a Freemason. And you can see here as well. That's Napoleon. This is his the one before him, which is Louis XVI. Well, you can see the prominent Knight of Malta, and you can see the hidden hand. So that's the Maltese cross there. And here he is again. Robespierre involved in the French Revolution. The hidden hand. I used to think it was just military, but it's dignitaries. It's all people of all walks of life doing this. Here's now across the sea and Washington himself doing the hidden hand. Not very many people have seen this and know that he does the same thing that Napoleon does. And so it seems like it might be a military symbol, but it's not. It's Freemasonry. You can see this man here. And Washington himself and the man behind doing a variant of that, and we'll see that later also in pop culture being used. Here is one of the, I think, naval commanders in the Revolution. So war officers doing this. Now you have dignitaries. I believe this is partially the signing of the Declaration. I could be wrong. One of the events in history. I don't know all of these people, but this is the Western side of society. You might be able to recognize them in history. I feel like sometimes I need to go back and label these. Now look at this. Here's Lincoln. The top hat is very prominent in Freemasonry, and the Worshipful Master does that. But look at his companions there. His military officer looks like, and one of his, probably his cabinet members there. And then look at depictions of Lincoln doing this. Now Lincoln was assassinated, and he was also trying to print different currency, so he could have been assassinated, and I'll show some of that later on in this section. Booth, his assassin, look at him doing this hidden hand. Now military officers in the Civil War, and moving on. Albert Pike was a Confederate general. We don't have him doing the hidden hand, but we do have, look, these officers on both sides of the war doing it. And now we have other people. Booth, I think he's the founder of the Salvation Army. And presidents. And poets. I think this is Ruskin. I forget his name. This is four-time Prime Minister of Great Britain. Apple something is his last name, I believe. Sarah Palin, his husband. Now this could be the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm not sure, but there's something fishy about that family. And look at here, we have James Dean and his friend doing the hidden hand. So that is the Western hidden hand depiction on this plate. Now moving on across the sea, and we see the same hidden hand in communism. Here's Karl Marx. Karl Marx actually was fired by the New York Times to write the Communist Manifesto. There are other aspects of these guys which I won't disclose now, but in this case, look at them all. Here's Trotsky, Lenin, all doing the hidden hand. Founders of communism. What's going on here? Both sides. I've come to find out they've been shaking hands behind closed doors for a very long time while keeping people at bay with this Hegelian dialectic. Creating the opposition, creating the enemy, two people warring against each other, and if you don't have an enemy, then what are you fighting against? And so they create these dialectics. Communism against capitalism, freedom against tyranny, and this type of thing going on. So what is Gorbachev doing? He's living in the United States. I believe he has a mansion in San Francisco, and they've been doing this for a long time. Look at the hidden hand, even in a large sculpture of Lenin. Not Lenin, but that is Stalin. Continue on, the Gestapo of the Russian Gestapo, and you can see all of them doing the hidden hand. Freemasonry unmasked as the secret power behind communism. So you have now communism, the West, all being founded by Freemasons, poets. Now here's Rothschild of Europe. This is, I believe, Mazzini, who is the founder of the Thug Mafia. And just to keep in mind that these countries, these organizations, they set people up and take them down when they don't need them anymore. And sometimes they don't cooperate and they go down, they won't go down without a fight. But we see this everywhere. There are internal struggles, but for the most part, people want power and they want a country or they want an organization and they are handed power in that way. And when they need to take them down, whether or not they've established their own private army, they go down fighting. In this case, you see Skull and Bone Society and this member with the hidden hand. Now continuing on, this is Mozart, I believe. You can see a sort of a Maltese cross there. I don't know all these. Again, this is Nietzsche. He's the founder of the psychology and was famous for saying there is no God, and he ended up in an insane asylum. Look, as a young boy, they grow their children up in the doctrines. This is Bartoli, the architect for the sculpture of the Statue of Liberty. There he is again. This is the hidden hand in history, shaping history on both sides, playing the Hegelian dialectic. This is Yugoslavia, I believe. This is, I forget his name, I think South America. Bolivar as his name. Now look at this. This is Egypt, and Mubarak, he's doing the hidden hand, and he did not go down without a fight. And so revolutions are started. The opposition starts the revolution, and they get ousted out of office and get taken down. So he was part of it, and now he's out of it. Now you see Jay-Z with this hidden hand and the dual symbolism there. Here is one of the actors that passed away, River Phoenix. He has a brother, Joaquin Phoenix. And so anyway, he's not only doing that hidden hand, but he's doing this eye. They also sacrifice their own, ritually sacrifice. This is an evil empire, and in the industry they do this. So we have here hidden hand for the Beatles. You can see the hidden hand being done by Paul there. I used to like this as Morris Day, and look, he's pointing at the man doing the hidden hand. Johnny Depp on the cover of Rolling Stones, hidden hand. Now you see that variant, which is the sort of the hang loose sign, which is a sign in witchcraft of the moon, and then the hidden hand there with De Niro. Al Pacino. There's Robert De Niro. De Niro and his friend on the set of Taxi in the hidden hand, showing their allegiance. Kanye West, another rapper, and then you see the single pillar, Freemasonic. One of the singers, I forget him. And then, of course, look, he doesn't have a sport coat or anything to put the hidden hand in, so he puts it underneath his arm. Tom Hanks. On the cover, you can see the hidden hand and the Masonic checkerboard. Let's get a clue as to what our history is. They own our history. They've told us lies. They've revised the history, and they've sold their propaganda to us. Now let's look at another sign that we can see in public that might be a tangible clue as to who is who and whether or not they're a Freemason or not. And this is handshakes. There are various handshakes. You see knuckle, the thumb on the knuckle, a thumb on the knuckles again, and various knuckle ones. And in public they do it differently, and so this is not something that you can readily see. You can see that, but you can see two Freemasons here at least doing that handshake, and so it's the thumb on the knuckle distinctly that way. Another Freemason here doing that handshake. You can see the similarity of that. This may or may not be, but I'm just going to here to tell you that there is a distinct handshake, and you can spot it if you're aware of it. This is a video on the internet, and it's a very ominous video. Here's the patriarch, Father Bush, and the son coming and sitting down next to him, and the father offering his hand to the son, and the son actually giving this Masonic shake Very distinct on the internet. You can see that. Just try and look it up. George W. Bush handshake with son or something of that nature, and you'll see this video on there. But it's something to be looked at as the Don or the mafioso father getting the adoration of the son and the respect of the son, with a mother on the inside. Ron Paul speaking at Jesuit Georgetown University. Now, I'm not trying to place him there and saying that that's the case, but there's a lot of things fishy about who Ron Paul is. They like to take a census on who is listening to someone who is constitutional and against the Federal Reserve and doing all of this stuff that is exposing these people, getting very little support. He's got a lot of support on the young side, but never gets elected, but still in the spotlight, saying everything right, and they take census on this stuff. But you can see here across the table that distinct pressure of the thumb on the knuckle. There it is again. Very interesting. His wife and daughter, again, are Freemasons. You have here Tony Blair and the Pope. Very distinct handshakes going on. Look at this. Very clear that this is Masonic. So the Catholic Church is heavily into this. Look at that. That is not a normal shake. So nowadays we can spot these things out. And across the table, interfaithism going on there. Moving forward, look at these handshakes. Very distinct. Look at this. Ooh, pressure on the thumb. Very clear. This is John Paul. This one doesn't look like it completely, but I'm just showing you people who we know are Freemasons, whether or not we catch them in the act or not. Getty Images, look at that handshake. This looks very clear. This is Sharon, I believe, from Israel. To the Masons of Peace, Yitzhak Rabin, King Hussein, and Bill Clinton. This was an ad taken out, so you can understand even the opposition is within this, and they are all Freemasons working out this plan for a new world order. Moving here, here's Abbas and Ariel Sharon. Well, that's not a handshake, I don't believe, but anyway, just to let you know that we're trying to be reasonable here. I believe Yitzhak Rabin was a Freemason, and you saw that in that ad. Now, moving on to Gaddafi. Gaddafi's been taken out and killed, and so here's an example of him working with the CIA. He's allowed to be in office and run his country, and now taken down radically. That's how they work. Across the table, oh, the famous Gorbachev and Reagan era of taking down communism. It's still there. Okay, look at the handshake with science and technology and NASA. Here's the young Barack Obama. Here's the Beatles. Look at this interesting handshake with, of course, the Freemason. And then the best friends, Jay-Z, Kanye. Look at these guys. He is heavily involved in world affairs. This is on the internet. You can see Lady Gaga, left-handed handshake with Oprah. It's very clear. I know this is a blurry image, but just to show you that she actually positions her hand to give a Masonic shake. And you can see a little outline of the thumb there. It's very distinct that she positions it that way. And now looking at an old design of the nickel and the handshake. That's not the handshake. They just show it as a sign of brotherhood. Moving on with history. Let's read this through. While the general public has been led to believe that communism is a movement of the workers, Soviets to destroy capitalism, Pawns in the Game proves that both British and American intelligence officers obtained authentic documentary evidence which proved that internationalist capitalists operating through their international banking houses had financed both sides of every war and revolution fought since 1776. That's Pawns in the Game. The American and British war machines are commanded by men who have all sworn allegiance to the murderous demon gods of the Illuminati. They are sacrificing the lives of your sons and daughters on the altar of the all-seeing eye. And this is Chris Everett. And I believe that to be true, that they love war, they plan war, and they let your children fight in their wars. And people die for their causes, and they just love to cause chaos. This is the memorial for the Battle of Britain in Brussels. I wonder who they fought for. Here's the Illuminati pyramid. Interesting what they've done to us, and believe that we're fighting for freedom when they own both sides of the opposition. Here's the Declaration of Independence, or the Declaration, the French Declaration, and you can see the Eye of Lucifer up top. All of this occult symbology. Here's the Mithra, hat of Mithra. This is the Roman fasces. And so we see that symbolism. Look at the documents of the French Revolution. Lightning bolts. You can see the all-seeing eye, or the Eye of Lucifer, hat of Mithra. You see this Ouroboros, the snake biting the tail. Here again, you see all of this going on, and the occult symbolism. Two pillars on both sides, and there's that Eye of Lucifer once more. We have snakes here. Now, depictions in artwork. You see the Roman fasces. You see the obelisk, the Mithra, hat of Mithra as well, the Eye of Lucifer. Now look at the artwork again. Now this torch of enlightenment on the head. You can see the square, death, equality, liberty, and fraternity. French Revolution, the Ouroboros around, snake biting the tail. We'll get into that a little bit later. We have now the young Napoleon Bonaparte with all this lightning bolt. They are family members. Their bloodlines end up ruling. They always keep it in the family. Understand this. You don't make it if you're a common man. Department of the Army, and you can see the hat of Mithra for the United States being used. All of this occult symbology, just look at symbols and wonder what they stand for. And you either get the exoteric meaning, but if you really find out, you understand the esoteric meaning, the inside meaning. The Green Dragon Tavern, a planning site for the Boston Tea Party. So understand that our revolution in the United States with Great Britain was a planned event by Freemasons. Paul Revere went and did his famous ride through that the British are coming. Here's the Boston Tea Party, which set up that event, and dressing up like Indians and claiming that the taxes are against the Britons are taxing us to death. And look what the results is, the start of revolution and the Brits. But look at what the flag of the United States actually is. British East India Company trading flag. Here, Stars and Stripes and the Knights Templar cross. You can understand the Knights Templar. Nina Pinta Santa Maria. These are voyages funded by the Knights Templar. City of London and the Knights Templar cross. You also have dragons all over this thing. And then now the you can see the British East India Company trading flag. Here's the British flag and the American flag with the Stars and Stripes. Americans would be fighting under the private flag of an international mercantile corporation controlled by the Jesuits. So this organization was controlled by the Jesuits, as is the British East India Company. They also have the Dutch East India Company. Understand here, after 20 years of constant and most difficult research, I come fearlessly today before the American people to say and prove that the President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated by the priests and the Jesuits of Rome. So look, you understand how the mafia works. They set people up. When they don't cooperate, they take them down. Please understand this. This is what's going on. Washington in the lap of Rome. You can read about how the colonial system of Rome is still in existence today. Now let me read this. At an evening session, Franklin turned the meeting over to his newfound and abundantly honored friend. The subject was a flag. Addressing the committee as Comrade Americans, the professor explained that Since the colonies were still dependent upon Great Britain, we are not expected to design or recommend a flag which will represent a new government or an independent nation, but instead one that will testify our present loyalty as English subjects, a flag that was already in use, a flag that had been recognized by the British government for half a century, a flag having a field of alternate horizontal red and white stripes, with the Grand Union flag of Great Britain in the upper left corner. I refer, he said, to the flag of the East India Company. On January 2nd, 1776, at a formal ceremony attended by the Flag Committee, George Washington personally hoisted the East India Company flag upon a towering and specially raised pine tree liberty pole, unfurling it to the breeze and displaying it for the first time to his army, the citizens of the vicinity, and the British forces in Boston. So if you're going to think, and you've been led to believe, that our independence was against Britain and that was against tyranny, they have been shaking hands again on both sides. This whole plan was to create a new nation, an independent nation, but still under the original rule. And so you see that depiction here. Here's Washington, our founding fathers, uncommon heroes, understanding that this is all planned events. And they were planned. Even Franklin himself had a place in Britain after the Revolution, and lived there and worked closely with that government over there. This is the Hawaiian flag, and you can see the significance of that being part of the East India Company. East India Company happens to also been the main company involved in the slave trade. Our founding fathers had slaves, and look at the treatment of these slaves. There is a story called Amazing Grace, a movie you can watch, of somebody who repented of doing all of this, and he became a true Christian and did repentance his entire life because he realized what was happening in this era and what he was doing and what he was involved in. This is a slave boat. These are all people packed and crammed in. It is unbelievable how people can even draw this kind of thing up, and it just hurts me. And during a live presentation, gosh, with people in shock, and I see faces, I literally come to tears with seeing stuff like this. So we have here now the Constitution of the Freemasons, and you will realize the similarity between our Constitution, checks and balances, and all of that based in the Constitution of Freemasons. Understanding this is the pure Freemasonic state, and you can see that in the architecture and everything all about it. Oh boy, it looks like freedom. Freedom of religion, freedom of everything, and you are literally living in a prison of your mind. Yes, you can go out and have a coffee or what have you, but as far as understanding where you're at and the progression of this society and what it's become, look at it. Proofs of conspiracy, of against all religion and governments of Europe. I know this is a very poor image, John Adams' library, but there was a understanding that was a conspiracy by Freemasons and the Illuminati. This has been a conspiracy, and is not a new thing. It's become a bad word, but is not a new thing to understand that there is a conspiracy going on. You see the Roman fascists in the House of Representatives, in the Senate building, in the Capitol building, and you can see the Roman fascists being used. This is all Rome. And according to Daniel, we understand that the Roman Empire and this dream that Nebuchadnezzar had, and the interpretation of that dream is the two legs of Rome. I understand some people that are not believers that prophecy is just hocus pocus, but this dream and this interpretation and the prophecy of this world coming true and the Roman Empire being still with us, the two legs of Rome coming into the feet and having the 10 toes. This is a description of even the Club of Rome and the setup of these toes in this final global empire now with us today. And please understand that prophecy is a riddle that we have to understand, and as we get closer to the end here, we see prophecy now coming to full light in the age. Prophecy and my statement on prophecy, the further you're out on prophecy in the past, what you might see happening in the future doesn't seem like it would happen at all until you get closer to that event. So that's my understanding and one explanation of how prophecy works. So we can see in the last days things happening that are close to what the prophecy reads. So in this case, this is the Yalta Conference, and this is the victors in World War II. All three men here are Freemasons. Communism, capitalism. Here's Churchill. Looking at Churchill himself, Churchill was installed as a Druid priest in August 1908. So you can see him with the Druids. These are people in the occult. They know the occult thoroughly, and they are part of it thoroughly. All secret society members, all elite bloodlines. Understand this, please. Look at this. Honolulu Advertiser, November 30th, 1 week before Pearl Harbor, Caruso bluntly warned nation ready for battle. Was this nation ready for battle? Was Pearl Harbor ready? They took the day off on Sunday. All of those planes were lined up. All of that armory was all locked away. Those ships were all lined up at Battleship Row, ripe for the picking. These events are meant to be. They plan these events to get the people all ripe and ready for war. This is the Hilo Tribune. Japan may strike over the weekend. Do you think that we would be sitting around not doing anything, taking the day off, or would we be completely on alert? And they should have been completely on alert. And there's a story about that of ships coming over from the mainland United States to Honolulu. They stopped in the middle of the ocean and waited for the attack to happen so that some of the carriers would be still be alive. But anyway, just to show you that history is, these are planned events. This is Japan Parliament building, and you can see the Masonic architecture with pyramids. You also have the checkered floors. This is one of the dignitaries' houses. I think it might be the Prime Minister's house. My wife did this research. And you can see the owls perched up above, and that owl symbology. Tokyo Tower is 333 meters high, almost 32 and a half, 333 when you round it off, but interesting numerology going on. Japanese Democratic Party and the eye symbolism on the internet in Japan. They say what's going on here. Again, the variant of the eye symbology, the Mount Fuji in the background, and the eye having, if you look through a light on this currency, the eye is at the top of Mount Fuji. So this eye and the pyramid symbolism. Here's Mao you saw earlier with Dubois. Here's the first Masonic building in China. All of these events, that French Revolution, even the Chinese Revolution, all of these events are perpetrated into this new age, and Mao is the leader as far as how many people were killed under his atheistic, communistic realm. And so please don't tell me that war is a result of religion. Here is a prime example of the most that anyone's ever killed under pure atheistic communism. This is a continuation of part 2, and we're looking at religion. Religions of the world, cults, the idea of infiltration, and apostasy. And we're going to see this apostasy meaning turning away from true religion into what the Bible calls spiritual fornication and harlotry, spiritual harlotry, intermingling with other faiths. Here we have, start with this chart here. This is a key chart to understanding the roots of all of this, coming all the way from Babylon, after the flood, ancient mystery religions. And you see now moving into Kabbalism. Kabbalism moving into Gnosticism. Kabbalism is Jewish Kabbalism, and the Jews got that from Babylon in their captivity, coming into Christian Gnosticism. So Gnosticism corrupted Christianity, true Christianity, and you see this in the Catholic Church and through onto the Knights Templars. Now you see Knights Templars moving into Rosicrucianism. You saw the Jesuits were involved in Templar stuff and Rosicrucian stuff and then you have Freemasonry and the Illuminati, and all of these offshoots. And you can see Babylon, pantheism, witchcraft and sorcery, Hinduism and Buddhism. These are, from my perspective in the Bible, religions of fallen angels and deity worship that way. You can see Freemasonry and Marxism, political societies, European secret societies, American secret societies, international banking elite, World Council of Churches, now ecumenical movement, Theosophical Society, and the New Age movement. You saw that with Freemasonry, and many cults of the 1800s, and we're going to see those next after this plate. But moving into new spiritual technology, self-hypnosis. Oh, this is all New Age movement, but it in fact is Old Age practice. This is from actually from a movie by Paul Flynn called The Power Behind the New World Order. I really recommend this. But these are screenshots from that. Loses Trust is run through the International Board of Trustees, John D. Rockefeller. All of these names involved here. You can pause this video to understand that these are all together. Education in the New Age. This is what they educate you with. Relativism. There is no truth. Your truth can be different from somebody else's truth. And this non-absolution of truth. Humanity has been brought in consciousness increasingly nearer to the spiritual centers of love and life, and has been stimulated to make spiritual progress, to awaken to the light within, to unfold the Christ consciousness, and to find the path of light which leads to divinity. So this is the externalization of the hierarchy. You understand that in now Oprah Winfrey doing this type of New Age and being involved with this. Goodwill is love in action. So yes, it's all goodwill. Let me read these three. The New World Order must meet the immediate need and not be an attempt to satisfy some distant idealistic vision. The New World Order must be appropriate to the world which has passed through a destructive crisis and to a humanity which is badly shattered by the experience, meaning order out of chaos. They're going to create a war, and we're going to scream for peace and security and a newfound world. The New World Order must lay the foundation for a future world order, which will be possible only after a time of recovery, of reconstruction, and rebuilding. Externalization of the hierarchy. Discipleship in the New Age. It is a religion that will be the New Age. Understand that. The New Earth, and Oprah Winfrey, she is the spokesperson for the New Age now. She endorsed this book, Secret, which is all about positive communication. Yes, all of that positive thinking. Think it and it will be done. Eckhart Tolle, she promotes hugely. And you can see by this pose that the New Age is in fact the Old Age. There is the Old Age stance. And that Old Age stance is Kundalini, Hinduism, Buddhism. You don't find this in Christianity at all. The Tree of Knowledge and the Serpent. You can see now this Kundalini. 7 chakras going on here. So you can attain enlightenment on your own. Look at this Hindu practice here, and the serpents here going on there. I believe looks like an eye up there. But anyway, look, it just happens to be 33 vertebrate and moving up this chain of 33 degrees. Even in Hinduism having that. So this serpent must go from the bosom to the head. And that's how they like things to happen. And so now you can see here, here's the diamond shape. Early in that first part, you saw the diamond brand being done, and this is enlightenment as well as the elite. And this double-headed phoenix or eagle, and the eye in Freemasonry, 33 degrees there. Here's that chakra coming on, and the opening of the spiritual third eye. All of this symbolism here. And we see here the same pose, and look here. Tarot cards being used in conjunction with this old world pose. Chakras here, the yin and yang symbol, as above so below, this hexagram triangle. Again, the same image, the serpent intertwining and opening up the spiritual third eye. They believe that they can attain enlightenment on their own this way. You can see that intertwining serpent. Here's the Ouroboros and that those chakras. Here is that caduceus being used now in mythology, and I am telling you, this strange stuff having correlations between the double helix in DNA, and you can see this Time magazine here with DNA structure, even in this Time magazine structure with DNA being intertwining serpent. They know what they're doing, they know what they're saying, they want you to change your DNA. They even have triple helix DNA coming out, transhumanism, and this whole effort to adorn man. The fundamental thing about Christianity is that God is the sacrifice. We worship God. They don't want anything to have to do with God. They believe man will enlighten himself. Now, look at this Eckhart Tolle. He's friends with the Dalai Lama. They will bring this world into a brand new religion, and that religion will be the pure doctrine, Luciferian doctrine, under Satan and the fallen angels. Look at the Dalai Lama, now very good friends with John Paul, and they were such good friends that they're even immortalized here in wax, at a wax museum. Ecumenical Buddhism, the ecumenical movement in Buddhism, bringing everybody together. They can say Orthodox Christians too. So Christians now intermingling with all religions. And so you see the flow chart of rivers flowing into one world religion. The head of that one world religion is Rome. Church unity in the papal office. They want to bring all religions back to Rome. United Religions here, you can see all religions represented. This is an interesting one because you have all religions with now these bloodlines, family crests. I took this image in Heathrow. The first Parliament of World Religions was held in Chicago in 1893. Now look at what Rome is doing. Here is the Fellowship of Faiths, all of these religions wanting to come together. United Nations is heavily involved with that as well. Now you move into the Catholic Church leading this ecumenical interfaith movement. Look at all the religions being represented. Here they are. Again, look at that ominous image. Here's man and woman, and look at the astrological signs around. Angels looking on. Ecumene, World Council of Churches. Proposed religious mergers. This is not that one, but this is another image. So just to tell you that somebody sees that this is happening. Look at this as key evangelicals and Catholics together, Catholics and Muslim. They're doing this through Fatima and Mary as well. We'll see that a little bit later. Finally, Hindus, Buddhists, and the New Age coming on through. This is happening right now. Atheism crossing over into finally the final doctrine of Luciferianism. Here's Billy Graham, the Protestant Pope, and the Catholic Pope together. All of that, we'll see what Billy Graham's ministry was about. One world again. Moving on. These are modern tracing boards in Freemasonry of the first 3 degrees, and you can see the tracing boards with all that occult symbology, and here, all religions now intermingling with each other. Look at within the lodge itself, look at they're doing the Pledge Allegiance, and look at Bible, the Holy Quran, and the Buddhist Bible, all on the same plate. This is called spiritual harlotry. You can read Revelation 17 about the harlot, and we believe that the harlot church here, we can see it obviously, is Rome. And so look at Michael Jackson's large display. Many people watched this. This was after his death. Together as one. And so look at the world leaders, look at the religions here, look at these guys promoting all of this, understanding all of that. They are part of it. Yeah, sounds very noble. But Jesus said, again, he's exclusive to himself. Understand the fundamental difference. They are against Jesus. Even in the writings, they indoctrinate you to that. And so here is Madonna, and this is huge. Coexist, and getting everybody together, and in this world of peace and the New World Order. Here we are looking at Mormonism. This is a cult of the 1800s. Here's the Mormon founders, the first 5 presidents of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints: Joseph Smith, Brigham Young, John Taylor, Wilford Woodruff, and Lorenzo Snow were all Freemasons in the Nauvoo Lodge. All Freemasons, and you can read about that at the British Columbia Grand Lodge. Now they will show you some deception in that lodge with regard to what Freemasonry is, but I showed you in the first section of their writings. Brigham Young revised, you can see here the portrait of Brigham Young and him wearing his pendant or his pin, which was a square and a compass, and there is a clear image of that square and compass. Brigham Young. Look at the weather vane design. That's the square and the compass. Looks like that is a torch. You see now, you saw that in earlier pentagram plates, but these stars, similarity between that shape and this shape in the star, the pentagram. Here's the pentagram and that star once again. Looking at Mitt Romney, now 2012 candidate, Bain and Company. He's a Mormon, and therefore he's a Freemason, because look at what Mormons are. This is an interesting symbol. That is that pyramid symbol. Look at the sly look at this businessman, Mormon businessman. But anyway, we see this that priests do and Freemasons do. You'll see some of that a little bit later. Here's the temple garments, which are the underwear, and the emblem of Freemasonry is embedded in the design of the underwear, the square and the compass. Here's the square and the compass in the underwear. There's the actual image. Here's the compass and the square in the underwear. So please, when you talk to a Mormon, just say Mormonism is Freemasonry, and you'll be correct on that notion. And you can even tell people about it and what Freemasonry is all about. Here's that elongated star once again. This is a museum in Utah with regard to the Mormon Church. I think it's they're showing a history of the Mormon Church. You can see here now, look at this really long elongated star in this room, Mormon room, and going back to that tarot card by Aleister Crowley, and you see the human being, and then the down pointing star representing the fallen angel and the fallen star. They believe Lucifer and Jesus are spirit brothers. They worship another Jesus, and this is warned in the Bible by Paul, of warning us that if somebody is teaching another Jesus, we're not to be intermingling with them at all, in fact. So Mormonism here, handshakes even the same. Magic and Masonry, you see that. First token of the Aaronic priesthood, look at the handshake. Even the rituals themselves, look at that. Tearing, throat cut across here. Tongue, tear the tongue out by the roots. As well, cut out the chest and pull out the heart and lungs here and here in Mormonism, and then tear out the bowels right here, and you can see here. Same rituals in Freemasonry. Come on, people, understand. This is in their this is what they're doing. These are now Mormons doing that. They're not Masons. Look, even the aprons are the same. This is that temple with the pentagrams. Moving along here, down pointing stars. This is called the Beehive House, and we saw that beehive symbolism there. It looks like this is exactly what they do. They have the elite of Mormonism, and then they have everybody else following. And so the beehive, here's the beehive itself with the square and compass. This is the city at Dormant House. I believe that's the same. No, this is Salt Lake Temple. Okay. And so the beehive industry now, and that's, of course, the beehive state, the Great Seal of the state of Utah, and you see the beehive here, the beehive state, Utah. Look at, even on the temple itself, the Eye of Lucifer, handshakes for brotherhood. You have all of this occult symbols of the sun, and here's the eye, sun, moon, fiery stones, cloud stones with rays of light. Now you have here also Egyptian hieroglyphs, and then you have here Adam and Eve and fruit at the altar. This is Cain's offering. Here's the lamb, understanding that that is biblically not correct. Here is another Jesus, the celestial Jesus that they have. They have all kinds of weird beliefs. If you understand them fully, they believe that they're going to have their own planet, that these men will have perpetual wives as women. They're going to populate that planet with their wives and live and reign on a planet. So very interesting and very odd belief systems. You can read all about it, Mormons and Masons, in this book. Now let's look at Jehovah's Witnesses. And this is Charles Taze Russell, the founder of the Jehovah's Witnesses. This is his tombstone. And if you notice here, he's called the Laodicean messenger. If you understand your Bible, Revelation 2, chapters 2 and 3 describe the churches. The Laodicean church, the church of Laodicea, is described as the lukewarm church. This church, because it's lukewarm and neither hot or cold, Jesus says that he will spew this church out of his mouth. And that's the graphic description that Jesus says about this church. It should give you a clue as to what this is all about. Why would you even consider being a Laodicean messenger? In the front of the tombstone, this is the back of the tombstone, but in that area is also a memorial to Charles Taze Russell and the Jehovah's Witnesses. And so you can see the shape of that is a pyramid with capstone. You also have the cross and crown, which is Knights Templar, York Rite Freemasonry. It just so happens that this building behind this memorial is the Greater Pittsburgh Masonic Center, and you can see the square and compass there. So Freemasonry, Freemasons starting this Jehovah's Witness cult. They have all kinds of weird beliefs. They have their own version of the Bible, which is the New World Translation, and that is a gross mistranslation of the Bible. Watchtower Bible and Tract Society here, and you can see a close-up of that with a cross and crown. I don't know whether or not there was an eye at the top or not. Does not look like it. Looks like more like hewn cut stone. Now this is the cross and crown, Knights Templar. You can see the Order of the Knights Templar use of the cross and crown. This is actually a phallic symbol, the crown being the female and the cross being the male through that. So they all do things, these Freemasons, to make it look like they're Christian, but they're not. But look at here, his literature. Here's the sun disk, or the winged sun disk of the Egyptians, and he's using this for his students, Bible students. Remember, Egypt represents bondage. It is clear in the Bible that Egypt represents bondage. And you can see here his use of the pyramid in his diagrams with the Eye of Lucifer at the top, and then mixing in all of these artifacts from the Old Testament and the Ark of the Covenant. Now, why in the world, again, would you use anything Egyptian? Here's the cross-section of the plan. You can see that also that the pyramid is uncapped there. So the divine plan shown in the Great Pyramid. His friend was a Rosicrucian, and he used many of his charts for his books, and so his Rosicrucian friend has, of course, the pyramid tombstone. And even a Rosicrucian order, you can see the use of Egyptian-style columns. And so you can see the literature here. Then use of the Egyptian motifs. Here's the Watchtower magazine. There's a more clearer description on this side, and you can see the knighthood. These are papal knighthoods, and of course Freemasonry, which stems from Roman Catholicism and Freemasonry, Knights Templar stuff. Here's the Watchtower, and there is on the papal one of the papal crests in the Vatican. They use the Watchtower as well as many other symbols. You see lightning, Watchtower. Here is that Watchtower building. They are only allowed to read this literature exclusively. They're not allowed to read anything but their version of the Bible, the New World Translation, and their Watchtower tract. Everything else is off limits. And it just so happens that a Watchtower is at the head of Diana of Ephesus. Interesting to note. Here's the sermons again, and then here's a Jehovah's Witness space and the use of the Egyptian motifs. You can read all about this in The Watchtower and the Masons by Fritz Springmeier. Fritz Springmeier was a wonderful researcher into the occult and all of these secret societies. He was actually thrown in jail and just recently got out. But anyway, he's been an awesome researcher. Now let's look at Seventh-day Adventism. This is Ellen G. White, and she's the prophetess. And she is attributed to founding modern Seventh-day Adventism along with her husband. And this is their family. And we'll show you that they have been involved in the cult of Freemasonry. They stem from the Millerites, who predicted that Jesus was returning in certain years, and I believe this was 1843, and then they readjusted that to a year later. Now remember, in the Bible it specifically says that if a prophet prophesies and it doesn't come true, then you can be assured that that prophet is wrong. This Seventh-day Adventism still reads all of her literature and considers her a prophetess by that. But you can see now her husband using the hidden hand symbolism, which is in Freemasonry. There it is again. And there is her husband again. Now you can see now leaders of the Seventh-day Adventist organization. He's doing the hidden hand. The women are doing the hand over the bosom. This is Ellen G. White's tombstone or gravestone, and you can see it's an obelisk. Moving on to some illustrations. I believe this was done by her husband, and you can see the eye of Lucifer here in this tree. Yes, it looks, smells, and feels like Christianity, but look at what they do. And so we have now cults of the 1800s you saw in that first chart, and so now this is her son, and you can see the hidden hand that he's doing. She also has her hand on her bosom, similar to this that Mackie on that cover of that book I showed you. You can see here the Pledge of Allegiance is a Masonic sign. And now you can see the leaders of Seventh-day Adventism here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this person in particular, I believe, is here located. Oh no, it was Lord Brassey, sorry. Well, let me explain this. The Seventh-day Adventism, what they did when they traveled to Australia, she denounced Freemasonry, and so she was attributed to bringing one of these Freemasons out of Freemasonry, the cult, and so there he is. And then it was found 2 years later that he was still involved with Freemasonry. So with regard to intelligence and how things work, they like to separate themselves from an organization, denounce that organization, but yet still be involved with that organization. And it's all smoke screens. And this is their website symbolism. Look at the single eye symbolism going on here. I can't tell you that that's what's going on exactly, but there are some fishy things happening. You can see this logo as well. Here's the flame. Here's supposedly a book. There's a cross in there, but if you look at the negative space, this cross negative space moves into that top area, forming a cross upside down. Very interesting how they design it. Go look at that Seventh-day logo yourself and decide for yourself whether or not that's the case. This is Pastor B.T. Rice. The ecumenical movement is huge, and look at, they always shake hands with Rome, and you would be surprised how many churches, evangelicals, Protestants all over, they've been infiltrated so much so that the Rome is considered the true church. All roads lead to Rome in this case. Now let's look at Buddhism. This is Shakyamuni Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism. Look at, here's the Buddha. Look at the top. This is called the peacock demon. And I actually asked a Buddhist what this deity was, and they named it the peacock demon. They know that it's a demon. Look, next is the Naga, or the snake beings. Look at the characteristics of this peacock demon. red, female breasts, so androgynous, and I even confirmed this with a Buddhist monk. That is an androgynous being. Bird's head, bird's feet. Look at the similarities between the characteristics of the Baphomet. Instead, here we have goat's head, angelic being with wings, and we have female breasts and male phallus. We don't have the male part here, though, but legs of a goat. So same characteristics, both east and west. Here's a depiction of Michael the archangel slaying Satan, and then you have now a bird characteristics again. So looks like bird characteristics, but in this case looks like bat wings, but could be bird wings. But same characteristics. Look at even the breast as well. So strange things going on east and west. They are interrelated. So this particular being here, this is called the Garuda. You see the Garuda here with female breasts as well, and Garuda Indonesia Airlines. The peacock demon, I couldn't understand this when I first was first described to me, but here is the peacock, and here is that Garuda up above, and that Garuda is holding up, usually holding up a Buddha, and sometimes or a god, that kind of a thing. And so there is this assistance of demons to attain enlightenment, and that is described in Buddhism. And so the Yezid, I can't remember, but there's a tribe. If you look up peacock angel or peacock demon, you get some Yezid tribe, and then you have you can see this image. This image looks very similar to the NBC peacock as well logo. So you look at now Hinduism. Buddha was a Hindu, and therefore Buddhism has the same thing that Hinduism has. And you see all these serpents that represent wisdom. Of course, that is the lie, and the Garden of Eden, and that story in Genesis. You can read all about it, that the serpent now is, for the Luciferians, is the savior of man. And look at the adoration of that serpent. These are all dragons in this Buddha description. Very elaborate idols, sculptures going on. Here's the Naga themselves, and you can see now the snakes behind. This is very reminiscent of perhaps Medusa as well. Look at the fiery serpents, brazen serpents, and the description of these. Interesting. There are biblical descriptions of these as well. Look at the that god, this one we saw in the first plate, in the whole part 1, and riding the dragon. And who is the dragon? The Satan and the devil. So Buddha hanging out with the dragon, and the reverence of this, and the idolization of this. Dragons. Now here we have the phoenix and the dragon paired. And this is a pretty key image. The phoenix representing the female aspect, and earth. The dragon representing the heavenly aspect, or male. And so we have this pearl. There is a description of a pearl in the Bible likened to heaven, the kingdom of heaven. So we have an occult description of this with the phoenix and the dragon, and you're going to see some strange things with regard to the pairing of these. I did want to come back to Joseph Campbell and tell you that I remember that Pawns and Kings is about a wizard. It's a fiction story about a wizard who becomes a master of his craft. So there's peculiar things going on with witchcraft and these myths. In addition to that, Joseph Campbell is actually, his mentor was Carl Jung, and Carl Jung is known to be a mystic. And the lineage also of Carl Jung is Freud and Nietzsche. And so you have the psychology, no God, all of this. There is a purpose behind all of this. And I just want you to understand and research Joseph Campbell and his lineage and who he's been influenced by with regard to psychology and mysticism even. And it's odd that he would even write a book about a wizard that becomes a master of his craft with regard to Freemasonry. You see the checkerboard on his book cover. So moving along with the Ouroboros, cockatrice, snake and serpent biting the tail, and you have all of this occult imagery. This is alchemy and various astrology signs. Here's the cockatrice, half snake, half bird. And you see the Ouroboros even in Buddhism all the way around now. And it's very similar to that Dharma wheel and this God now covering this earth area. Here's the serpent intertwining the tree of life in Kabbalah. This is the 10 Sephiroth of the Kabbalah, and you can see the serpent around that. Look at the Buddhist symbol, yin and yang, on tarot card. And so that does not originate in Buddhism. It is an ancient symbol representing this duality, darkness being in light and light being in darkness. The Bible is clear that there is no darkness in God. God is light, and there is no darkness in him. Here's the papacy, or the priestess, and then you see the checkerboard pattern. Look at the yin and yang on the book itself. Even the crescent moon up there. This is the Priory de Sion family crest. Moving on to Buddhism as well. Look at the repetitious prayer. This is in Hinduism, chanting. Chanting is invoking. And so here's Angelina Jolie with an invoking chanting prayer. And this is, or meditation. And these invoke demons. So look at now the Dalai Lama here. This is just a painting of him. He's got the eye up above. And so, yeah, they can depict him and show him either way, but he is a friend of Rome, and therefore look at the Roman hand of power, sign of the benediction. He says he's not a bad demon, and he puts horns up above. Again, in another section, putting horns up above. Check it out. Some Chinese officials have described me as a demon. I could be a demon with the horns, but I'm not a bad demon. So they do have descriptions of white witches, dark witches, good demons, bad demons, said the Dalai Lama while addressing a program on Mother Teresa in Kolkata. So look, he's describing it. In Buddhism, they have deities and they even have demons and describe them as demons. So we are oblivious to religion as a whole, and I want you to understand Buddha was a Hindu. Hinduism is many gods. Buddha simply cut out a lot of gods. Zen Buddhism is really the culmination into really atheism and the worship of nature, and what the characteristics of nature are, peace and balance and all of these things that are Zen Buddhism. Let's move on with Catholicism. This is actually 3 whole plates, and I'm going to move straight into Constantine. This is a picture, painting of Constantine's conversion and his vision in the sky of this cross up here. And there is Constantine. And look at this description of this vision, supposed vision he had. But look up here in the corner, and that is none other than a dragon. So we'll see what Rome is all about. Look at the opulence of Rome. If you call this Christianity, you have to be thoroughly confused. Look at the cross even. Close up that cross. Look at the tridents. We've seen those tridents before. Here is Hinduism and Shiva. And we have all of this pagan stuff being intermingled, and it's a testament to what they are doing today. Here is Neptune and that trident. Moving on, here is the opulence of Rome again. Look at the Medici family. As I studied architecture, the Medicis, who were involved in Rome, I believe that even had a pope that was a Medici. They were patrons to the arts. They owned everything. And so, yes, we admired the Medici family, and sure, I want a patron for architecture that would fund my designs as well. Here's the statue of David, and look at all of what they fund. Here's Leonardo da Vinci. Look what they've done in the past, as they've literally raped the poor, offering indulgences, saying, inventing things like purgatory so that you can pay for your loved ones to be out of hell. Look at them. This is actually the cross of Lorraine, that double cross. And look at the iconography that they use. There's that cross of Lorraine. There's the triple cross. They all have their meanings or their actual names. Here's the Maltese cross, the Solvent cross down here, and these all originate. They are probably some are prior to the Roman Empire, but the Roman Empire has embraced all of these. Here are modern Knights Templar. You can see the triple cross up above. These old guys, they probably know what they're doing, but they are in this club. At the lower levels, the pageantry of it all is just fascinating to them, and I can't even believe old men would dress like that. But at the higher levels, it is literally evil and a controlling mechanism of the world and secret societies. Upon this rock I will build my church, the papal cross, they call it now. John Paul used this papal cross. Look at the papal cross moving along. Here's the tassels, and here's the cross of Lorraine in the cardinal structure. Look at the bent cross now. And that is a grotesque description or graphic representation of Christ. And it's also used in Satanism. They love the crucifix with Christ's cross because they believe that he is dead and gone and buried and not risen again at all. So look at this cross on this pope. Look at the skull and bones in the background. Look at, here's the cover of that, and you can see the cover also has the quintessential Babylonian logo, which is the winged lion. In addition to that, look at the cross itself. Here is the eye of Lucifer. Here is that lion and wings. Now looking at a close-up of that. On the bottom here is the globe. Looking at Babylon, look at all of the icons relating to Babylon. Here's the Knights Templar cross and crown. The double eagle of Rome. Look at the hat that they wear. This is the fish hat. And so you can see on its side, I actually visited Notre Dame in France, and they had one of the popes sarcophagus in the back, and whether it was a pope or bishop with this hat, and as it's laid on its side, I think I have a description of that somewhere. But anyway, this is the fish hat, Dagon. You can see that it is representing a fish, and here's the Sumerian Babylonian fish hat, Dagon the fish god, and you can see them adorning themselves with that fish mitre of Dagon. Here's the pine cone, and this is Babylonian as well, and then you have the pine cone and these two looks like serpent and bird hybrids again. Here's the dragon hybrids. Now just all of this iconography, this is all idol worship, all adornment, all out of gold. Look at what is going on. This is not Christianity. Please look just with your own eyes. As a Christian, we should be fully understanding this. It's obvious. Here's that a Roman hand of power. You see the two fingers. This is what the Swiss Guards do, but you see the pine cone here and various elements of the Roman Empire. Moving on, the pine cone, and here the peacocks adorning that. And then pine cone on the staffs. This is the Babylonian, Sumerian. We have the sun and the crescent moon. Here's the sun and the crescent moon. In the Eucharist itself, the sun and the crescent moon, and the Pope, new Pope Benedict, sun and the crescent moon with the wafer in there. Here's the sun and the crescent moon as depicted on the bull. This was the bull that the Hebrews were shaped out of gold in the wilderness, and guess what? God said, look what they do, and this is an abomination. And so there's a fundamental difference between what the pagans do and what Satan does with his flock and what God is saying specifically not to do. This is Isis and that bull crescent moon, and again the hybrid bull crescent moon in this tarot card. Look at the crescent moon. This is actually the Om symbol in Southeast Asia, and it shows you clearly that that Om contains the crescent moon and sun. Om is that chanting that you do, and demons like this Om sound for some reason, and I found that out in channeling. They like this type of a sound, and they are gathered to this type of sound. Now moving on with Catholicism. Look at the Eye of Lucifer here. That is the Egyptian eye. Don't get deceived. You have the Egyptian obelisk at St. Peter's Square, and therefore you have the eye in the triangle, the eye of Horus, or the eye of Lucifer. This is Luciferian. Look at it. All of this icon, all of these idols, an adornment of Rome. Don't get deceived. Look at this opulence. It takes money, serious money, to do this. And look at that eye again, the eye of Lucifer. There's that fish hat. This is paintings in the Vatican. Look at the eye of Lucifer. Look at the Ouroboros here. All of this occult symbology. The colonial system of Rome is with us today, and it's prophesied to be here and is coming back globally. We have here bank buildings, and there is a lot more than this. The use of this is a homosexual church, and they've adorned this eye of Lucifer. This is in South America. Here is a stained glass window. I believe this is actually this is in a Freemasonic lodge. This is the solvent cross being used that you see in Rome, and then the double-headed eagle, black and white. We've seen that before. This is an actual depiction of the 33rd degree emblem. Very clear image of that. Like I said, I don't like to quote from Blavatsky, but she tells you that the Templar and those Masonic lodges, which now claim to a direct descendant from the ancient Templars, their persecution by the church was a farce from the beginning. So I can corroborate that information. The only thing that I am completely against is who she says is her God. So there are truths that you can find, and there are complete opposite lies that you can find. So, that is an example of how intelligence works. You separate yourself from the organization so that they can't come back to bite you and say, hey, you're involved with this organization. So that's how they like to do things. Here's a Jesuit symbol. Look at this. Does this look like Christianity? I'm sorry. Adam Weishaupt there was a Jesuit priest, studied at Jesuit University. Now look at the adornment here. Look at the nails and the 9-inch nails of that band. Look at now, we've seen this before, the IHS within this Kabbalah, so you can see the influence of what Jesuitism has had. This is Kircher who did this Kabbalah chart. And there's different Kabbalah. There's Jewish Kabbalah. There's Christian Kabbalah, all rooting from the same Gnostic, Kabbalist, ancient mystery religions. You can see here IHS. A lot of people say this is Isis Horus Set. I don't believe that to be the case. I believe it has to do with Hermeticism. So you see Hermeticism, Horus here, perhaps Intellectus, some of this, but you see the IHS being used now with this Mercury, all of this occult symbology. I don't know what that meaning is quite, and I haven't pinned it down. This is the Kirkwall Scroll, which is a testimony to Freemasonry and the use of this I, H, and S. And that's a long scroll with a lot of Freemasonic symbology. This is the Tau sign. This is the IHS, and you can see the similarity between this IHS and this money. This is a Jesuit tombstone, and so money having a triple bar, so I in the middle, H with the bar on the S, completing the H and the S itself. Look at here, the goddess of the earth, and you can see the perhaps the origins of the dollar symbol. This is now Ignatius Loyola and his family crest. We have the papal knighthoods, and we have two wolves. They look even more like wolves. I consider these hounds of hell. Look at the witch's cauldron here. Look at the tassels, which represent priesthood. And here's the library attributed to Loyola. And look at the witch's cauldron and the wolves. Wolves. Now we understand that dogs and wolves, they howl at the moon. Here's a tarot card, and the two dogs represented. Here's two dogs represented in the same the moon tarot card. You can see now the Egyptian symbology there. There's another god, Odin, who is one-eyed. That is has two dogs as well, MTV, and their twin-headed dog logo, MTV2. And then Boots, the constellation with the two dogs. I think all of these are related somehow, but very interesting that choice is there, and we'll see some of that later. Okay, here is that fish hat that I took this photograph of. That was a pretty amazing trip. Look at the checkerboard pattern. They have all of this, and look at what is above there. Gargoyles. What are these? These are descriptions, and they're is this supposed to be protecting the church? These are demons. Look at that goat head on that. Look at these hybrid creatures that are supposed to be what? Protecting the church? This is actually demonic. Absolutely. Clearly. Please don't be friends with Rome. Look what they do. This is a harpy type creature. Look at the female breasts here that you saw in the Baphomet, and the legs of birds' legs, this kind of thing going on. Look at this. Fantasizing reality on cartoons for your children. These are spiritual beings religion being pushed on you, and you think that this is not religion, this is just fantasy. And so you go up in arms against Jesus. My goodness, Jesus would not tolerate this stuff. Would not tolerate this stuff. Here is now the Pantheon, a beautiful building. As an architect, I love this. There's the oculus in this building where the sun shines through. All of the gods, pagan gods of Rome, were in here, including the god Jupiter. And this is that actual sculpture. And so when Constantine converted to Christianity, what he did was took all these pagan gods out, kept Jupiter, and installed Jupiter into the Vatican. And so Catholics come and they've kissed this foot so much that it no longer looks like a foot anymore. And this is actually the god, the pagan god Jupiter, made to look like Peter. Unbelievable. So we have here, now you can see Anubis and Rome with its adoration of Egypt. We have two towers as well, Skull and Bones. Anubis is a TV show. I'll cover a little bit on the, but these are Catholic students and Egypt combined. I'll cover that in the last section. This is the third plate on Roman Catholicism. This is a religion that looks and feels and smells like what you think Christianity should be or is. It is far from it. How obvious can you get? This is the Jesuit church. You can see the names of the original Jesuits and the names of these families that are represented. Farnese is one. And you saw that Pentagon Palace earlier on in architecture. You have here Rome representing herself. Look at with the cross, and what is she doing to people? She's destroying people, and she's done that throughout history. This is the Reformation, and is a depiction of Rome by the reformers. And look, she's scarlet colored, riding this beast. She has the triple tiara, the harlot. In Revelation 17, you can read all about that. This is Rome's description of herself, meaning that Rome painted this picture describing herself. And look at, she's dressed in scarlet. She has a cup, and you can read all about that in Revelation 18, the mother of harlots, and she's being crowned with the triple tiara here. So they are representing themselves. Open your eyes. If you're a non-believer, realize that Catholicism is not Christianity, and that if you're a believer, Christian believer, then realize that Rome is, again, not Christianity. Look at the crests, papal crests in Rome, in the Vatican, and you can see that dragon being represented. We have now the Vatican Gardens, the Twin Towers here, watchtowers. You saw that in Charles Taze Russell and the Jehovah's Witnesses. There's a fountain here with a dragon. I hope somebody can give me a better picture of this fountain with a dragon. This is Gregorio, a pope, and the dragon is on the tomb. Why would in the world would you want that which represents Satan and the devil guarding your tomb? Unbelievable. Here's papal coins. Look at the cockatrice, which is the bird, and the dragon now biting the tail. Whether or not this is a goat or ram, they like to play games with people, and it should be supremely obvious. Here's Jupiter or Peter now conquering the world in the name of God, and he's saint, of course, and look at what they do. Use the same Venus Columba with the sun rays on coins, and we should know better. Look at what they do, and they kill people in the name of God, coming with the sword. Crusades. We should have the gospel of peace. Our feet should be shod with the gospel of peace. Here's Rosicrucian order. You can see that Egyptian motif. The rosy cross is what they like to use. Now you see the double-headed eagle back there, and its roots in Roman Catholicism. You hear, this order was involved in mind control, and we see that today. Sirhan Sirhan was a Rosicrucian. You can look this up and understand that Jesuitism has been involved with the CIA, KGB, all of that underground stuff. They did all of this remote viewing, all of this technology and human guinea pigs and science going on. This is all rooted even in religion and demonic activity. Please understand that. We're going to get into some of this later. Mind control and satanic ritual abuse, and the possibility, the cold possibility that a lot of the people that we see on stage have been trained up in this fashion. This is the Georgia Guidestones. You can read about this New World Order thing. They have even commandments here in various languages, and they also have R.C. Christian is the supposed donor for all of this. R.C. I think represents Rosicrucian, and then supposedly a Christian, so that's a false name alluding to Rosicrucianism. Now look at, again, double-headed eagles in churches. Moving along, and we saw this image before, double-headed eagles. Look at even the elements, the square and compass back there, all of that occult reference. Knights of Columbus. This is now a secret society founded by Catholicism. So what they do, this is an example of what they do. They separate themselves from the organization they invent, which is Freemasonry and Gnosticism and Knights Templar and all of this stuff, and then they go ahead and form their own secret society organization, which has degrees and have secrets. Here's the Maltese Cross and the Knights of Columbus. You see George W. Bush, I believe, Jeb Bush is a Knight of Columbus. All these secret societies are intertwined. And you see Skull and Bones. I actually asked a Knight of Columbus what I showed him this picture and what the skull and crossbones meant to him. It is our fallen comrades, and so we adore them. So it's sort of necromancy going on, meaning that they're worshiping their fallen comrades or commemorating them. Here's the Skull and Bones in the Vatican. Skull and Bones on crucifixes and rosaries. Skull and bones everywhere. This is Eastern Orthodox, which is an offshoot of Roman Catholicism. Moving along, skull and crossbones, or skull and bones. Skeletons, look, skull worship. This is what they do. It's necromancy. We should understand this fully. Necromancy. Worship of the dead. Now, really, Are these all their fallen comrades that they haven't buried? These are the people, in fact, that they've killed in the name of God. And these are the priests and the Jesuits that actually killed all these. And look at the decoration they do. This is sick. Sickness. Here's the Jesuits logo, made of skulls and bones. Here's the coffin of the Pope, and the skull and crossbone at the base of the cross, with the papal crest. They're sick. Pope's exorcist confesses devil lives in the Vatican. Can it be any more clearer? Vatican reasserts Catholic Church is the one true Church of Christ. He is called the Vicar of Christ here, and everybody worships and adores him, calls him Father. The Bible says, call no man your father. And so all of these priests are called Father. This is abomination stuff. The aliens should be regarded as our brothers, Pope Benedict. I haven't attributed this yet, but there is the Vatican astronomer that says that alludes to aliens and saying that they would evangelize or convert or baptize aliens, actually, is what he said. So look that up and see what they do on a grand scale. Moving on to Islam. Let's look at what Catholicism has in relation to Islam. And the Word became flesh to make us partakers of the divine nature. For this is why the Word became man, and the Son of Man became the Son of Man. Son of God became the Son of Man, so that man, by entering into communion with the Word and thus receiving divine sonship, might become a son of God. For the Son of God became man so that we might become God. So we becoming gods, big G, the only begotten Son of God, wanting to make us sharers in his divinity, assumed our nature so that he made man might make men gods. So we are going to become gods according to them. The deepening of faith in the virginal motherhood led the Church to confess Mary's real perpetual virginity, even in the act of giving birth to the Son of God, made man. In fact, Christ's birth did not diminish his mother's virginal integrity, but sanctified it. So she is the perpetual virgin. And so the liturgy of the Church celebrates Mary as Aor Parthenos, the ever virgin. She had children with Joseph after Jesus. This is a fact. And so now she's relegated to goddesshood and the perpetual virgin. Again, this doctrine, the objection, this is 500. These are all catechisms of the Catholic Church. Again, this doctrine, the objection is sometimes raised that the Bible mentions brothers and sisters of Jesus. The Church has always understood these passages as not referring to other children of the Virgin Mary. In fact, James and Joseph, brothers of Jesus, are the sons of another Mary, a disciple of Christ, whom St. Matthew significantly calls the other Mary. They are close relations of Jesus according to an Old Testament expression. So another Mary is there as well. Jesus is Mary's only son, but her spiritual motherhood extends to all men whom indeed he came to save. The Son of whom she brought forth is he whom God placed as the firstborn among many brethren, that is, the faithful, in whose generation and formation she cooperates with a mother's love. She is the co-redemptrix. There is no other man, the Bible says, no other name by which men are saved, but Jesus, not Mary. She is not a mediator. This is what Rome believes. The Church's relationship with the Muslims now. The plan of salvation also includes those who acknowledge the Creator. In the first place, amongst whom are the Muslims. These profess to hold the faith of Abraham, and together with us they adore the one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day. So they are claiming that the Allah of the Muslims is the same God that Yahweh is. It could be further from the truth. Islam and Catholicism, same face, different masks. Understand what is going on. Now you can look this up yourself. I believe that Rome invented the Islamic faith. Muhammad's wife was a Catholic, and there is a peculiar story about what went on here. And this is an example of the dialectic going on and the establishment of war going on between these two. Look at the Pope kissing the Quran and Arafat kissing the Pope. They are in cahoots, especially at the top level. And they are bringing this world, I've come to realize this world is a play being played out. Even Jesus himself told Judas in the upper room, okay, go, in a sense, go do what you have to do. Go do what you're going to do now. And so basically Satan can only do what God allows him to do, and this is a plan. He's the lamb that was slain from the foundation of the world, the Bible says, meaning that all of this is already played out. We are simply playing this out in this physical realm. There is a paradox between the omniscience of God, all-knowing, future, past, present, and future, and us in free will in this world to choose who we're going to serve. So let's look at this interfaithism going on. The Pope said, I close my greeting to you with the words, we believe in and confess one God. This is with the Muslims, admittedly in a different way, and daily praise and venerate him, the creator of the world and the ruler of this world. Interfaithism with Muslims. Let's see what the Muslims say about Jesus. God is indignant if Christ is believed to be God himself. And these are the references. To say nothing of Godship, Christ is not even the Son of God. They have a different Jesus. And they, the Jews, said in boast, we killed Christ Jesus, the Son of Mary, the Apostle of God, in the knowledge of God, but they killed him not, nor crucified him. But it was made to appear to them, for a surety they killed him not. This is direct opposition from what Christians believe. Christ was altogether saved from the indignity of the cross, and as if by a miracle of likeness, someone else of the same features was crucified by the Jews under illusion, says the Quran. Christ became sin for us. If you understand what Christianity is, he took on all the sins of the world. He took our sins upon him on the cross. And yes, that was undignified and an act of love, that God himself would undignify himself to that for us, that because he loved us. That is the story of the cross and our salvation. And so there is one story there, and everybody, I believe, knows this gospel. It's being spread around the world, the true gospel, but these people are not spreading it. They are against it. Everybody kisses the Pope's hand. Now let's look at Mary. This is sick how people can do this. Mary at the mercy seat of the Ark of the Covenant. This is sacred place. And look at the woman dressed in scarlet with the crescent moon. And this man dressed in costume here, this Jesuit, now adorning this idol. How sick can you possibly be? And Rome and its pedophiles everywhere rampant. How in the world would you ever follow this or bring in anything that has anything to do with their doctrines and their practices? Praying for our priests, a guide to praying for our priesthood, and union with Mary, Queen of the clergy. Hail Mary. Catholics have long revered her, but now Protestants are finding their own reasons to celebrate the Mother of Jesus. Queen of all, and this is to show you that they are bringing in Fatima. You can read this on your own, but Fatima is how they are bringing Catholics and Muslims closer together. Fatima is the daughter of Muhammad's, and his wife is the daughter of Muhammad. Her name is Fatima, and supposedly she has apparitions, all of this stuff, iconography, blood coming out of hands, and this stuff. Apparitions. You can see now here prayer beads in the Muslim world, prayer beads in the Christian world, prayer beads, even the dress of nuns and the dress of the women in Islam are the same. Moving on to the Kaaba. This is the square cube, and within that square cube, this is supposed to be one of Abraham's houses or something like of that nature, but one key aspect of that is on the side of it is this meteorite, black rock, black stone. They kiss this thing. They touch it. They revere it. And that black stone has its roots in the moon god of the Sumerians. And you can see this moon god here. They have different aspects. Sometimes they're female moon gods. This one in particular is a male moon god. You can see also here in ancient Arabia, the sun god was viewed as a female goddess and the moon as the male god. It has been pointed out by many scholars as Alfred Guglielmi, the moon god was called by various names, one of which was Allah. The name Allah was used as the personal name of the moon god in addition to other titles that could be given to him. And you can see that for yourself. Now looking at what is supposedly the satanic verses, check this out. Here's how the Quran once read, and they included this. Near it is the garden of abode. Beheld, the lot tree was shrouded in mystery unspeakable. His sight never swerved, nor did it go wrong. For truly did I see of the signs of his Lord, the greatest. Have ye seen Lat and Uzzah, and another, the third goddess, Manat? These are the exalted cranes, intermediaries, whose intercession is to be hoped for. What? For you the male sex, and for him the female? Behold, such would be indeed a division most unfair. They have omitted these goddesses. And who are these goddesses? The son or the daughters of Allah. And you see them here. Uzzah, Alat, Manat. There they are in the Sumerian description of these goddesses. Or tablet, anyway. Moving on with Saddam Hussein, Tariq Aziz was a Chaldean Catholic. And so there he is, shaking hands with the Pope. Here is Catholics now meeting with Hussein. They are powerful diplomats. They own, and this is their colonial system. Ailing Aziz makes impassioned plea to Pope for early release. So showing you that why in the world would he make a plea to the Pope for any release? Vatican pledges its support to build war-torn state. They have the money to do so. And the power to do so. Look at war itself, and look at what war has become as far as the culture of war. Here's the Nazi SS symbol. Why in the world would we ever take a picture with a U.S. flag? The mentality of the soldiers that they have risen, video games and all of this virtual killing has made this culture. Would you ever support any troops wearing skull masks? And this is not to, I'm not trying to bash people in the military, but this is something, war is serious business. Why in the world would we ever do this type of thing? And so the culture that they've raised our children up in is wrong with regard to war. We should be in a protective mode rather than a mode of fantasy and coloring our guns, for goodness sake. It's unbelievable. So we have now this SS here. If you actually look at the logos of companies in the military, snakes and dragons and lightning bolts and all of this imagery that is just evil, straight evil. And I can't understand why we tolerate this. And the only way that I understand this is that it is controlled at the top level, and it's meant to be. And so how can we justify ourselves this way? And so they have fueled this on both sides of the issue. They have radicalized Islam. This war is coming. Prophecy is going to be fulfilled no matter what. From my belief system, evil or good, God's word and plan is going to be fulfilled in this case, from my perspective. Let me read from the Quran to make you understand what their concept of heaven is. As for the righteous, they shall surely triumph. There shall be gardens and vineyards and high-bosomed virgins for companions, a truly overflowing cup. They will sit with bashful, dark-eyed virgins, and chaste as the sheltered eggs of ostriches. Yes, and we shall wed them to dark-eyed houris, beautiful virgins. They shall recline on couches, ranged in rows, to dark-eyed houris, or virgins. We shall wed them. In them we will be bashful virgins. Neither man nor jinn, or demon, will have touched before. Then which of the favors of your Lord will you deny? Virgins as fair as corals and rubies. Then which of the favors of your Lord will you deny? We created the houris, the beautiful women, and made them virgins, loving companions for those on the right hand. In each there shall be virgins chaste and fair, dark-eyed virgins, sheltered in their tents, whom neither man nor jinn will have touched before. The Bible does not have any of this sexual, worldly description. Christians are described as the bride of Christ. We are married to Christ. He is the bridegroom. There is no description of this earthly sexual pleasure. From the Hadith, Ali reported that the Apostle of Allah said, "There is a paradise, a market wherein there will be no buying or selling, but will consist of men and women. When a man desires a beauty, he will have intercourse with them." There it is. Moving along. Let's look at, we saw this is the racial aspect of Freemasonry around the world. This is Egypt. We can see here there are some dignitaries of Egypt here. I believe this man, the Egyptian president. You can read this, Nasser. There's, I believe that's Nasser. I'm not sure exactly who they is, but here's Anwar Sadat. And I believe that's Nasser. I could be wrong here. I'm not up to date on that. I did know at one point, but it's a lot of information. Now let's look at the exactly 72 virgins. Virginity is just one of their attributes. Is not in Quran. It is from Hadith, which is quotations of the Prophet, peace be upon him. In Islam, there are 4 sources of knowledge: Quran, Hadith, account of the life of the Prophet, equivalent to the Bible, scholarly writings on jurisprudence, manners, interpretations. You can say schools of thought. Hor is the Arabic word for this mistranslation. They are a creature in human form. Their attributes are virginity. Never been touched by a man before. Extreme beauty, extreme lovely and cute, etc. You get the point. They were created as part of paradise's enjoyment and entertainment. After all, that is why we call it paradise. However, the Muslim women will be much, much more beautiful and attractive than these, or this is because of their higher status being a man and their strive for faith in this life. Interesting that this aspect and this promise of virgins is there. And so one further note we should understand by these promises why Islam is radical and why they can have suicide bombers come in. But in combination with things like this and seeing U.S. troops doing this, I'm not saying it's across the board, but they see this happening. And I've seen some grotesque things and torture and all of that being played in the news to play this on both sides. The Bible says none is righteous. None of us. Both sides are not righteous. And we seem to think that we're the righteous ones. And as a Christian, I need to go out with peace to people and tell people of the gospel, the saving gospel of Christ, rather than being on a war mission saying that we have to go do this thing. God is going to take care of everything. Now this is the plate that is going to get especially evangelical Protestant Christians absolutely confused and up in arms and wanting to research whatever and saying that this is wrong. This is Billy Graham. Look at his handshake. He is a known Freemason, Truman, and Billy Graham is what's known, my mother says he's the Protestant Pope, and that's exactly what he is. Look at that as a young man and that pressure on that knuckle. Clearly a Masonic handshake. In addition to that, he puts the hand over his chest as a sign of respect. You can read about this in The Deadly Deception. They actually had to take Billy Graham's name out of this in order for this to get published. So Jim Shaw, former high-level Freemason, says that Billy Graham was at a 33rd degree ceremony. That means he is a high-level Freemason. The clergy and the craft, you can read about Billy Graham and his support of the Demolays. There are thoughtful, concerned young people who seek to correct the errors in moral navigation that have been made by their elders intelligently and responsibly. These are the young people upon which the hope of America's future rests, and the Demolays are part of this group. May God richly bless the Demolays as they continue their good work, the clergy and the craft. Reverend Forrest D. Haggard, Billy Graham supported the Demolays. There's Demolay himself. This is the Demolays and their rituals. You see the pyramid in the background, the Masonic checkered floor. Here is one of the founders of the Demolay, or one of the patriarchs of the Demolays, building Freemasonry through Demolay. You can see all of these logos here. Moving on with Billy Graham. Billy Graham only got to his position because he had support. William Randolph Hearst, the media mogul. If you've ever been to that Hearst Castle, it is fantastic as far as the opulence and money that it took to build that Hearst Castle. There's also a lot of occult symbology there and all of the ancient mystery religion embedded into that architecture. Los Angeles Times, Billy Graham recalls help from Hearst. Evangelist Billy Graham recalls in his new book the pivotal point in his young ministry when, during a 1949 Los Angeles crusade, a two-word directive from publisher William Randolph Hearst to Puff Graham made him an instant celebrity worldwide. He had help, and the media has been on his side. The sudden front page coverage showed on Graham by Hearst newspapers in mid-October, after 3 weeks of little notice, was quickly matched by other newspapers and news magazines, literally a media circus descending on his rallies under a big tent. Billy Graham on Time magazine. Wow. Exalting a preacher, putting him in the status of the preacher and the presidents. He is almost passed away now, very old. Look at him as a young man hanging out with presidents, not rebuking them, hanging out with fellow Freemasons, secret society members. Oh boy, in the Bible it says that Satan can transform himself into an angel of light, and no marvel, don't marvel at all that his ministers can transform themselves into ministers of righteousness. Look at what they look like and feel like and act like. And if this man is against Christianity with his doctrines on homosexuality, they are simply shaking hands. Billy Graham and his friends, the challenge of Billy Graham, you can see in this book, and his use of this hand to heart, whether or not that is the lion's paw, but it looks very Masonic as a pose. Billy Graham and his friends, you can read all about this. Kathy Burns is a wonderful researcher into symbology and what type of agenda he was with. His agenda was ecumenism. And here he is with the Pope. And it was noted that in his crusades, when Catholics came, they sent Catholics back to Rome. And so he did his part in bringing evangelical world back to the Church of Rome. The Pope is almost an evangelist, so adoring the Pope. Look what he did with the Halley's Bible Handbook. This is the Billy Graham Crusade edition. When it was first published, it exposed the Catholic Church for the evil that it was. He purchased the rights of the book and took out that commentary on the Catholic Church completely. And there is the Billy Graham edition. And when he was publishing the Halley's Bible Commentary, his version shot up to 250,000 copies annually, more than any other year when it was published. Billy Graham, why did he remove the warnings about Rome from Halley's Bible Handbook? Because he was in alliance with Rome. Unholy alliances, secret plan, and the secret people who are working to destroy America. You can read about that. His friendship with Bishop Sheen. There he is, with the Pope again as an older man. Now you can say, I've heard Billy Graham speak, and his messages are awesome, and I'm going to tell you that it's not to say that you can get salvation from a Billy Graham message. But I'm telling you, look at the motive of the entire organization and where it moves into. And I believe that this is one lesson we have to learn, that these organizations are begun and the ultimate goal is ecumenism, getting things back and apostasy. And look at what was from the beginning. He accepts awards from Catholic universities, hangs out with Catholics, accepts the Templeton Award, the Templeton Prize. It just so happens that another person that we know of, the Dalai Lama, accepted the Templeton Prize as well. Look at the intermingling of faiths going on. This only leads down this type of path. Monks now praying in the Vatican or meditating in the Vatican. There's a difference between prayer and meditation. Billy Graham and Paul and Jan Crouch. That's a very peculiar handshake there, and I'm not saying that it is, but very peculiar going on. Please understand, does this look like Christianity to you? It's a joke. And this is a double-tiered effect on intelligence and how they operate. They make you turn away from Christianity because this is what you see on television. They want you away from Christianity. And then they want those Christians that are completely ignorant to follow this. It's a double-tiered effect. Here's Paul Crouch now shaking hands with the Pope, the adoration of this man in Rome. Billy Graham and Dr. Schuller. I believe Schuller is a, I think it's an Oral Roberts graduate. I'm not sure if that's true. I do know that Norman Vincent Peale was involved with Robert Schuller and got him started, and he's a known Freemason. Look at this hand sign that he does. It's very similar to the Freemason Jesse Jackson's hand sign. Look at this. It looks like a down triangle. Here it is again on a magazine. But Gorbachev coming, whether or not that is the handshake or not, I'm just saying that they're intermingling everything. Now, here is Kenneth Copeland. This is Oral Roberts and his son. Look at what they do. Look at their university, Oral Roberts University, and this down-pointing triangle representing Earth and man, or whatever you want to call it, but the occult symbology going on. Look at the architecture. Look at these hands praying, but look at Kenneth Copeland and his ministries. You have the square and the compass. Just to show you that this university has produced also Joel Osteen, Oral Roberts University. The apostasy going on. Does God want you to be rich? This prosperity gospel. Look how many people have their ears itched and tickled by this man who accepts everyone, including Mormons, and saying that they are Christian. No judgment, nothing. He's not preaching the whole word. Jesus warned us specifically. This man is not about warning at all. Moving on. Jerry Falwell, the leader of the moral majority, this idea that the right-wing Republican Christian has a moral responsibility to vote this country. And look at what he's done to divide us completely on politics. Getting into politics as a Christian and getting into that realm is an adoration of man. You want to please men. Get the vote so you can get voted in, and you have to watch what you say. And if you say the hard things, believe me, you're not ever going to get elected if you're preaching the gospel in that fashion. So you are an epitome of compromise in that fashion. Here's Benny Hinn swinging his coat around and knocking people over. And how many people does he attract that way? Dressed in white, looking all like it's obvious. Here's Jerry Falwell embracing the Reverend Sung Hyun Moon of the Moonies, a cult. That's that man, supposed Christian right-winger, hanging out with Sung Hyun Moon. Get away from me. Don't let me take a picture with you that people can see. Now look at Liberty University, Jerry Falwell's University, Liberty University. Who's giving the commencement speech? None other than Mitt Romney, the Mormon. Wake up, people. Understand what these are. Just research it for yourself and who they're hanging out with and what they're doing. I'm telling you, true Christianity is not this, and it's rarely above ground anymore. They play Christianity, and Rome has infiltrated the churches. The Council of Trent, Vatican II is all about the ecumenical movement, bringing everybody back to Rome, all of the churches together. Understand that they infiltrate. They are in the churches. They hide in the churches. This is Sung Hyun Moon, and this is there were senators involved here of crowning them Messiah. And this is a cult. These Moonies funded the Council for National Policy. Here's Tim LaHaye, and he's supposed to be an evangelical. New York Times Left Behind series, Tim LaHaye. I want you to understand this. This is about the rapture and being left behind. It's a New York Times, I know you can't see it here, a New York Times best-selling author. Best-selling series. This is an example of fantasizing reality. It has a double-tiered effect. If you're a non-Christian and you see this series and it's left behind, oh boy, what a fantasy. I don't believe in that nonsense. As a Christian, you look at this series and you go, oh yeah, I believe in that. They now say these Christians are crazy. And he has a pre-tribulation doctrine. You can look that up. It's a rapture before the tribulation, and it has an effect of being telling you that it is against that doctrine is not valid. So there are layers of how they do things, but Council for National Policy was funded by Tim LaHaye. Tim LaHaye uses the cross and the crown. That is Templar Freemasonry, York Rite, also in the Prophecy Study Bible. And you have the use of the A, the Masonic style A. But interesting things going on, and I'm telling you, if they are national New York Times bestsellers, if they are on TV, please just look into it. That doesn't mean that some of their doctrines and their studies are valid. They just have a method and a purpose on the media level to sway people away from Christianity when they do this type of thing. The Bible says don't put your trust in men at all, and this is the lesson of this plate. At all. And just put your trust in God. That's it. No man should be trusted. All men are liars, the Bible says. So research it for yourself. Look at the Word of God and count that as truth rather than throw it all away in this case, because I believe your soul is at stake. Here's the Will Smith. He's doing the sign of the claw or the lion's paw. Here's now the evangelist, Pat Robertson, doing the lion's paw. You can see in Morals and Dogma and Freemasonry, the lion's grip, the lion's paw. Here's Osiris. The occult has their own born-again experience. And you can see it clearly that the Masonic sign is this lion's paw on Time magazine. This man is a son of a senator, and they gather the Christian right-wing crowd. Rick Warren. This man is powerful because they let him be powerful. His whole thing is purpose-driven. They implement church growth formulas for growing your church and not saying the hard things. Purpose-Driven Life, now translated in many languages. Hugely successful book. Look at him hanging out with presidents. Same thing, calling Jesus Isa to the Muslims, and now moving into this ecumenical, a common word, saying that the God of the Muslims is the same as the God of the Bible. And so here they are, hanging out with Muslims. This accord for one peace. He's a Council for National, a Council on Foreign Relations member, high level. Him speaking at Muslim He brought a Muslim into his church. At TED Talks, it's all about purpose. If you find your purpose, that's what God wants you to do. Nothing about the gospel message on this national, international stage. Many scientists and of all walks of life come and speak at TED. High-level people come there. Look at now the next Billy Graham, T.D. Jakes. What does he do? A life on purpose, same thing. If you can find your passion, that's your purpose. And hanging out with the New Ager Oprah, having a good time, and look at the Life Class Tour. Tony Robbins, Deepak Chopra, all religions here. He's not talking about Jesus. He even calls Jesus the product. Merchandising Jesus. Let's wake up. 30,000 people in his church. This man here, his influence is huge in the evangelical world. Understand what's going on and get wise to it. Okay, in this plate we begin with Wicca, which is modern witchcraft. You see the symbols here, the triquetra and the pentagram. Down here, the two crescent moons and the sun or star. So mote it be, one of the sayings in Wicca witchcraft. You can pause the plate here if you want to read this entire section, but founded by Gerald Gardner, who was a Freemason. And then you can see on the influence it's had on children, i.e. the Harry Potter series, hugely successful, and teen genre. Also, teen paranormal romance has been a huge genre in bookstores. Moving along here, the rituals, initiations, and you see the use of the pointed dagger or the sword. This is similar in Freemasonry. And you can pause the screen here to read the similarities between contemporary Wicca and Freemasonry in the rituals that they do. So mote it be, they also use that in Freemasonry as well as witchcraft. And the precise similarities between the two groups are that both groups cause candidates to strip off secular clothing, cause the candidate to be divested of all metal. They hoodwink or blindfold the candidate ceremonially, tie ropes around him through the form of the tie, though the form of the tying varies. So in Freemasonry, it's a noose, and so you have different, you have similarities between both rituals. Gerald Gardner, influenced L. Ron Hubbard, all influenced by Aleister Crowley. And now we move right into Scientology. Aleister Crowley here, Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard. There was a movie recently done with these, between the relationship between L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons. Ended up in the movie that they were basically homosexual. And so Scientology is black magic and sex magic at the base core of this cult. And here's Tom Cruise, a product of Scientology. You can see what that produces. Here's John Travolta, and he was recently in a tabloid being exposed with, I believe, another man. And then here is Beyonce. She's a Scientologist. And now Penthouse interview, Scientology and all other cults are one-dimensional, and we live in a three-dimensional world. Cults are as dangerous as drugs. They commit the highest crime, the rape of the soul. They are telling you what they do exactly. And so Sex and Rockets, the occult world of Jack Parsons, and so you can read about Jack Parsons and his involvement in the occult. You see the Eye of Lucifer here, Strange Angel, and his development and part founding of the Jet Propulsion Laboratories. In the movie they do show his concoction of different fuels which they actually consumed as alcohol, and so there was a admiration by L. Ron Hubbard for Jack Parsons' ability to chemically make these alcoholic beverages, which they drank, which were very, very potent. And so you can see why he was involved with jet propulsion. So moving on to Golden Dawn, Esoteric Order of the Golden Dawn, you can see the similarities between Freemasonry and this esoteric order, and you have the triangle, you have the sun on the inside, now the use of the cross. You always have this sun around the cross. Whenever you see a circle or an emblem around that, in behind there is the sun, and it is not a Christian symbol in that case, like the Celtic cross is an example. You can see now checkerboards, the reverence for Egypt, all of that similar in Freemasonry. This is, I am not going to pronounce it correctly, Sai Dao, which is a cult in Vietnam. And you can see the use of the Eye of Lucifer and the radiating illuminated rays behind there. Look at the use of the checkerboard. Look at the use of the different colors of the elements there. This cult believes all, just like ascended masters I showed you prior, Jesus and Confucius and Buddha, all of them are ascended masters and they all help you attain enlightenment. So it is a perversion, what the Bible calls fornication, spiritual fornication of all paths leading to the same location. So now looking on at the uniform or dress, and here are both priests, and you can see that priests, my question here is, who is the priest, who is the student, and who is the Freemason? They all look similar because they're all the same dress. They're ministerial garbs. This is the Freemason. Here are two Freemasons, but this happens to be a degree that is being handed to Bill Clinton by George W. Bush Sr., so this is now an educational thing. But they are secret society members, so they wear the same thing if they're doing a ritual. Here is the judge. I forgot to say the judge on this side. And then moving on to the priest. By the way, the gavel of the judges is a Freemasonic invention. And now here are the students. Now, interesting thing with the students are they do wear the mortarboard. Students are the only ones that wear this mortarboard. That mortarboard is a reference to Freemasonry or Masonry again. Now, Masons use this square board. They put mortar on it and they fill in and create the walls. We are their mortar and we wear the mortarboard for them. And we are ministers for them. And so you can see here the Bricklayer College graduation has it right. This is an insult to us. We're the only ones that wear it. They put it on us. They don't put it on themselves. So there's the tassel, which is a ministerial tassel as well, the mortarboard, and what you get when you graduate, you get your degree. That is another reference to secret societies and the degree orders. And so you can see an example here, the fez and the tassel being worn by this fez. The tassels of the Catholic Church, and these are cardinals tassels, so these are priestly or ministerial tassels, and you see here the mortarboards being worn by all the students. You are their minister as you graduate and you get indoctrinated into evolution, any other philosophical mode that pulls you away from Christianity as well. Now moving on, as regards Masonry, Babel of course represented a Masonic enterprise. When they reached an abiding place in the land of Shinar, it is affirmed that they dwelt therein. It was here that they built their high tower of confusion. Out of evil comes good, however, and the confusion of tongues gave rise to the ancient practice of Masons conversing without the use of speech. So a clear understanding of why symbolism is used because of the language, the confounding of the languages. And now in the Masonic quiz book, the question is asked, who was Nimrod? The answer is one of the founders of Masonry. Nimrod was a Mason himself, Nimrod being the king of Babylon, original Babylon, and the grandson of Noah. And so they can understand this fully on the Freemasons understand this fully and regard all of their brethren as Masons going all the way back to Nimrod. As we ended the last plate in showing you the mortarboard or the graduation cap and its reference to Freemasonry and Masonry, let's begin this plate with this quote: ostensible control over the knowable by marketing institutionally accredited science as the only path to true understanding. That institutionally accredited science is the only path to knowledge, meaning that if you're not going to be a scientist and accredited, you have nothing to say. that is patently false. There are all kinds of people with knowledge and wisdom in esoteric and academic realms, and they are just discarded. In this case, look at what you are taught in as a main curriculum, which is evolution, the origin of species by means of natural selection, and look at the alternate title, Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. Favoring races and this idea that not all races were created equal. They've now since said that diversity is the way to go, but this gave rise to huge racism and treatment of other racial groups, Aborigines and all of this with the lower subhuman standard. And look at what they've also done to the disabled and mentally retarded, and using studying humans as guinea pigs, giving rise to eugenics, and this idea that we have to move evolution through the alteration, genetic breeding, eugenics building. Here's United States, and look at the understanding of what Christians believe. The fact that my mom got a prenatal diagnosis was not wrong. Telling my parents I was not worthy of life was wrong. This is a precious life to Christians. Every life is precious, and they are worthy and deserving of life. As a matter of fact, the parents that have these types of children revere life more, and they love their children. And yes, it's a pain and a struggle, but gosh, the value and the lessons learned in this are invaluable for us, priceless. In this case, look at Stephen Hawking in this ridiculous statement: because there is a law such as gravity, the universe can and will create itself from nothing. Well, if there wasn't a law such as gravity, what would he be saying? But there is a law, and there has never been a law without a lawgiver, a lawmaker. And so they have replaced gravity as with God with gravity, and that creating something out of nothing. Well, our God is capable of that and has created this space-time matter situation that we're in. I, as an architect, can appreciate the architecture of the universe and the order and the laws of the universe. Look at how these things are arranged structurally. Look at how DNA is arranged as a language or code. These all require laws and language. And laws and language come from intelligent sources. And this idea that intelligence has not created man, look at the structure of this. It is obvious. This is what they lead us to believe, that we've evolved like this, lost the hair, and then look at this is actually a video game, and then this man is fully clothed, and he's a character in a video game. Look at the other alternate evolution here as a monkey and ascending. I'm sorry, this is not true. Adam now was the first man biblically. You can see the length of years, over 900 years they lived. You can see that even in the Babylonian kings lived long. So when we see this reference biblically, we can see a world civilization's timeline, and these are very similar as far as the length. So as far as when Adam came to be is about this area, about give or take 1,000 years off. But from the rise of civilization to the first man, we can even see that anthropologically that that's the case. Look at the similarities in the legends of cultures around the world, Assyrian all the way to Hawaii and Sumatra. Look at the destruction by water. All of these, looks like 95% at least, all black, and this is the flood. You can see the ark provided here, the similarities between these legends. Look at the Chinese characters. Let's look at this one. You can pause the screen if you need to. The devil, garden or field, alive, secret, man or son. So he was in a garden, secret, he's alive, man or son. The tempter, this is interesting. Here's the devil. Here's a tree and a tree, which means they have two trees, which is the tree of knowledge of the good and evil, the tree of life, and covered, under cover. So the devil there, boat and ship, this is striking. Vessel, 8 mouths, or 8 people. This is also people. I showed this pictogram or this kanji in Japanese to my wife, and she was astonished with that. She was astonished with this as well, and the biblical connotation. Create, dust and mud, alive, mouths, or people, and walking. So the person walking. So you have 8 mouths over here for the boat, but this is a person walking alive out of the dust and mud, and that is the creation story in the oldest language that is known to exist now. Look at the Freemasonic diploma. You have here Anolusis. Let's look at these ones here. They're all Anolusis, by the way, but AL, Anolusis, or the year of light, they add 4,000 years to this one would be 1823. Adding 4,000 years would be 5823. So they are referencing the Earth at about 6,000 years old. But their year of light is the year of intellect. And so this is what they push, and then what they're going to be pushing here, I believe, not too long in the future. Aliens. Look at, he also has an Egyptian mask on, but aliens now altering man's DNA, going from ape to human, and you can see all of the logos here. Now moving on with Richard Dawkins, the quintessential atheist. Now, in the God Delusion, in this movie Expelled, he actually, this is Ben Stein there, he actually says that the possibility of panspermia, which is that we might find a signature in our DNA that would allude to a fact that we were genetically engineered. You see this in the movie Prometheus as well. So here's an atheist now giving you the possibility that we were genetically seeded on this planet, and that is a shock. So his god is aliens. Interesting. Transhumanism now, moving on to the future, and this is just an example of where monkeys to robots, and so we need to, since we don't have enough time anymore and science is advancing, we need to advance ourselves with cybernetic technology, and this is going on now. Here is a triple helix designing a new molecule for life. This was actually promoted or shown in the movie Tron. The woman actually had a triple DNA strand. Just showing you that creation, we have been created. And this is design. It screams design. We've been designed. And so this notion of evolution and not understanding where our origins are, we have a fascinating past. If we were to believe that everything in the past is all myth, with everything that they've done anthropologically that you can see on tombstones in Egypt and all of that hieroglyphic depictions and depictions of half man, half beast, this is actually in the Bible. And genetic alteration is in the Bible. Let's understand all of this. Genesis 6 is the sons of God coming on the daughters of men, and so we can see there is alteration genetically, there is creation, and this is a logical thing to understand for us. This is the last section in part 2 called Indoctrination, and we're going to look at some case studies. Also, that concept of externalizing reality. I also mentioned in the beginning of this whole presentation of the concept of fantasizing reality, and let's see how that plays into these case studies. And we start with Walt Disney, one of the most famous and revered characters in all of time. I even love watching those movies. So what is Walt Disney? Well, he is a Demolay here. You can see that he is in a Demolay uniform. Demolay is the predecessor to Freemasonry. And so you can clearly see here, this is the Demolay logo along with Freemasonry. As a Demolay, you are very, if not 100% likely to move into Freemasonry as an older man. So young Walt Disney here being shown as a démolé. He also paints Mickey Mouse as a démolé. Former Kansas City démolé decorates his protege Mickey Mouse, and so you can see Mickey Mouse with the démolé logo. Here are postcards with Walt Disney and the square and compass of Freemasonry, démolé International. And you can see here as well, this is Order of the Démolé, again square and compass. Now also in the cartoons, you can see the reference to secret societies, Mickey Mouse chapter, and you see this cartoon now representing the chapter of Démolé. In another one, he's showing you another reference to secret societies. And here's a larger image of that. I now pronounce the Barnyard chapter Order of Démolé duly open, etc. This is a cartoon called Bimbo, and you can see the reference here again to Freemasonry and secret societies. Bimbo here has now been caught into this looks like a lodge. Now he's being fed into this the concepts of Freemasonry and secret societies, skull and bones, the number 13, which represents rebellion, question marks, which are the mysteries, and this ink blot here, also mysteries, and these doors that are going to be opened. And you can see in the final plate, you can see the checkerboard floor duality, and this Bimbo cartoon representing secret societies. Moving on with the number 33. This is Club 33. There's 33 degrees in the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry on Royal Street, and there is the Royal Arch of Freemasonry here. So we have two references to Freemasonry, as well as the decoration of the plates itself and the design of the logo as dual with black and white sections. Not all the logos have that, but they do. And you can see here the owl in the design of the interior, and I believe that should be an owl on the actual interior. If anybody ever gets into that place, please let me know so they can confirm this. But in the original design, you have the owl of Minerva there. On the interior, the classic colors of Freemasonry, blue and gold, and then of course you have Masonic Club pins, and again now you see the design of the plateware with the design of an actual Freemasonry lodge floor. Walt Disney and Fantasia. Of course, this is all about magic, and he is the sorcerer's apprentice. So this is a very old film with Mickey being the sorcerer's apprentice and wanting to be the sorcerer. Here's the sorcerer himself wanting to be the sorcerer. Now you have 2 by 2 these people in the woods. This is witchcraft, and of course we understand that wearing this hat represents witchcraft. Merlin the magician, magic. Now you see Satan himself in this, and then at the end of it, Mickey becomes the sorcerer. So not only I believe that was symbolic early on in the career of Walt Disney and the career of his protege Mickey Mouse to become this sorcerer. You can see here the Masonic magician, and understanding that magic, witchcraft, and masonry go hand in hand. They love King Solomon and his period of going into idolatry. And you can see here the Solomon's Key, Secrets of Magic and Masonry, and you see here the six-pointed star, which is used in black magic and Satanism, as well as the square and compass. And so this leads you to understand what is on the current flag of Israel, and they are heavily involved in this, as well as the rest of the world, in Freemasonry, and the secret societies have literally taken over. You can see here he's holding the key, and that is the key to the mysteries. These are sigils here of in Satanism of different, I believe, demonic entities, and I don't know which ones those are. You can see here the consumerism of Walt Disney and the Masonic checker floor. You can also see here, this is Disney product Selena Gomez, and you can see clearly now the two dogs in the tarot card of the moon and the black and white dualism. You see the two pillars of Freemasonry, and you also see the horned animals here, and she's also dressed in dualism clothes, and the two women with the two dogs adjoining her. And you can also see now Mickey in a fashion show closing one eye, and that one eye symbolism there. Walt Disney and sexuality. The Little Mermaid, this particular piece up here is the male part. And so this is fairly common in Walt Disney and their productions. You can see here the Lion King. If I pull that back, it spells the letter sex. And this is just very brief to understand that this goes on. Tangled itself, S-E-X. And you can see the S, the E, and the X in this movie. These are for your children. I probably don't have to explain this at all, but look at what Disney has been involved with. Here's Hannah Montana, and I've never seen a skin-colored guitar before, and that is a piece of candy. And then you have now Miley Cyrus dancing on a pole at the Teen Choice Awards. She wears the all-seeing eye, or the eye of Lucifer, and there it is. And then of course Monsters Inc. has the eye in it. Now let's look at Walt Disney here. This is the Mickey Mouse Club. There are allegations of Walt Disney, and you can find these on the internet. There was a book written also that claiming that he was a pedophile. And we see here I and then the Mickey symbol, MK. You can construe that as Mickey, but in this case I'm going to introduce what Walt Disney has allegedly been involved with, which is MK Ultra and mind control. And I know this sounds far-fetched. These are three of the Disney products that we know best: Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, and Justin Timberlake. You're going to see further, I want you to hold on and see further evidence of what MK Ultra was. MK Ultra is the offshoot of Project Paperclip, which was a Nazi program, and this had to do with mind control and satanic ritual abuse, where the victim is abused and therefore creates alternate personalities through abuse, and demons are attached to those personalities. So I know this sounds far-fetched, but let's move along in this section and you'll understand where I'm coming from. So here is Justin Timberlake now doing and imitating Lady Gaga and the 666 sign. You see here in a video 33 as well. This is him now in one of the previous Super Bowls years back with Janet Jackson, and you can see obviously that this is a staged event where he pulls off one of the breasts of Janet Jackson. And again, now looking at Justin Timberlake, who he is, and this sexual connotation. It's all about sex in Disney, and these children are programmed into it. And here is Donald Duck, and I had to block that out. There's Christina Aguilera. This is what Disney produces, and you can see this clearly. Now Britney Spears had her episode, and you can find this on the internet, of her breaking down, shaving her head, and we believe that this is a result of the wanting to break free from the programming. She's had a number of interviews that allude to this fact, and Fritz Springmeier actually wrote a book about how the Illuminati creates a virtually undetectable mind control slave. Here's Britney Spears now doing the horns for Glee. Now the two proteges with Madonna in this same-sex marriage scene with the woman black and white with a top hat. And we all understand and know this Britney Spears kissing the altar persona of Lady Gaga, as well as that ritual there. And I call it a ritual because it's live on stage and they do this ritualistically. I wanted to show you this because this is key. Miley Cyrus is supposed to be a Christian. They're always supposed to have Christian values or pray and thank God for everything. And so they've gathered a huge following, even from the Christian realm, and Christians thinking that they're that these stars are Christians. Every atom in your body came from a star that exploded, and the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than the atoms in your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about the universe. You are all stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time. They were created in stars. So forget Jesus. Stars died so you could live. This is an example of professing to be wise and becoming fools. And so we have here a scientist that is stating specifically to forget about Jesus. He knows nothing about creation. These people believe that creation was from nothing, whereas the Christian can claim that God created. The so-called evolutionary scientist can only say that nothing created the universe. And so this saying was actually tweeted by Miley Cyrus, and all of her following fans got this tweet from a supposed Christian. And that is who Miley Cyrus is, and that's the end of this plate. Now moving on, this is the Masonic temple in Toronto, and this was taken over by MTV, and then MTV is now broadcasting from the Masonic temple. You can see the square and compass in the back. You can see the stage and who they bring in. MTV and the use of the Eye of Lucifer. And their television shows, and you can see again the 666 sign being used. Now MTV funded, for the first time in history, this video was funded exclusively by MTV. This is by LCD Sound System. You can see the lightning bolt. You can see his use of the Masonic salute, which is the Pledge of Allegiance sign. That is Masonic. At midnight she came to collect the souls of the wicked men. Here's the Eye of Lucifer. So this goddess portrayed in this video now goes to all of these power-mongering men. They are asking these men to sign contracts, and when they don't sign contracts, this light emanates from the hand or her hand, and she lures them into a Masonic lodge. And in between all of this, these images flash at split seconds, and this is the Eye of Horus or the Eye of Lucifer, the square and compass of Freemasonry with the generative principle representing the G, and then of course the Eye of Lucifer and the G, it looks like here, with light emanating. And so they are now lured into this Masonic lodge. You see the checkerboard floor, you see the some type of a master there, you see the skull, you see the single pillar, you see the checkerboard reflected in the eye, and these men are looking around. And the interesting thing about this is that the people that are already in the lodge when they come in are representative of, looks like here, military, looks like the executive branch or the politicians and the publicans, and then you have the police, the domestic police. And so what is this saying? This is saying that they are already controlled by the Illuminati and Freemasonry, and I believe that to be exactly the case. Here we have at the end of this, this woman here now has directed all of this, and she has, there's this image is flashed, and you have, look, the use of alcohol and force and bracelets and other elements, pills, cards, I don't know, lubrication or whatever, but what is the meaning of all of this? And then now this is the actual actress, and she is using this hexagram in the eye, one eye symbolism again. These are all ministers, and they're all acting in unison to indoctrinate people unknowingly, and we are the uninitiated. Now MTV, looking at this again, this is one of the ads that they had a few years back. This ad campaign, Touch It, and you can see Touch It refers to the bunny, and the rabbit, which is the Playboy logo, which is for fertility and sex, and probably most likely this is the middle finger again, so that sexual connotation. See it. Now you see this bull, and you see now the opening of this third eye, as in see it. All of this occult symbology. Hear it. I think this is just a bunch of chaos going on. Smell it, going into the nose, and then taste it. You can see that this is a red-faced demonic type entity. And then in the middle is this, experience it, is the spiral of Archimedes, which is used in hypnotism. And in the middle is this woman, and she has eyes everywhere. You see the owl of Minerva, eagles. Here's the dragon in the hair. You can see here the eye of Lucifer emanating, and skulls. All of that occult symbology. And now you can clearly understand it with the commercial that came out with regard to this campaign. And these are Aborigine types. You have these two little creatures here looking at this, and they are chanting. And when they do chant, you have this bull come out, and the bull, now there's lightning around this bull, and the opening of the third eye, which is the spiritual eye. You see the pentacles here. And then they go into this trance with the rabbit now fertilizing, all of this occult symbolism. Then the shattering, and this eye with black liquid coming out. I don't know exactly what that represents, but it seems very similar to that last plate where Bimbo and the secret societies, and this what is it, messing up of the mind anyway, or the shattering of the mind. And then you have the yoni symbol, which is very similar to the Christian fish symbol being used in the navel, and all of this coming out from the navel. You see the tattoos here, looks like an eye. And so you can understand that we're being indoctrinated on a level that we don't understand on the basic level, but when you understand what the symbols are, then you can see there's something, there's a program going on. This is a pretty famous commercial that was done years back by MTV, and it culminates into a person having a horned head that fell off the wall, now dressed in a ministerial gown. Here you have a minister, I believe. You have two twins and this daughter with blood spilt, as in sacrifice. And then this person here, I don't know if that's a murder scene or what, but the entire commercial is riddled with occult, and it's cleverly done that way. Now looking at the 2009 VMA Awards, this was an entire ritual altogether, and we begin with the High Priestess. This is Madonna, dressed in black, and she recites the verses of Thriller by Michael Jackson. Darkness falls across the land, the midnight hour is close at hand, creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize y'all's neighborhood. And whosoever shall be found without the soul for getting down must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside a corpse's shell. The foulest stench is in the air, the funk of 40,000 years, and grizzy ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver, and no mere mortal can resist the evil of the thriller. And so it begins this ritual, and you have Jack Black next, who prays to Satan, and this looks like comedy, and I'm telling you, what they did was actually hold hands and bow their heads and prayed to Satan himself. And it's very, this is national television. So the entire nation watched this, and it looks like comedy, but I'm telling you, they do this ritualistically, and you'll see what happened in later on. We have Lady Gaga here. Now you can see she's dressed as the horned owl. Her dancers have female panties on. You can see the stage set. It is 2 pillars in the arch, and you can see the keystone up here, but the arch, 2 pillars of Freemasonry. You can see that this was a mock sacrifice because she begins bleeding here. The stage turns red, and she is hoisted up and lifted while all the dancers praise, and the light emanates from the center of the 2 pillars. A mock sacrifice on national television. In addition to that, the same 2009 VMA Awards. Here's Michael or Janet Jackson. You can see the symbolism of the black and white dualism. This is Pink and her performance, and you can clearly see here on national television an initiate into Freemasonry. Here's the initiate blindfolded, as she is blindfolded. A noose around the neck. She does not have the noose, but she does get hoisted up. So I believe that this is the representation of this noose, and you can see that ritual play that she does after this. You can see the left breast is exposed as it is here. You see now the left leg is exposed as it is here, but the variant is that the clothing represents the floor of Freemasonry, or the floor of the lodge. She is not actually on the floor of the lodge here, but you can see clearly the Freemasonic reference to an initiate into Freemasonry. And then she gets hoisted up and does this dance, and it is very reminiscent of the Hanged Man, which is a tarot card. The Hanged Man is also in the movie I Am Legend. He is hanging there for a number of hours as the sun goes down and has to be resurrected. You see the Ankh here, and so he has to escape from that position. And here we have Kanye West. Now this is the 2010 VMA Awards, and you can see here he's dressed in quintessential satanic colors. This is red and black. You see the single pillar of Freemasonry, as you do here with Washington and in previous plates, so this is obvious Masonic symbolism, as well as this alternating disc, which was done for the 2010 VMA Awards, black and white alternating disc for the stage, and you can see that alternating disc here is now white. Now the performance itself was straight out of Greek mythology. These are the 3 virgins, and he is either Satan or the paramour, and I believe it would be symbolic to be both, and in this case the paramour, and in this legend, or in this occult rendition, the Karaites were the virgins, and the paramour, if was caught with one of the virgins, was put to death, and that was the tradition back then. And so you can see, if you are knowledgeable in the occult, knowledgeable in these legends of mythology and Greek civilization and Roman civilization, then you can get a job being a choreographer for Hollywood and the entertainment world. Moving on to the third plate in this final section called Indoctrination, let's start with Jay-Z again and his flashing of symbols. We have seen these before. Here's the sign of the benediction. There's the peace sign, which is similar to the benediction sign. Then we have Il Cornuto. He wears Christ crucified with the thorns. They do that. It does not mean they're Christian at all. Here's the Gray Album, which has a track on it that says 666 murder, murder, Jesus. You can find that on the internet for yourself, going back to Jesus can't save you, life starts when the church ends, Lucifer, and his song called Lucifer, and you have now collaborations with Rick Ross, and you can see the obvious Freemasonic symbolism. It's all about the occult. And Roca Ware, and of course he's wearing the Founding Fathers, all of them were Freemasons. Now Kanye West, his very good friend, partner, and you can see his using the same adornments. He also uses Horus here, and this is Rolling Stones, and you can see now he's claiming himself to be crucified. And then Horus, now his fascination with Europe. I'm sorry, not Europe, but Egypt. And then he wears the pyramid rings. There's the pyramid rings there. And now his video called Power. And this has a lot of occult symbology here. There's twin pillars here. There's the light emanating. You can probably find some symbology going. You also have the halo, and this is not a very good image, but anyway, there is the X-rated version as well, and you can find that. But all of those videos that are weird like that have symbology that are completely occultic. And now moving on with Lady Gaga, she is now sitting in a Worshipful Master's chair. You see that Worshipful Master's chair here, an example of that. And here is the square and the compass. And in this case, the square is represented. And of course, appropriately, she's the female. And of course, Hello Kitty adorns her. Moving on, again, here's the Worshipful Master's chair. That square. She's between the two pillars of Freemasonry. She is now on the single pillar of Freemasonry you saw in the previous plate. She's now dressed as Anubis, the god of the dead, and the underworld in Egypt. Now she is dressed as Diana, and you can see all of the breasts here, and she's now representing that as well. Judas, Lady Gaga as Judas. She's not Judas, but in this case, this is Lady Gaga Judas, and of course she's in love with Judas. You can see the replacement of Jesus with Judas here, and the sexual connotations and the lyrics. Oh, 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 I'm in love with Judas. In the most biblical sense, I am beyond repentance. Fame, hooker, prostitute, wench, vomits her mind. But in the cultural sense, I just speak in future tense. Judas, kiss me if offense. Don't wear your condom next time. I want to love you, but something's pulling me away from you. Jesus is my virtue, and Judas is the demon I cling to, I cling to. Pretty obvious. Now let's look at Katy Perry. This is E.T. Genesis 6, sons of God or angels and fallen angels coming on to the daughters of men, creating Nephilim. And now look at the connotation between aliens and fallen angels. Katy Perry and Kanye West is in this video. I got a dirty mind. I got filthy ways. I'm trying to bathe my ape in your Milky Way. Sexual connotation. I'm a legend. I'm irreverent. I'll be a reverend. So I'll be so far up. We don't give a F. Coming to the danger zone. Step into the fantasy. You are not invited to the other side of sanity. They calling me an alien, a big-headed astronaut, another sexual connotation. Maybe it's because your boy Yeezy got ass a lot. Of course, Obama says his favorite is Yeezy. So now, looking at the lyrics of what Katy Perry is, you can see the demonic, now reptilian eyes, fantasizing reality, showing you that aliens are nothing but fantasy. You're so hypnotizing. Could you be the devil? Could you be an angel? They know what aliens are. And in the Christian realm, those who are in the know, they know that we know that aliens are demonic entities, fallen angels. And so now the connotation, could you be the devil? Could you be an angel? You're so, your touch magnetizing, feels like I'm floating, leave my body glowing. They say, be afraid, you're not like the others, futuristic lover. Different DNA. Now, the sons of God coming onto the daughters of men, changing the DNA, created Nephilim or giants. That's in Genesis 6. They don't understand you. You're from a whole nother world, a different dimension, understanding they're interdimensional rather than extraterrestrial. You open my eyes and I'm ready to go. Lead me into the light. Freemasonry and going into the light. Satan transforms himself into an angel of light. Lucifer, meaning light bearer. We have all of this connotation. Kiss me, infect me with your loving, fill me with your poison or your DNA. Take me, want to be your victim, ready for abduction. So understanding the whole idea behind alien abduction. Boy, you're an alien, your touch so foreign, it's supernatural, extraterrestrial, you're so supersonic, want to feel your power, stun me with your laser, your kiss is cosmic, every move is magic. Boy, you're an alien, your touch so foreign, it's supernatural, extraterrestrial. This is transcendental, and you can continue with the lyrics. Supernatural. Now, what they show, and Kanye West in a space vehicle, then they have, of course, the quintessential alien gray looking, showing the DNA. DNA is language, and the alteration of the DNA by angelic fallen angels. She represents Earth. She is tribal, the red woman with tribal gear or dress and cosmetics, and now she's touched by the alien, and you can see the transformation into the reptilian, showing all of this in flashes of animals having sex. And then this is Kanye's lyrics again. I know a bar out in Mars where they drive in spaceships instead of cars. Cop a Prada suit about the stars, getting stupid high, straight up in the jars. Pocket on Shrek, rockets on deck. Tell me what's next. Alien sex. I'ma disrobe you, then I'ma probe you. See, I abducted you, so I tell you what to do. I tell you what to do, what to do, what to do. They will be in charge. Kiss me, infect me with your loving, fill me with your poison. This should shock anybody. And here she is now, a hybrid, deer type Baphomet hybrid creature. And here's the albino man in a new world after it's been destroyed. This is what the New World Order is about. It's fantasized on television and in the media. And here you have it. And this, Katy Perry, coming out with a movie this year, 2012. She's big, and she garners your tweens. Look at teens, and she's the teenage dream. Here's this triangle. This is last Friday night. Braces, acting like a teenager. And, of course, her connotation with the quintessential mind-controlled sex slave, Marilyn Monroe. And you see the black and white checkerboard symbolism in that commercial. Now moving on to Nicki Minaj, Out of My Mind. This shows you about mind control and how they ritually abuse. These are fashion shoots that show you the types of rituals in plain sight. Out of My Mind. This is all about schizophrenia, the splitting of the mind and the attaching of demons in this connotation. Now you see alien spacecraft, you see the Eye of Lucifer in the graffiti back there. Now you're looking at Nicki Minaj. She's in a straitjacket. People in cells, in insane asylums. Here's your police state. Doctors, looks like Nazi Germany. This actually happens. And of course, these people in cells, this person actually comes to the bars and shows you that he's demonically possessed, which shows the demon. Fantasy, my goodness. This is reality on 2D screen, but they are showing you what they're doing. This is beta programming for sex slave when they do wear this print, which is a leopard print or cat type print. And you can see that they're taking this person away, and she is saying, let's be quiet about this. Of course, their dress is in the sexual nursing dress. I'm not going to read all the lyrics, but you can read this lyrics and you can pause the screen. But out of my mind, I'm effing out of my effing mind. Showing you now various personalities and how they do it in the lyrics. This is not art. This is indoctrination into what they do and showing you in plain sight what they do and having you believe that it's not reality. Now, of course, she has her duality methods, single eye in the triangle. All right. Now, variants of doing that single eye symbolism, self-possessed, and of course her demon is Roman, and we saw this in the Grammy Awards. We'll see that a little bit later. Now, on this plate is the band called Muse. This band was chosen to do one of the theme songs for the 2012 Olympics. They're from the UK. You can see here Muse, and you can see the pyramids. You can see the lightning bolts. You can see the hybrid in the pyramidal shape here. The earth is at the top rather than light. We have the single eye symbolism. We have the Vesica Piscis, which is the conjunction of the two circles into this yoni symbol in the center. That is a reference to the female part. You have reference to monarch programming, MK Ultra and monarch programming. You see the split of the personality and the people and the joining in the center as well, this dark entity and the light as well. They are showing you demonic possession with regard to schizophrenia and mind control. That yoni symbol here is the same as the phallic symbol with the yoni on the ground. Earth, female, male, heaven, up. That's the Washington Monument. They are dressed in black and white. This is a life image. He has the caduceus. We saw that in the religion section. And of course the symbol of the horned hand, il cornuto. Now the three-finger method of the il cornuto, and of course the sexual connotation. This is Getty images now, and you see the skulls that he's wearing. Here's the skull. You see that they wear everything occultic. Here's the down pyramid, death, and the earth. Radio City Hall. They are big because the industry wants them big, and they indoctrinate on this level. Here it is, the sexual connotation. Here's sexual connotation. I believe that's Janet, no, I forget her name. We have the single eye symbolism, or the dark and light, just like we saw in the Beatles in the 60s. They are the first boy band. If you think that they're anything special, they were fabricated and manufactured by the industry itself as the first boy band. Here we are, we saw this before, the reflection, and then the touching or the showing you of the eye, illumination or intellect of the head, and we have now eye in the triangle. Eye in the triangle, he actually closes the eye in the triangle there in his videos. Here's the eye of Horus, eye of Lucifer, same thing. Now looking at their trip to Washington, D.C., they understand that their founding fathers were into the occult and were Freemasons and were Luciferian. Satan gives them power over the earth. Here's Al Gore. Here's them taking a picture with the apotheosis of Washington. We saw that. 72 stars around, all of these pagan gods and goddesses around Washington. Double-headed eagles and taking pictures with the Washington Monument. Anything that you can do to show your allegiance. Here's a double-headed eagle taking pictures with that. Here's that single column, Masonic single column, and you saw that with Washington in previous plates, and this is just a hybrid or different variant of that single column. There's that lead singer, and then you have how they like to show you columns and squares and the sun as the intellect, but this is all Luciferian symbolism and ritual. As above, so below. Look at this. Reflection, as above, so below. Same as the Washington Monument. This is all Masonic, Luciferian. As above, showing you the two fingers or the sign of the benediction of Rome, and the earth. As above, heaven, the earth. So below. Getty Images. Classic symbolism that you can interpret on your own. Again, the reflection, the sign of the benediction, and here, again, pretty obvious. As above, so below. We should understand the symbolism at this point. Now, looking at John Lennon, what John Lennon did, we've seen enough of the Beatles to understand that they were Freemasonic, Kabbalists. This is all mystery religions from Babylon. Here's the owl that they have here. Continuing on, and you see that obvious checkerboard symbolism, Getty Images now, checkerboards, Freemasonic, dualism, and then we have now founding fathers in that Washington. They dress in black and white. They dress in checkers. Checkers again. Look at what they dress in. Skulls, skulls, skulls and bones on album covers. Checkerboards on album covers. Pentacles on album covers. Continuing on, black and white. Top hats of Freemasonry. Satanism in the colors. Luciferianism in the top hats. Showing you who they belong to. Black and red, black and white in their videos. Between the columns, highlighted. Look at the rituals that they have in the videos. This is looks like a mind control slave that has been split and now at the liberty of this person who's hidden themselves and now in control. Horned animals on the wall. Yeah, he's holding a pick, but that is also the 666 symbol. The crossing of the arms, again in Freemasonry we saw that, which is Osiris, Isis, Horus. The sun god, reference to the sun as well, and that's Stephen King. We're going to see that a little bit later at the end. MK Ultra. Now you can see on the album cover, fantasizing reality. MK Ultra in your face, on the hands, and in the video. And we're seeing now what I believe to be an actual mind control girl. She's now being subject to this. Who in their right mind would put the symbol for Mercury on this? This is all astrological, alchemical. This is all occult. You can see the reference now with the buns to a Mickey style or Mickey Mouse and that Disney connotation. This is serious. She is a little girl. Now she's got makeup on and they've put her in this element. I want people to take a good hard look at what's going on here. MK Ultra, mind control from Project Paperclip from the Nazi generation. We know that this is mind control. This program is still around. This is called satanic ritual abuse. You split the personalities through torture and you attach demonic entities or demons to this, and they do this to their own children and to children that they get. Don't believe me? Just look at it. Let's read the lyrics. The wavelength gently grows. Coercive notions re-evolve. A universe is trapped inside a tear. It resonates the core, creates unnatural laws. They are breaking laws here. Replaces love and happiness with fear. How much deception can you take? How many lies will you create? This is the depth of abuse and what they do to you. How much longer until you break? Your mind's about to fall, and they are breaking through. They are breaking through. Now we're falling. We are losing control. Invisible to all. invisible to all. The mind becomes a wall, all of history deleted with one stroke. How much deception can you take? How many lies will you create? How much longer until you break? Your mind's about to fall, and they are breaking through. They are breaking through. Now we're falling. We are losing control. Can you understand what is going on in satanic ritual abuse? Do you believe this? Or are you just going to deny what's happening in plain sight with you? With the world and how they control us. So here again, Marilyn Monroe on a Muse poster. She's the classic mind control sex slave presidential version. And here you see it again. Twin Peaks was all about, that series was about satanically ritual abused woman who was found dead. And here is that mind control person. You see this in insane asylums. They wear a mask. This is sickness. HAARP. I'm not sure if many people have heard of HAARP. HAARP is weather modification. An ionosphere. You can read about this. Installations of HAARP. You can read about this on the internet, about how they throw ions into the heat up the ionosphere. They can direct these beams or to control weather. Here it is, HAARP, fantasizing reality, fictionalizing reality. These are actual HAARP installations. Their whole set is on the HAARP agenda, and look at the triangles emanating the light. And we'll see that in the last plate here on the Olympics. You'll see the design there. You can see black and white, or black and red, and we've already seen this before. This is a song called Unnatural Selection. You can pause the screen here to read the lyrics, but it talks about them. They are exposing the New World Order for themselves. It also talks about peaceful protests turning into more than just peaceful protests. So violence against this New World Order, anarchy, and chaos is what they are promoting in this section. In this plate, we're looking at clothing brands. We'll start with Ruka. This is very popular where I come from and now around the world. Ruka, R-U-C-A, the balance of opposites, another exoteric meaning to an esoteric term. As above, so below, same as the yin and yang, black and white. We see the V and the A here now being used as the square and the compass of Freemasonry. You can see the connotation now that Seal of Solomon, which is the Star of David. This is an occult symbol. It's called the Kiyun or the Remphan in the Bible. Acts chapter 7, I believe, is the Remphan. It's referred to as the Remphan. And in Amos, it's referred to as the Kiyun. I could be wrong on those references, but you can look it up. Now, the V and the A, square and compass, and you see the square and compass in Freemasonry. Their label in the back shows the classic checkerboard. Griffins. Now you see the balance of opposites. Here's dawn, here's dusk, here's nature, here's city. Now you have the reflection and the backwards writing. We know that that is done constantly. Now a classic yin and yang type symbol, as above, so below. So the black with the white V, and then the white with a black A, and you have now references to lightning bolts, as above, so below. The checkerboard, that is their classic design, and the triangle up and below. Easy to decipher now. And now the joining of the V and the A together, as above, so below. Handshakes, we've seen this connotation in Freemasonry. This is actually called the Masonic owl, and you can see that on the website. Here's the owl. That's the owl of Minerva. This is the eye, The pyramid and the eye of Lucifer. We should understand this clearly. Oh, and look at the bottom, 33. There's 33. There's that lightning bolt, as above, so below. It's embedded into this brand. Ruka, you see the pentagram, and you see 33 at the bottom. The double-headed eagle of the Roman Empire and Freemasonry. Now here's Leo Romero. They promote. This guy's supposed to be an artist, but look what he paints. He uses this. That's his design. Feathered serpent spitting lightning bolts. I mean, seriously, are you an artist? Here he is with the 666 signs. Here's the checkerboards. There he is with his installation. And the dualism and the horned beast or animal. You can see the dualism here as well. I mean, this is feathered serpent spitting lightning bolts. They know what they're doing. Here is that Zeus connotation, or the god of lightning. Lightning, lightning, and what does he do? He paints skate decks, which are skateboards, and single eye symbolism there. Pretty obvious. Now moving on Ruka, you see the triple cross in this design. You see the crescent moon and star. You see the eye. All of that. Here, your mind is ours. Psychic warfare, psychological warfare on us. They own us. They put everything on television, movies. They own us because they own our minds, and they make us pay to wear their brands. This is Babylon, the winged lion. Satan rides alone. Opposites. Here's Ruka again. You can see on a patch. Ruka. What is the A? The A is the pyramid with capstone. We can see that here. A, actual pain. A at the top for the pyramid with capstone. A, actual pain. The pyramid with capstone. There's Kanye West actually promoting this brand. Here is Kanye wearing actual pain, the brand. This is John the Baptist's head on a platter. You can see that here. Mr. Crowley, conceived in the eye of a secret. This is a satanic brand being promoted at the highest level of music. Of course, he doesn't look like a Satanist, so everybody just questions and says, oh gosh, they don't look like a heavy metal guy. Here they are. This is Egypt, the Ankh. Look at the hexagram. Here is the Eye of Horus and the reference to Satanism. This is the Kabbalah. This is the 10 Sephiroth of the Kabbalah and the snake intertwined. So Kabbalism to Gnosticism to Freemasonry, Satanism and Luciferian, all the mystery religions, all from Babylon, all false, and Lucifer worship. I am magical, and you can see here. Sympathy for the devil, the crescent moon, psychic circle, astrology, skull, skulls and bones, witches. You can see the triangle here, witches coven, devil television, now MTV. This should be obvious to us. Copyrights, again, broken, and MTV would allow it, and their brand is being promoted by Kanye West. They know that their television is of the devil and Satan. Skinner, this is key. Crucifixions, that's why they wear crosses. Satanists can wear crosses because what they do in their ritual is they crucify people underground and they skin them alive. And they drink their blood because the blood contains the adrenaline and they get a rush out of it. Don't believe me? Go ahead. Deny what the world is. Deny that the religion of Lucifer exists. Here's Fall, not Paul. You can read about that if you want. Diana. Now Mickey. Copyrights. Now. Again, what do you see? Marilyn Monroe. This is their death book. It's called Death Book. This is actual pain on their website. Freemason Shriner telling a secret. This person is now veiled. He can't reveal that secret. He looks mind controlled. Now this kitty symbol, he's holding on to this little kitten. Here's a mind control victim, as I would see it and understand it. There they are, playing their rituals. Here's Mao Zedong, founder of communism and atheist China, killed millions. And then you have these rituals going on. Here's the cross, and that's defaced. And then you have this woman here now being painted, and this person is coming. Bizarre rituals going on, and this, we don't know what that is, 3D, whatever. You can put on some glasses and find that out, or just nonsense. Now this a girl wearing the Chanel sign, which is the Vesica Pisces in the middle. She's the female, and vulgarity. Can you see what's going on? Do you understand? Can you interpret what is going on? Or is it just still fantasy to you? Continuing on with branding, and you can see the triangle with eye, the eye of Lucifer. Unif Clothing, Lil Wayne promotes this brand. Here he is with a hat. Here's the as above, so below crucifixes. We can interpret this, and what we should interpret here is how they put garbage into your mind. Death and garbage indoctrinating you. I mean, seriously, what you put into your mind controls you, and it's obvious garbage. Here's the lightning bolt of Unif Clothing, lightning bolt, Luke 10:18. I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. Here's Selena, the Disney product. This is the Nero's cross as the peace sign, and you can see the skull and bones there. Peace bones. Selena and her boyfriend Justin Bieber. 666. 666 with the third eye in the forehead. The Hindus wear the third eye. It is the eye, spiritual eye, and in this case, they're showing you what is going on. Gym, tan, laundry. If you're really busy, Satan's right in the middle of your busy life. Life, sex, and death. And look at the connotations. Pentagrams, money, crosses left and right, crucifixes. Is this meant to be read right side up or upside down? In this case, upside down. And look at the brand. Here it is. Upside down cross, control minds. And I am proposing to you and telling you she is a mind-controlled slave. When she got beat up by Chris Brown, supposedly, that was her conditioning and her humiliation, public humiliation. You understand what these people do? They bring spirits in. Do you see the Satanism going on? And again, copyright infringements, trademark infringements, Mickey being promoted by Disney product Selena. And here is Mickey. They own the copyright. This is called Disneyland. They know exactly what this brand is doing, Unif Clothing. And they have no qualms about it because Disney was involved in MK Ultra and pedophilia and all of that satanic stuff. Let's continue on. Here's the Unif, die in peace. There, this is actually how Christians were crucified. It's called Nero's cross, upside down. There's also now in the runic alphabet, which witches and witchcraft uses. Of course, it's turned out to be a peace symbol. But look, peace, love, and wicked witches. They understand where it comes from. Continuing on with the peace symbol. Peace. Now that peace sign is the sign of the benediction. Understanding this. And the peace symbol everywhere. Lenny Kravitz. Here's Chanel. And you can see the Vesica Pisces and the two pentagrams. Continuing on, same clothing brand, by the way. Here's bestiality with Bambi. Don't mind if I do. Promoting drugs. They don't care. They got you either way. You're an atheist, Satan has you. You're Luciferian, you want money, fame, fortune, he has you. The only thing that saves you is Jesus, and that's who they hate. There's 666 on Biggie Smalls. Another brand you can take a look at. Here's 666 everywhere. This is Tyler the Creator. Madonna. 669. We know the sexual connotation there. 69. 666. Dragon Ball Z. Satan. Mr. Satan. Well, they do it everywhere. Baby number 666. And they use the yin and yang symbol. We should understand that's not just East. 666. Ellen DeGeneres and her commercial, I think that's J.C. Penney. He has 666 on the forehead right here. That's a movie. This is in Harry Potter and Monster Energy. 3 VOVs. The VOV is the symbol with a stroke, a small stroke to the right and down, and you can see the 3 strokes of this made to look like a monster. Monster, of course, refers to the beast. Monster Energy. 3 VOVs, and we see also that in the Volkswagen logo, VW in the circle, 3 V's, 3 VOVs representing 6. We understand that in the barcodes, not all barcodes are like this, but I've seen them repeatedly, but those are the number 6s. Moving quickly through this brand, Obey, very big clothing brand. It's from the movie They Live, and this guy puts on these glasses, and of course he sees everybody in this sort of Matrix movie showing you that this is obey, consume, watch TV. We are controlled on a level, and of course they portray these guys with skulls and sort of aliens. And so this brand started with this obey motif and this slogan. And of course, look at there's the giant. And what is the giant? The giants are Genesis 6, sons of God coming on to the daughters of men, creating Nephilim, also known as gigantes or giants. And here we have Andre the Giant. So understanding that these brands have biblical connotations and content, and so we can see the symbology, the use of the giant. We are unaware, most are unaware of what these connotations mean. So the Nephilim, or the giants of Genesis 6, the eye of Lucifer, and of course our quintessential Illuminati pyramid with eye of Lucifer, new order of the world. These are early depictions of that brand. They get big because they are sold out to the devil, and your brand doesn't go large until you do. Here it is. Single eye symbolism. Triangles. Referencing 1984, George Orwell. Pentagrams. That's their brand. You can see some of the lightning bolts that they use. Skulls. I believe this one has the Shriner Freemasonry on it. Let's move along quickly. There is a reference here to Freemasonry. This is time, the winged time, and I don't have that image here, but that is a reference. That's a cult. And then we have the owl, black and white on this woman. Of course, the peace sign, which is Nero's cross, anti-Christian. And then the sign of the benediction. Here's a reference to China and Mao and the Queen of Heaven, or Mary, both in the Islamic sense and the Western sense. And moving on, war and peace, peace and death and war, all of this kind of Hegelian dialectic playing. Six, six, six. Obey. Here's the upside down crucifix. And look at connotation to Mickey. Kind of looks like Mickey. We'll see. Moving on again to some case studies. Nickelodeon and the House of Anubis. This is crossbreeding Roman Catholicism. This is a Catholic school or high school with the religion of Egypt. And Roman Catholicism is paganism. It is stemming from Babylon and those mysteries, so this is should not be a surprise to us. The checkerboard of Freemasonry, the dualism going on. Here are the connotations to Egypt. You see the Egyptian. There is Anubis. Again, the checkerboard on the side here. And they show you rituals, down triangles, Druidic priest. This is all secret society stuff. And of course, all of the actors and actresses do the single eye symbology. Can it be any clearer to us? This is Britney Spears, now Glee. She does the horns. We've seen that in the Il Cornuto plates early on. The triangles up, single eye symbology. Again, single eye symbology with abuse. We just don't get it. We think it's just fashion and art. Charisse, this is a Life magazine, a Life image, so we understand earlier plates the reverence toward Egypt, and so here she is with the pyramid. Oh, she's Filipino, and she has all of those people indoctrinated. Now we have the 666. We have the horned animals. We have the owls. We have the hexagrams. We have Wicca and witchcraft. And we have the single eye triangle and the 666 in the other eye. Kardashian was on there. Now she's putting the star or the pentacle in the eye, showing you the single eye symbolism. And now look at her home, black and white checkerboards. She even had a black and white wedding. Her child, I don't know if that's her child or a relative, but here we are. Skull and bones. Look at the checkerboards everywhere, black and white. This is, it should be obvious to us, but we just don't know because we don't research it. Here's Richardson, Terry Richardson. Slimy photographer, if you can ever say he is. Of course he wears the crucifix. Yeah, he's Christian. I believe he's also a homosexual, but in this case, he does a photo shoot for GQ magazine. Here's Glee, and you can see the sexual connotation. I don't have all the images. It's a little more raunchier than this. There's the G of Glee. The 3 bars. If you don't understand what the 3 bars are in Hinduism, or the 3 stripes, they are the representation of the male phallus, and I can't explain it here, but also the G symbolism here. So understand that everything has meaning in these images. I think Jay-Z came out with a album with the 3 stripes on it. Adidas is the brand of 3 stripes. So we have cupcakes, pentacles going on. Krayshawn, I believe she is a prime example of mind control. Krayshawn here, now the sexual connotation, as we can see. Mickey ears, sign of the benediction. Look at the photo shoot that Terry Richardson does. Alcohol. The 3rd eye, or eye of Lucifer in the spiritual eye. He's saying, yes, I got her. Now she's praying. That is the sign of, in witchcraft, sign of the moon or the female. And the single eye symbolism with the sexual connotation. Here's Terry Richardson again with another mind control slave. And of course he's having fun. And she's doing the eye in the triangle, dressing up like Marilyn Monroe. Here she is, looking odd, showing you the middle finger. Here's Marilyn Monroe. Do you see it, or is it just really going past your head and you can't quite understand that this is all mind controlled? MK Ultra, Project Paperclip. She doesn't look well, does she? And look at the connotation now. Crucifixion. As above, so below, between the pillars of Freemasonry. You have the female kitten connotation with the fur, and the prince in other, leopard prince in other sections. Lady sovereign of the United Kingdom. Eye in the triangle. Triangles and eyes, black and white checkerboards. We've seen some of these images before. Black and white triangles, the eye with top hats of Freemasonry. Continuing on, life image, we saw this in the original plate. The skull and the bones, or lightning bolts. I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. The Il Cornuto, continuing on. Here is the hugely successful and popular Twilight series and Forbidden Fruit. And you see the blood connotation. Of course, this is exalting vampirism, drinking of the blood. The Bible says the life is in the blood, and that's what vampires do, drink the life. And they are after our lives and our souls. In this case, look at the single eye symbolism, the spiritual eye, the eye of Lucifer. This is sick. Sick fashion. Single eye symbolism. You can see here now, there's that bindi, or that connotation of the opening of the spiritual eye. In this case, the bullet hole. I mean, what is going on here? Opening up of the bowel? Sex and videotapes and split personalities. Same actresses now. Male-female hybrids going on. This whole decade has been fascinated with vampires. And it's all supposed to be fantasized for you to take in. This is vampirism. This is what they show, evil on screen, so you can get entertained by it. They suck you in, and they kill you and kill your soul for eternity. 666 Park Avenue, you see the connotation of the checkerboards and Freemasonry. And that is airing, I believe it just aired. This is 2012 in the fall, and I might have a little more information on that later. Now let's look at the 2012 Super Bowl halftime show. This is Madonna. When you are in the industry, you're in the industry for life, and they bring you back for all of this national, international stage. Here's Anderson Cooper. She says that the Super Bowl, and you can look this up on Anderson Cooper, the Super Bowl, she's going to have church at the Super Bowl, and that the Super Bowl is the Holy of Holies. And so she is having church, and that is exactly what they do. They have church for their religion right on stage for you on global television, and you have no clue that it is church for you because you follow this. Here's Madonna's logo, the X and the wings. We'll see that later. The reference to Rome and Egypt, all of these elite kingdoms that we understand in the Bible already. Givenchy, which designed the costumes for her, the houses of fashion are all owned by the elite. You can see now the winged elements to her dress. She is on the chariot here. You can see the chariot. in the tarot card, and in this tarot card with the woman riding the chariot. You see the connotations. All of these mystery religions are interconnected. Now she's in her second outfit. There's the outfit itself. This is Anubis at the top. She's dressed in a Roman style costume. Now you can see clearly that that crown is an Anubis type crown. There's the Egyptian Ankh, god of the dead. Now Mercury here is represented with the harp. There's other gods represented. Mercury now stole this, I believe, from, Apollo, I believe. And so you see Hermes, which is a French fashion house, and then Nero depicted in a film with the harp. Their religion is a single religion stemming all the way back to Babylon. Here's the three-horned. You can look that up as well. Now, this is key as an image. At the end of this segment, she freezes and gives the as above, so below sign. She also does this strange thing with her fingers, and you're going to see that shortly. Now here is the as above, so below. You can see how clear that is. Are you a Mason? And you see the fingers now in the center joined. They can't always do it exactly. Macy's now 150. We can see now and interpret fashion on this level. As above, so below. As above, male aspect. And he is naked here, as so below, female aspect. And she is naked here. She is the mannequin. They can't have pornography on there, so they put the mannequin on there. This is appropriate for Macy's because it's a Macy's department store. And then we have Christina Aguilera here playing the hybrid of the male and female. Black and white dress. She's doing as above, so below. And the sexual connotation with Freemasonry and that symbol in the center. Very basic if you understand what symbology is and how they play it. Otherwise, this is just, oh gosh, it's just weird fashion. Interesting. Now you can see these are no coincidences. Closing or blinking of the eye. Here's the sign of Baphomet, or the horned hand. Now collaborating with the new artists and the new puppets, Nicki Minaj. I forget her name, but she does the vulgarity. Now in the last segment, this is the segment on Like a Prayer, and if you understand the lyrics of that, that is praying to Satan in the midnight hour. I can feel your power. She's dressed now in the third outfit of Givenchy, which is the high priestess, all in black. This is a black mass in your face. You can see the light emanating here on stage. Now she is joined by this man. He's, I think that's his X Factor. I'm not sure what his name is. But now they're holding this black mass. You can see that. They get raised up on stage, and now you can see the logo, what the logo represents here. This is the X of Osiris, Isis, Horus, X, also representative of the sun, and the wings of the M. So that is the sun disk with wings. And you can see that because in the same segment, they show you the winged disk of Egypt. There it is. And this is the X or the cross and the winged disk of Egypt here. This is Isis with the X. You can see that they cross the arms this way. Now moving on with the diamond shape, which represents enlightenment or the elite as well. Both connotations in spiritual enlightenment. You see the diamond here. There's a brand called with diamond Diamond Company, I believe that's what it's called. Then we have the triangle up, triangle down, black and white. Dualism going on. Vogue in this segment, V, O, G, U, E off screen, and of course G happens to be in the center. G, the generative principle of the sex act, and you see the single eye symbolism with the lips of red, sexual connotations. And what do we see here? The owl of Minerva hidden up above. You see the owl here. Here's the two eyes. Here are the horn elements of the bird, and then the wings. The owl of Minerva there, and then your feet as well. Single eye symbolism. Again, all of the symbols being represented. And what do we have at the end? World peace. This is what they want to show you, that they are after world peace, but how they work is chaos and war, perpetrating chaos and war to bring about a new system, and you are going to be crying and screaming for world peace in this case. And what do? They attack religion and say religion is the cause of the division of the people. We need to move together. A humanistic view is this. A biblical view is to understand that all of this is prophecy, and these evil people are behind this whole New World Order push. They manipulate you. Look at the bird, the phoenix. And this is cleverly done because the uniforms themselves have white on the middle, and when the light emanates from underneath, it looks very three-dimensional. So that is clever. They are creative in that sense. Here's the bird again, and world peace. The bird rising, the firebird, the phoenix ashing. That is their occult resurrection symbol, and is the bird coming from the ashes. The bird, the earth now, the fallen earth, going to be reborn in the occult realm. Now we have the women appropriately wearing phoenixes with the pearl. In our state, Hawaii, you see the phoenix. You understand that these states and this nation and all of these nations have their foundations in the occult. And so you have the Mithraic hat, which is a red hat in other seals, but you see the phoenix there. Here we're looking at 30 Seconds to Mars, and they are known for the owls of Ga'Hoole. They're all over Hollywood, and now you can see the symbol they use, the uncapped or the capped pyramid with capstone, using the Illuminati pyramid. This is war, calling to arms. Here's the X symbol we saw previously representing the sun, and Osiris, Isis, Horus. We have Mars, the single eye symbology, the phoenix symbology, which is occult resurrection. Moving on, now they do the 666, and they say, talk about Lucifer in their videos. Power, Lucifer, split second, you can see that in. We should understand that it's indoctrination, it's brainwashing. Okay, Legends of the Guardians, they did the theme song for that. Of course, this is the owl of Minerva, or the owls of Minerva. The Illuminati pyramid, hand sign, the single eye symbology, eye in the triangle, crossing the hands, which is X or Osiris, and Lucifer and Horus, all of the same god, single eye symbology, red and black for Satanism. I mean, call it fantasy if you want. Yeah, this is a cult. In plain sight, on stage for you. Yes, it's just entertainment, isn't it? Just keep telling yourself. Pyramids, the religion of Egypt, black and white, promoting war. They are all about war. Don't think that they're not. Here is triangles. Those are split seconds. Now looking at Nicki Minaj and her performance at the Grammys 2012. This is a Catholic bishop or priest. She's dressed in Versace and red. She comes and confesses her on confession, Catholic confession. She now has eyes in the back of the head representing demonic possession. I show you that in the pentagram early on in this series. Roman is her demon, and again, mind control, demonic possession, schizophrenia. She is playing out one of her alter egos, which is Roman. Here's the Catholic connotation to all of that. Psychologically, what does this do? On one end, it sympathizes for the Catholic Church when the Catholic Church says, no, I don't want this to happen. So people have sympathy and say, oh, Catholicism must be good. They are Christian. On the other note, it shows you what Catholicism is really about. So the people in the know that Catholicism is pagan. It's Babylonian in origin. And you can see that in my other earlier videos in this series. And so now you see the demonic possession and her being levitated in that possession. Michael Jackson, Thriller, black and white connotations again, satanic, checkerboards of Freemasonry, and I'm going to show the screen here. Go ahead and read these lyrics. This is Demerol. Demerol is morphine. He was when he died, he was shown to have taken an overdose in Demerol. When you are reading these lyrics, think about there are 3 different personalities here in these lyrics. I can count 3 myself. But if you cannot understand the weirdness and the understanding of what this is all about, drug inducement, satanic ritual abuse. We saw early on what Michael Jackson was doing as far as single eye symbology, eye in the triangle. Here's his doctor, supposedly, but look what he's dressed in, Freemasonry. Here's that sign. They take you down. It doesn't matter if you're a Freemason or not. They will take you down. It's cut and dry as far as Satanism is concerned. He will lift you up and he will take you down in a heartbeat. And somebody will satanically and ritually murder you as a ritual. So here he is. What is this? Music Video Awards, MTV. I forget what year this is, but this is in the 20th century. And you can see the connotation to the octopus and the Freemasonry in those colors. Now let's understand Whitney Houston and her ritual. And I call it a ritual because in the outside world, she is a Baptist and she's a gospel singer. But what in the world are Egyptian sarcophaguses doing on the back of the mortuary where all of the actors and the musicians and the dignitaries came through to go see the body, pay their last respects to Whitney? On through the night, these sarcophaguses are there. Remember, outwardly they are Roman Catholic or they are Christian and they hold a Bible and go into church and do the church thing. Inwardly they are somebody different. And this is in previous plates I show you this. Now look, she's showing the X symbology. This is not, oh, I'm sorry, Whitney, I feel for you. She is clearly showing the X symbology, as is Mary J. Blige here and Aleister Crowley. You see the X symbology. This is similar. This is Osiris going on. And these are examples of that X symbology, X factor and the symbol of the X moving on. And you can see it clearly because that's the devil sign being associated with the X sign. Now, when this actor died, Michael Clark Duncan, rest in peace, and here is the X symbolism. We should understand what that means. And in Freemasonry, we do have the X symbol in the Masonic Lodge. You can pause and read about that in the super excellent master's degree. It all references Egypt and Babylon. Now, we saw this, the Knights Templar cross and crown. This is not a Christian symbol. This is the phallic symbol. This is the female part, and this is the male part. This is in our churches. They have infiltrated most of our churches. And you can see here Jesse Jackson, here 33rd degree Jesse Jackson on this live taping of Whitney Houston's funeral. Here is the music industry guy. Now, look at her mother. She's wearing the leopard print. She has that as her lapel. That's Whitney Houston's mom. She's not wearing anything here, but when the casket is brought out, look what she wears. Can we recognize what that is? With the two women adorning her in stripes? It's the headpiece. They're showing you in plain sight who Whitney is, where she comes from, and in plain sight on national television where their allegiance lies. The God of Egypt. These are children brought up in that. Look at, she's wearing black and white and the X symbol here. Now Whitney Houston, Oprah Winfrey. This is Oprah's next chapter, and she's talking about Whitney's and her family, interviewing her. Look at on the wall. Be still and know that I am. The actual verse is be still and know that I am God. Not that I am, we are individually, but God is saying this, and they took out the key word. Not only do they have that, here's Buddha in this segment. You see that? Here's the black and white symbology, and that end of that, it's very sad. They cry and they show again, be still and know that I am. Now they're crossbreeding religion, and in the Bible it's called religious fornication or harlotry. This is Revelation 17, a woman riding the beast. Read all about it, understand it. It's here. Now, moving quickly through this plate, Satanism and its colors, quintessential colors of Satanism, red and black. There are other colors. I'll show you those a little later. One example, anyway, you see here Marilyn Manson and this militaristic top hat going on, red and black. Lady Gaga and the Queen of England in this ritual ceremony. She performed for the Queen of England. She is dressed in black, and you see the black and red connotation going on. Is that just a little strange or not? She's a Knight of Malta, is the Queen of England, and she is, of course, the puppet for these elite masters. She is not even the top of the elite anyway. She's out in public and allowed to be rule her world, but she has no real power whatsoever. Now here we have the black and red of My Chemical Romance. Here's Clinton now bowing down to Bush, getting an honorary degree, and that black and white, these are ministerial robes, as you saw in the last segment of religion. Justin Bieber now, and they are broadcasting or taping their video at near a Masonic lodge anyway, and you see the checkerboard symbolism in this video itself. There's the Kabbalah represented in the ribbon, dressed in black and red. We saw Shiny, the top Korean pop band. You see the reference, black and white with the lightning bolt. It's all about it because their second album was called Lucifer. Shiny. You can see now also the black and white going on. The Jonas Brothers and the checkerboard. And he wears the Aleister Crowley t-shirt. Oh man. Okay, black and white. This is his tombstone. Continuing on, now MK Ultra mind control with doll play. This whole world is Alice in Wonderland. That's what they put these people in, and they have that reference to Alice in Wonderland, the altered mind. Look at the reference again, mind control to Disney. Look at this sick image of Disney, single eye symbolism. This is what they're putting people through in our faces. Now here is Tina Fey. Look at, she is now in this role play. slaving away, drinking, putting her makeup on, strangely, checkerboards, red and black, closing one eye again, vomiting, and in this whole police state control going on. Parnassus, we saw that single eye symbology, but this is in the movie itself, and you see the connotation again to the checkerboards. This is Erland Oy, DJ, Getty Images showing that he's wearing the stripes. Getty Images showing that they're referencing Mickey. They love it. This is history for them. History in the making. Prada and that whole fashion shoot. This is Blue Oyster Cult. This is called the Cross of Confusion. You see the question mark upside down. You see the pyramid itself, and you see all of the black and white checkerboards and symbolism. And look at the dancers here, all showing you the single eye as they are supposed to do. Puppets. This plate looks at Glenn Beck first, Fox News. This is the right-wing conservative network for all of you right-wing conservative people. CNN would be the left-wing liberal network. And so Glenn Beck, the Mormon, looking at who he is, he's designed to solidify the right-wing movement. And you see G for Glenn Beck. Kind of interesting, even his logo still on his website has this duality going on. In addition to that, of course, the G, yes, Glenn, the representation of that G in the Masonic Lodge and the illumination around this. Yes, he's got a radio show and program, okay. Trying to put something together, but understanding quintessentially what he is now. And look at closely what he does. Faith of the Founding Fathers, showing you, telling the Christian right that they can bet for sure that their Founding Fathers were all Christian. The evangelical vote here, now a Mormon and evangelical Christian now going on national television for you, solidifying the right-wing Christian movement. This is all divide and conquer. They have us 50-50 in this country, and they have us against each other. Look at what they do. Faith, Hope, Charity, all Freemasons here. George Washington, Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, who cut his Bible up. Faith, Hope, Charity is a Masonic slogan. Look at this effort for them to go and tell you. We know FDR is a 4-time Shriner Luciferian Freemason. Look at this. He was responsible for the Federal Reserve and the Federal Reserve Act in 1913 during his administration, and Obama, bringing everybody together, whether you're Christian or not. Is there any contradiction between this at all? For them, no, because they're all Freemasons. And David Barton, the poster boy for this movement on the right-wing Christian realm, that our Founding Fathers were Freemasons. Wow, what a big piece of nonsense this is. And then his clothing brand, you see the square, and you see the skulls, and you see the skull and bones that he wears. Washington, the Freemason, reverence for Founding Fathers. Give me a break. 1791 was the laying of the foundation stone of the Washington itself. And you see now he's against tyranny. Yeah, right. What this is secret societies and the elite. Wow. They got us going on their esoteric, exoteric meaning for us, esoteric, inside, initiate meaning for them. We show you clearly that Mormons are Freemasons. Go look back at the religion plate. Here's the compass itself. This whole brand is based in Freemasonry. Look at the eye that he's showing you, and look how he acts. Are you serious? Do we take these people seriously? Oh man, it's their television, and you're buying into it. You see that symbology? That is the triangle down. We've seen that before, haven't we? Give me a break. If you're left-wing liberal hating Glenn Beck, it's designed for you to hate Glenn Beck. Yes, we can, Obama. Interesting thing to note, if you reverse this and you record Yes We Can in one of your iPhone apps that you can actually hear it reverse, that whole campaign is Thank You Satan in reverse. Yes We Can is Thank You Satan in reverse. Believe it if you want to believe it, if it's coincidence, whatever. He's shown as Shiva here, God of all things. They play it. The entire design of the Democratic stage when he got elected that year was the Temple of Zeus. Oh my God, here's the convention showing you Dems erect Obama Temple on the New York Post. CERN, which is the collider, atomic collider, destroy. Here's appropriately Shiva the Destroyer. And you can see now Shiva, now this was donated by these dignitaries, I think Persian. And then CERN, again, you can see that the statue and the shadow it casts there. God particle is what they're looking for. Appropriately, they have Shiva here. Now moving on, here's Apple. Steve Jobs, Buddhist, and his partner, I forget him, but he was into the occult. Steve Jobs passed away 2011. Here's the original Apple, Newton's Apple, yeah, sure. Understanding that the first Apple was sold for $666.66. Bite into an apple, or the forbidden fruit. Where did they come from? And here is a apple 2 and the connotation of the snake and Adam here. That is the forbidden fruit with a bite out of it. Think different. Naturally, dragon speaking, this is a speech recognition software. Appropriately, the dragon coming back to the New World Order, the whole world together. You see here the 666, the colors and the negative. So 6, 6, and the 6 in the 3 colors represented there. Cleverly hidden. And Gmail and Google, very similar to the Masonic apron. Moving on, if there was a cross at this education nation funded by Rockefeller, here's the star here, the pentagram or the pentagon, and then you have the Prometheus, stealing knowledge or wisdom and enlightenment from the gods. That is a religious symbol with astrological signs all the way around this on national television for your children and your teachers to be adorned with. Like I said, if there was Christianity represented there, it would be all over with. They would have a fit. But there is a religious symbol of the elite, Prometheus there, a god, now being reverenced on national television. Oh, no problem. Early childhood initiative, you can understand what that eye in the triangle represents. Religion is infused in society. It does not matter. It is part of our lives. We'll never get rid of religion. There will always be religion. And so understanding that regular playing cards are the lower arcana of tarot cards. Ace of Cups, Ace of Swords, Ace of Wands, Ace of Pentacles. They've simply changed the suits. You play with tarot cards when you play. Now look at a woman honored for stopping a flasher. This has got to be a joke, and they do this periodically. She is holding a phallus, and so now she's honored for stopping a flasher. She's called a shiro, and there you have, she's holding the phallus. Very cleverly done. Now let's look at some album covers, and we're getting close to the end of this final section, which will be the end of the whole thing. Anthrax, and you can see the pentacles and the lightning bolts and the skull and bones, the greater of two evils. T-Pain and the reference to the top hat and Freemasonry. Here's this 666 sign. 3 rings or 33 degrees in Freemasonry. There is the sun rays behind him, all occult symbology. Lincoln Park, and you can see the griffins on both sides here. That's used in the occult. You can look at old hotels and buildings. They have griffins everywhere. This is a bird-lion hybrid. And then you have the Lincoln Park and the triangle in the circle. Moving on, Behemoth, and you can see that infinity sign with a double cross. The double-headed phoenix. Moving on, the sun rays behind. Incubus, very clear that this is an owl. The owl of Minerva, the single eye of the owl itself with the Nero's cross. And what else is there? There's the phoenix here underneath. I know it's not as clearly seen, but you have all of this occult symbology there. And of course the sun symbol behind. And we saw this earlier in the pentagram. I believe this is the pentagram in the middle with this maze here. The winged disc, anarchy, the winged disc of Egypt. Pretty obvious. Should be pretty obvious. Look at the arch of Freemasonry. We've seen that. The 2 pillars. Lily Allen. You can see the occult symbology here now that you saw this in the Baphomet, the intertwining serpent coming up. Look at the police going on with that 7-pointed star here, and then the crown. That's England. She's from the UK. Lightning bolts and the devil sign. Checkerboards behind. The sign of the benediction. King with a lion there. I don't know if there's wings on that representing Babylon, but anyway, moving on. They do it all. You can see clearly checkerboards. This is the Rolling Stones. Saturn, Cayenne, representing that star. Saturn, if you look at the talisman of Saturn, it is a hexagram and pentagram together with the bull. No doubt the return of Saturn. This all represents Satan. Okay, don't believe me if you don't get it. Here is Saturn. Very clear, interesting representation of this cross of confusion. Here's the talisman of Saturn. You see the bull. This was the calf that was being erected in gold in Egypt that God said not to do, and Moses had to put a stop to this. Clearly against this religion, the Bible is. And so you have now the broken pentagram. This is Boots, I believe, of the United Kingdom. Let's move on with Superman. Does this look like a serpent to you? No, it doesn't. There's that diamond shape, which is Spiritism and the elite. Very interesting. Maybe this is coming out in 2013. Superman. And we can see clearly there is some type of a feathered or horned snake symbol there. He happens to work at Saturn, or the Daily Planet, representing Saturn in that shape. There's the Daily Planet where he works. He gets his power from the sun. Here he is. Superman Dynasty will tell you that his lineage is of the house of El. Jor-El. Here are all the L's. L's are the gods represented. Samael, Gabriel. Understanding that, and just so happens blue and red are satanic colors, and you can see here in Eyes Wide Shut this satanic sex ritual they do, the black and red being worn in the center, and you see the reference to the double-headed phoenix, double-headed eagles of Rome. Here is the earth being represented. We see this in the Roman Catholicism. This film was actually filmed in the Rothschild residence. This is the residence of a Rothschild banking family. And we're going to get into that in the second section. Please don't go away. Now, this is a prime example of the Hegelian dialectic as it works. This is Jay-Z, top of the food chain in hip-hop or rap. Some people don't even call it hip-hop these days. And this is MC Hammer. He was supposed to have become a Christian. So good versus evil, he calls Jay-Z out for being a devil worshiper. But look at who MC Hammer is. MC Hammer is rebel spirit. The only rebel spirit that we know in the Bible is Lucifer himself. So here's rebel spirit. Isn't that interesting how it works? Calling him out for who he is, makes big news all over. Here's alchemist. Here's the knight in armor, the Knights Templar, and the cross and crown of Freemasonry of the Knights Templar order, York Rite, and then you have the crown here. You see this cross and crown here. Is he a Christian? No, he's not. And so his brand alchemist now, it was making a push into the MMA. Look at Shiva Destroyer. All religions being represented here. The opposing dragons. Now, is that Christianity? This is Hegelian dialectics in play, showing you that this guy is good, this guy is evil, now synthesizing the good into evil. That's the brand. Fooling you if you don't know what's going on. It's time to take life seriously and understand that your soul is what they want. Rihanna and the Skull and Bones, Eye in the Triangle, Eyes in the Triangle, single eye symbology. There's Simon Cowell in his jet ski with the square and compass of Freemasonry. Look how creative Peter Gabriel gets with his eye in the triangle. Triple sixes in the eye. Basketball players. This is Kentucky. And copycatting what is going on in the entertainment realm. Look at that. She has no clue that she's been brainwashed into doing this. Look at, they even make now as a last image here for this plate, the eye of Lucifer 666 in the eye of Horus or Lucifer, the beast 666. The horns using the two signs of the benediction, which was the Baphomet sign, that's the devil again, and vulgarity and sex, crossing, making the cross, and he's saying, do you even know what's going on, chump, fool? We're playing you. Okay, we're at the end. This is the final plate of the whole series, and the most important plate of the whole series. This is the Olympic ceremony and the Olympics and what that was all about. Here's Ahmadinejad saying that the 2012 Olympic logo spells out Zionism. Very odd way when you think about this. 2, 0, is that a 0, 1, 2? These are blocks. This is a $750,000 or even 750,000 pounds, somewhere around that, 700,000 pound or dollar. That's what it cost to do this logo. So he has complained. He's on the news here showing that that's Zionist. It's racist. Iran threatens to boycott London Olympics over racist logo. That's on the Telegraph. Iran says Olympic logo resembles word Zion. So you can believe it or not believe it. But I'm going to show you some things that show you that it is Zion. Here are the Olympic mascots. Single eye symbology. Mandeville and Wenlock. Mandeville, very interesting. Man and devil. I remember Cruella de Vil in the Disney movie was named such that way. You see the design itself of the lights. The pyramid with light emanating from the triangle, we've seen that before. In the ceremony itself, you see now here is the green pastures of England, you see the 4 maypoles on the cardinal points of the compass. Those maypoles are used in paganism and witchcraft. We should understand that. Here is Glastonbury, where they have the music festival, and it is a high occult pagan site. They know this. You see Glastonbury here in the Olympic ceremony and there in the Olympic ceremony. Now, going on Zion and what the word means. It means Jerusalem. Jerusalem. Words by, this is William Blake. This was sung as the first song in the ceremony. So not only does the logo descramble and spell Zion, they actually have the song. And did those feet in ancient time walk upon England's mountain green? And was the Holy Lamb of God on England's pleasant pastures seen? And did the countenance divine shine forth upon our clouded hills? And was Jerusalem builded here among these dark satanic mills? So question marks, and then you have the satanic mills. Bring me my bow of burning gold, bring me my arrows of desire. Bring me my spear, O clouds enfold, bring me my chariot of fire. I will not cease from mental fight, nor shall my sword sleep in my hand. This is all war, bringing about physical war, till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land. New Jerusalem, London itself. You see the elite here, orchestrating the Industrial Revolution. These are the satanic mills that they're referring to. All of this forging of industry. We know what the Olympic rings represent, the 4 elements, and the last element, spirit, in there. We know who Voldemort represents because he gives the lightning on Harry Potter. He is Satan himself. And reverencing these fantastic storybooks for your children to indulge in. And then we have Voldemort here and the children with the White Witch. She's dressed in black. Mary Poppins, White Witches, Black Witches, all the same part. We have the peace symbol, Nero's cross, and the crescent moon, and the children there with the angelic beings riding around, red and black with the checkered patterns, black and white, dualism. And then finally here, reverencing the sun and the fire around. This is all pagan ritual. Now we're going to move into what the Olympics was about. You see the triple X, Isis, Osiris, Horus. This also happens to be the industry of pornography, triple X in pornography. And we can see what they did with this Olympics in this sense. Triple X, let's be adult about this. OOO Olympics, as record 150,000 condoms are handed out to a host of super attractive athletes. This works out to about 15 per athlete. And you can see that reference to sexuality. Sex games in the Olympic Village life. This was also on ESPN. Sex before competing, does it boost athletes' performance? They were actually interviewed, and one of the soccer players from the U.S. was saying that they were having sex between buildings. It was really a culture that they promoted. Now look at the logo again. If you can imagine or see this clearly, this is a man now and a woman's head with the hair back here, kneeling over, bending over, and then you have this element on the inside. Talk about expensive logos. Well, it really has to be worked out correctly when it comes to spelling Zion and having now a woman in a sexual act with a man head turned back and the woman kneeling over. You can believe it if you want to believe it. Look at the Illuminati pyramid going on, that reverence to the pyramid. The poster theme song for the New World Order, Imagine There's No Countries, Nothing to Kill or Die For, No Religion. So they are promoting this atheistic view. In the end world, they're going to promote the pure Luciferian view. and it is a worship of the entity Lucifer. So you can be an atheist for as long as you want now, but they will not tolerate atheism in the future. Look at the pyramid here, and look what they're choreographing the young children to do with the 666 sign. Imagine. And necromancy here showing John Lennon dead. Now moving on to the closing ceremony. And one of the most prominent features of the closing ceremony is the blue octopus. And this is Fatboy Slim, DJ. You see the blue octopus. Who is the blue octopus? This is very critical to understand what's going on here. This is the blue octopus of Zionism. This is a Nazi image of what Zionism is. And this is a depiction of Winston Churchill, the Druid priest, and he has the hexagram up above. Zionism. Wow. For Christians, it is a very difficult subject to understand and to touch. They are very afraid to touch this subject. What does the octopus represent? Again, here's Israel. Interesting how they do this, don't they? And I'm going to explain this. Please stick with me. Here's Islam's view of Zionism. This is the Nazi view of Zionism. This is the Palestinian view of Zionism. The world stopped Nazism. The world stopped apartheid. The world must stop Zionism. I am part of what's called the Truth Movement, and please bear with me while I explain this. That there are two sides again to the Truth Movement. There is the biblical side, which I'm a part of, and I'm a Christian, and there is the occult side. They are exposing themselves in the occult realm. They are telling you that the world is corrupted. They are exposing Zionism, and Zionism as the power in the world, because Jewish bankers and Rothschilds and all of these Greenspans in this country and Bernankes of this country, they're all Jewish, and they control the world's economies. And look at what's happening with the world's economies. It's going to it's all crashing down, and we're suffering because of the Jew. Now, interesting way to look at the world, but I'm going to show you how this all plays out. This is now that hexagram of the Jewish hexagram. The Talmud, racial hatred, yes, even toward Christianity. All races are now hated because. And so let me show you, what does this really do on this side? It fuels the other side. When Ahmadinejad and the Muslim world, they see this, they get fueled and say, look at that evil West. They're showing their power, and they're showing Zionism through this purple octopus. We all know who that represents. That's Israel. Don't those fools on that other side know that they're being played and they're all satanic? Well, I'll tell you what. They're both playing this realm. We are living a script. It's interesting how evil does what only God allows evil to do, and I'll explain this as we move along. Now this is the spider, again 8 legs. Here's the Jew now taking control of the world. Nazi Germany showing the Jews as the spider. This is why they want to destroy the Jew, or destroy the Jews, but there are Jews at the highest level, traitors. The Bible also refers, interestingly enough, in the book of Revelation, the synagogue of Satan. Very interesting how we are close to this kind of fulfillment. I'm not saying it is, but this kind of fulfillment. This is another interesting thing I have to explain. Now, there is a sculpture here. The sculpture's name is called Mammon, funded by the Rockefellers for an artist who was married to a Jewish woman. I believe he was Jewish himself. Now, look at the single eye symbolism. Mammon. Mammon is money. And the interesting thing about this, you can look on the internet, that this, in London, the mayor said that we are naming this sculpture the Spirit of Zionism, and that it was satire. So it's a joke. So that didn't play out as Zion, but what is money? Mammon. Mammon is the spirit of Zionism in this case, because the Jews are at the helm of the financial world, and we can understand that. So this sculpture, Mammon, goes to around all, gets transplanted. This is Roppongi in Japan, transplanted around the world, and in major centers. This is Korea. understanding what mammon is and what the Bible says about this in the last days, that all nations will go against Israel. And the crazy part about all this is that, yes, the Jews are involved with the money system. And guess what? The Bible is very clear that God is going to deal with this. So it's almost like, from my perspective, it really is like, that God is telling us, if you're going to blame the Jews for the world's problems, look at yourself. The Bible says none is righteous, no, not one. We've all gone astray. But how this is playing about is very interesting. Now look at this. Arbeit macht frei, work sets you free. This is now concentration camps of Nazi Germany. This was painted outside Chicago, near there. Look at the money symbology and the triple bars. Arbeit macht frei. I'm telling you, all of this is interconnected with Jesuitism and the Catholic Church, money and the occult coming on to the end times. That's why I believe fully that this book called the Bible is a script. It's simply a script. We're living this realm in free will. And we have to understand that there is good and there is evil. There is one way, that's Jesus, and that Jesus is going to be dealing with his people in the end as he always have. So if we don't understand the Bible, yes, I'm going to be the one persecuted. I'm going to be the one that's the fundamental, that's not letting this world head into the new age. So in the next plate, we'll have a Bible study. I'll show you that, what the Bible says. I encourage you to understand what this all means. Now let's look at this Bible study that represents and explains the biblical view of the truth movement. And we begin here with God at the top. And what the Bible says, God magnifies his word above his name. If his word is no good, his name is no good. So therefore in Psalm 138, 2, God magnifies his word above his name. The promise of his word, Matthew 24:35, this is, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words will not pass away. So understanding this is said 3 times in the Gospels. And then moving on to God and his relation to Jesus, the Son of God, who is God, 3 in 1. Abraham's covenant, Genesis 12:1-3, that is an everlasting covenant. That's still with us today. My firstborn he calls the Jews and Israel, Exodus 4:22. He's called the chosen in Isaiah 44:1. He's called the elect, Isaiah 45:4. Apple of his eye, Zechariah 2:8. So the seed and the land forever in Genesis, the Abrahamic covenant. Now moving on, that all nations will be blessed through Jesus. The reason for choosing a people is to bring about the Messiah. And so all of the feasts and all of this done early on was to teach the people that their Messiah would come and who he would be. But it was already prophesied that they would miss the Messiah. Here is the Isaiah 9:6, the birth of Jesus, and then Revelation 13:8, that he is the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. And that John 4:22, salvation is of the Jews, referencing back that we are grafted in as Christians. Now, if you're not a Christian, please bear with me here. Then Romans 11, that Paul describes that he is an Israelite of the tribe of Benjamin, and that God has not forsaken his people, only blinded them. So understanding this, now God, too, understanding the Messiah coming through, God in the flesh. Now, looking at evil, we are being exposed to the New World Order, the Illuminati, corruption. We looked at Ezekiel 8 past in this, where underneath the actual temple they were worshiping the sun facing the east and worshiping the beasts and the 24 elders, clearly in defiance to God. Global bankers, financial system, corruption, we can see that clearly, and it's being exposed already. Now, the reference to Israel, the Jews, Zionism, and this corruption, we can see that, and it's coming now. They are exposing the banking system and its connection to Jews and Israel and Zionism. The occult satanic side of the truth movement is exposing a new world order from Zionism. We can see in Exodus 32:9 that they are a stiff-necked people. And then, so are we questioning evil here? Proverbs says evil was created, and God has created evil, and evil is created for the day of evil. So understanding that we are all evil, and this is all part of God's plan. None is righteous. So we should all, as Christians, we should all be relaxing and saying, hey, none's righteous. It's very interesting what's happening in these last days. If you think about it, the world, the secular world, is going to blame these people of the world and forge in this new world order, which is a Luciferian agenda. The Bible says it's only going to be for 7 years, called the Great Tribulation. We are called as Christians to understand that none is righteous. It's almost like it's saying, hey, if you're going to blame the Jews for your problems, you better look at yourself. This is what I believe is happening here. None is righteous, all have sinned, Romans 3:10 and 3:22. Israel not forsaken, only blinded temporarily. If we understand prophecy, they are blinded. They will know Yahweh, then they will know Jesus coming in the tribulation. And then remnant always saved, Romans 11, Revelation 11. There's 144 remnant, plus many that are gathered throughout the world that will be a remnant. And Matthew 28:16-20, as Christians, we're to focus on the Great Commission, the gospel being preached to the entire world. God will deal with his people, so let's relax. Trust that God is going to deal with his people always. Amos says, of all the families of the world I have chosen you, Israel, and therefore I will punish you. Pretty bold statement by God, and truth ringing that he will always deal with his people. We are grafted into the promise, the Jews. And so, but as far as the Jews themselves, the Torah Jews, they will have their eyes opened, and these are the people that put Jesus on the cross, and their seed that is still with us today. God will deal with his people always. Warning, do not burden yourself. This says Jerusalem. If you're going to burden yourself with Jerusalem, whether or not you're going to be warmongering, taking sides, or what have you, yes, we have to pray for the peace of Jerusalem, the Bible says in Psalms, and Zechariah 12:1-3 is specific. If you are going to burden yourself with Jerusalem, you'll be cut to pieces. That Jerusalem will be a burdensome stone, and it is. So prophecy is fulfilled. So trust in Romans 11:34 through understanding that all things are God's, and everything is playing out to his purpose and plan. Now, looking from left to right, the Jews and the Gentiles, Romans 1-16, meaning to the Jew first, they were given the oracles of God, and now we are in the Gentile era where Paul goes out and preaches the gospel to the Gentile world. We're in that era, and now lastly, going through all of this to the blessed hope. We all have a blessed hope if we are in Christ, and this is heaven. So understanding God, Jesus, how important Jesus is in this realm. He is the most famous person on this planet. Everybody knows Jesus, but nobody knows who he is. Everybody knows the Bible. It's 6 billion plus Bibles around this world. If it is a control mechanism, then everybody would be reading it. But nobody reads it. God, Jesus, is there evil? Yes. As the Christian, we're to relax and trust the Word of God. We have Jews and Gentiles. The entire world is now allotted the blessed hope. We're just understanding this in this world. It takes humility to understand that we have a God that we serve. So understand this, research this. Please do it for yourself. Don't just take it from me. In closing, I have a worldview, and many others have different worldviews. And for those of you who are watching that may not have my worldview and understanding, I just wanted to read this to you out of the Bible. Don't be afraid. Just listen and learn of what it is, and whether or not you believe, it's not what I believe, it's what you believe. So in this case, just look at the words here. These things I command you, that ye love one another. This is Jesus. If the world hate you, ye know that it has hated me before it hated you. The world hates Jesus. If ye were of the world would love his own. But because ye are not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world, therefore the world hateth you. And the world is going to hate me if they don't already now. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. This is life eternal that he is offering you. And this is a different realm of eternity, because outside of time, eternity is not within this realm of time. We can't even fathom what it means to be an eternal being. For God sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. He wants to save you from this world, and we have to recognize that this world is in need of salvation. It's a fallen world. That story in Genesis is real. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Understanding that if thy hand offend thee, cut it off. It is better for thee to enter into life maimed than having two hands to go into hell, into the fire that never shall be quenched, where their worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched. Understanding it is punishment, unfortunately. This is the reality that we live in. You can either face it or not. You will die, and whether or not you believe that you have a soul, look around you. Look at the spiritism around you. Look at that, whatever's on the screen when you watch a movie, what you plug your brain into. And fear not that them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both body and soul in hell. There is a reverence and a fear to fall in the hands of the living God. Is also in Hebrews, understanding that a reverential fear is a good fear, like a father. Hey, I don't want to mess around and do something. My father is going to be mad at me if I do that thing. So you want to have a respect and a fear of your Father coming, a good fear. He is our Father in heaven. Then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. Hell was prepared for the devil and his angels. And this is the will of him that sent me, that every one which seeth the Son and believeth on him may have everlasting life, and I will raise him up at the last day. And whosoever therefore shall confess me before men, him will I confess also before my Father is in heaven. Salvation comes from your heart and your confession that you are a sinner and that you want him to save you. That's all it is. And let him work on your life. Rather than try to clean up your life and then because you don't believe that you're a Christian, if you do, believe in him. That's it. And when you truly believe, you're going to act on your belief, and that's what works is. Our faith is justified by who we are, how we act, what we do. Our life is justified that way. I mean, our salvation is justified by the things that we do and act. And you just continue to work on that, and that's all he's asking you to do. He's covered your sin. All you have to do is accept his covering. But God commendeth his love toward us in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. This is true Christianity. This is not stuff on your television, guys asking for money. They are the Illuminati. They play us that way. They play your mind so that you can avoid Christianity by all means because of what you see on their television screens, their money system. They wage wars in the name of God and have you believe that religion is all about that. There is one way, and you have a soul in you. And there's one way that Jesus is saying he's exclusive. There is not Maitreya and Buddha and all of these other Christs that are going to come of different religions. The Bible is clear in Revelation 17 that the last days church is a fornicating church. It is a harlot church that intermingles with all false religion. And there is one truth, and Jesus said he was the truth. In the beginning of this presentation, I show you that scripture. 2 verses showing you what's going to happen in the end. Revelation 17:17, for God hath put it in their hearts to fulfill his will, and to agree, and to give their kingdom unto the beast, until the words of God shall be fulfilled. In the last days, all of these kingdoms that are set up, these countries, whatever they are, regions that are going to be set up, they're going to give their kingdoms unto this beast, which is going to be the world system. It's going to last for 7 years, the Bible says, until all the words, or until the words of God shall be fulfilled. They will all be fulfilled. Our words are so powerful, and God has written a word down. It's providence that this Bible has come through, and it is what it is. Revelation 19:10, and I fell at his feet to worship him. This is John now to an angel, and he said, the angel said, unto me, see thou do it not. I am thy fellow servant, meaning the angel and the man is a fellow servant, and of thy brethren that have the testimony of Jesus. Worship God, for the testimony of Jesus is the spirit of prophecy. Understanding, I know this sounds like Star Wars. Your life, this life, is way more fantastic. We're led to believe in this fantasy. We can go watch a 2D screen. That's reality. All of this is reality. Your thoughts are real. They are not fantasy at all. And this book has prophecy in it, whether or not you believe in prophecy or not. There is spiritual divinity and people, psychics everywhere. I could tell you stories of people seeing psychics, and we can even see this on TV, that they say, you know, I've seen your father, or point out things. We have an unbelievable world, and I want you to get to the point where you can believe in prophecy and understand that there is a plan for you individually, that God loves you, and that this is all playing out to his plan. Let's move forward and understand how you are getting played. They are working magic on you in this world, programming you. To work magic is to weave the unforeseen forces into form, to soar beyond sight, to explore the uncharted dream realm of the hidden reality, to leap beyond imagination into that space between the worlds where fantasy becomes real. To be at once animal and God, spells and magic require the combination faculties of relaxation, visualization, concentration, and mental projection. To cast a spell is to project energy through a symbol. That's what they do. And they show you symbols and project energy. Jay-Z throws up the triangle, and the entire crowd throws up the symbol. And that is energy magic in their case. And I'll stop this, not stop the screen, but hold the screen here so you can read the rest of this. And this is a person's testimony that he was taught in ritual magic. And moving on to the final thing, be strong in the Lord, in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God. We are in a battle, a spiritual battle, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places. Understand we're in a battle. If you do not have armor on, I know it sounds allegorical, it is, but this is armor that is real, that is spiritual, and you're plugging your brain into things that you really have no idea how it influences you. Take a look and understand that everything that they push on you on screen, in your mind, in books, words, phrases, lyrics, everything is designed to sway your opinion. And just look and realize what those lyrics are doing. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank anyone that has watched the full presentation or parts of this presentation. And remember, watching parts of this presentation I don't recommend, because it is a cumulative presentation. If you don't if you miss parts, you won't get other parts. And so I ask you, if you have not seen the entire presentation, please go back. I know it's a long process. 10 hours out of your life is really not that much. You go see a movie, you go to the park, and you do all that stuff, and it takes up time. And please, I believe this presentation will give you a clear understanding of the occult, the symbolism that they use, that you'll be able to decipher that. It will equip you in your life, and whether or not you're a believer or a non-believer, in my worldview, which is true Christianity, the belief that Jesus is our Savior, the most famous one on the planet that nobody ever knows, who said he's God. Please take a look at this, and take a look at it from this perspective that I got saved from, my testimony of what I saw in the world. And I was opening up nightclubs 3.5 years ago, and now with all of this research, I can go back to my friends even and tell them, hey, you're getting played. So please, www.thisprophecy.com is my website, youtube.com, thisprophecy, facebook.com, thisprophecy, twitter.com, thisprophecy. Please visit me and share your testimony. Any questions you have, please. We're open here. And I just wanted to say God bless you in the name of Jesus Christ.